Chapter 1647. 7 days later, the starry sea remained calm. The black cutlass had already distanced itself from that battlefield. It would be very difficult to find a pirate group in this vast grave sea. The Divine Shield Army sent out to pursue Xiao Qin could not find him, so they could only helplessly end the search. The disappearance of the dark gold-armored Venerate and the 8 gold-armored cultivators baffled everyone in the Divine Shield Army, not knowing what happened. Regardless of this, Xiao Qin finally managed to shake off the Divine Shield Army and no longer had to worry about the other party's pursuit. For the past 7 days, Xiao Qin had been pondering the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique. This disappointed him somewhat. This incomplete saber technique only had 3 moves. One was breaking the mundane, one was resolving the mundane, and one was entering hell. Right now, Xiao Qin was doing his best to comprehend breaking the mundane. However, the deeper he delved, the more he felt a chill spreading in his heart. In this world of sensual pleasures, fame and fortune, love and hatred, and so on. Who had no worries? Who had no thoughts? How could one easily break the mundane? That's not right. That's not right. I must have comprehended it wrong somewhere. The further I go, the more I deviate. This is clearly a sign of berserking qi deviation. Xiao Qin stopped comprehending. Then, he took out the painting and looked at it again. As he focused his mind. Under the killing Buddha image, a monk holding a Buddhist monk saber moved. As he moved, he sent out many saber lights. At this moment, the mental cultivation method for breaking the mundane slowly appeared. Suffering in the mundane world. Birth, old age, sickness, and death. Resentment and hatred. Not being able to obtain love. Not being able to obtain immortality. Not being able to obtain immunity from all diseases. Not being able to obtain love without parting. Not being able to obtain separation. Suffering, suffering. The mundane world is full of suffering. Breaking the precepts and leaving, breaking the peace. Furthermore, using the mundane world as a cauldron, tempering my Buddhist heart. Who? A saber wind blew by Xiao Qian's ear. The monk's saber wind seemed to be right beside his ear. Xiao Qian's thoughts raced as he thought of his various sufferings. He felt that this saber light was merciless, and the saber wind was sinister and cold. His entire body felt a chill, and he felt an indescribable bitterness in his heart. I'm stuck again. Closing his eyes, Xiao Qin took a deep breath. It took him a long time to calm himself down. If I were to imitate it and simply execute it, this saber technique wouldn't be difficult. However, it is really difficult to find the true meaning in it. If one is not careful, it might turn into a demonic saber. Shaking his head, Zhang Xian collected his thoughts and put them aside for the time being. I should think about happy things. With a thought, Xiao Qin took the dark gold-armored Venerate's storage ring. Xiao Qin had not seen the wealth of a peak major primal core Venerate yet. He did not know what there would be. When Xiao Qin sent in his spiritual sense, the first thing he saw was a piece of flickering spirit jade. 800,000 medial-grade spirit jades. Xiao Qin rejoiced in his heart. He recalled that this dark gold-armored venerable was some sort of deputy general. Indeed, he was very wealthy. Just the medial-grade spirit jades alone had brought so many of them with him. This did not even include the scattered inferior-grade spirit jades. Keep looking, what is this? With a thought of his spiritual sense, Xiao Qin took out a book. Looking at the cover, he muttered, "Thousand Army Sword Technique." This sword technique should be the one that the Sword General and the dark gold-armored Venerate used. Good stuff. Xiao Qin revealed a smile on his face. The sword technique of that dark gold-armored Venerate had left a deep impression on Xiao Qin. Amid the barrage of cannon fire, the dark gold-armored Venerate's sword technique had even blocked the dragon-subduing slash that Shao Chen executed with his dermic incarnation. The sword technique's aura was vast and boundless, tyrannical. Unfortunately, Shao Chen was a bladesman. However, it was not impossible to research it. Perhaps he could make some improvements in it and use it in his own saber technique. The most important thing was that the style of this sword technique was very compatible with Shao Chen, both taking the tyrannical path. Shao Chen continued looking. Aside from the sword manual, there were also some spirit herbs and supplies in the storage ring. These were all good things that the Divine Shield Army used. They were strictly prohibited from leaking out, so they were extremely rare. Dynasty's Influence Record. It records the birth and rise of the dynasties of the Central Great Realm. Shao Chen found a book from the Divine Shield Army that introduced the dynasties of the Central Great Realm. It also introduced some strong empires. This is interesting. Shao Chen looked down the catalogue and discovered a dynasty that shocked him. The Tianwu dynasty. Just as Shao Chen was about to take a closer look, Xiao Suo's voice rang out beside his ear. Captain, there's a situation. We discovered an ordinary warship of the Divine Shield Army. An ordinary warship? Yes, it is just one warship. It is about the same as an ordinary 4-star pirate ship. It is chasing a person and is not coming for us. Keep an eye on it first. I'll go take a look. Shao Chen put away the dynasty's influence record. Then, with a few flashes, he arrived at the control room. The water screen in the center showed a lake. A Divine Shield Army warship was chasing a bloodied, burly man with a blurry face. That burly man was in a sorry state, continuously fleeing from a few gold-armored cultivators. As for that group of gold-armored cultivators, the leader was only a peak minor primal core cultivator. Young Essence stage soldiers followed behind. The warship followed behind unhurriedly, not worried at all. Captain, do you need help? Normally, Xiao Suo would have immediately gone to help. However, the Black Cutlass had just shaken off the Divine Shield Army and could not take the risk. Even if they completely destroyed that warship, the Divine Shield Army would be able to find some clues from where the warship disappeared. This matter was very important, so they could only ask Shao Chen to make the decision. Of course, Shao Chen was not a goody two-shoes. If it was within his capabilities, he would definitely mind helping. But if he had to sacrifice himself for a stranger, he wouldn't be so foolish as to implicate the entire ship's crew. Wait. Just as Shao Chen decided to give up, his expression suddenly changed. Why do I find this person somewhat familiar? Whoosh. The heavenly eye soared into the sky and tunneled into the ground. After a while, Shao Chen clearly saw that burly man. Then, the heavenly eye returned to his forehead. Shao Chen said, "It's the Savage Blood Pirate Group's Iron Hand Yama." Ah! The group of people in the control room was greatly startled, all of them incredibly shocked. How strong was the Iron Hand Yama? He was even stronger than that dark gold-armored Venerate. He was known as the strongest person under the Cloud Sea realm in the Grave Sea, an unrivaled Venerate. To think that he was in such a sorry state, chased by a group of mediocre Divine Shield Army cultivators like monkeys. Shao Chen looked at Xiao Suo and said, "You decide for yourself." Back then, this person had ruthlessly reprimanded and humiliated Xiao Suo. Hence, Xiao Suo was at a loss. Whether to save or not, Shao Chen could accept it. It all depended on Xiao Suo's decision. Save him. Xiao Suo hesitated for only a second before decisively making his decision. Shao Chen revealed a smile and patted Xiao Suo's shoulder. Go, then. Use the cold steel eagles to save him. After that, bring that warship around and return to the Black Cutlass. That way, they would not expose the Black Cutlass's position. Yes, I promise not to expose the Black Cutlass. Xiao Suo left to carry out the order. Then, he soared into the sky with the two cold steel eagles, leaving quietly. The black cutlass slowly sailed away, moving further away from the Divine Shield Army's warship. After a while, the Divine Shield Army's warship vanished into the water screen. Xiao Qian and the others arrived on the deck and waited quietly. There was no need to doubt whether they could succeed. With Xiao Suo's early-stage major primal core strength and the two cold steel eagles, there was no possibility of failure. It was just a matter of how much time they had to spend. As expected, an hour later, two cold steel eagles appeared in everyone's field of vision. Clang! Xiao Suo directly jumped down from the sky with a person on his back. Then, he slowly placed the person on his back on the deck. Right now, the Iron Hand Yama no longer looked like his past glory. He was so weak that he could not even compare to an ordinary veritable personage. Xiao Suo's complexion was pale and covered in blood. His physical body had been corroded by the starry sea. His gaze was unfocused, and he looked dispirited. Xiao Chen glanced around and saw a wound on Xiao Suo's chest. Given Xiao Suo's strength, he should not have ended up like this when saving a person. What's going on? Xiao Suo's expression turned somewhat unsightly. This fellow did not want me to save him, seeking death. I spent a lot of effort, but he even scolded me. In that case, help him treat his injuries first. When his injuries are more or less healed, he can go or stay. Xiao Chen did not find this hard to understand. It looked like the Savage Blood Pirate group was probably destroyed. Once the faith in one's heart collapsed, one would naturally find it hard to accept. Chapter 1648. The Iron Hand Yama recovered very quickly. With the help of medicinal pills and Xiao Chen's personal treatment, his complexion soon turned red. The scars on his body healed automatically, and the scabs fell off. The physical body of a peak major primal core cultivator was already rather strong, even stronger than Xiao Chen's physical body, which had been cleansed by the life juice source. This was because his body would undergo a transformation every time he advanced to the next level. Of course, if Xiao Chen reached peak major primal core realm, the strength of his physical body would definitely surpass the current Iron Hand Yamas. On the deck, the Iron Hand Yama slowly woke up. When he saw his surroundings, he looked at the people around him. He slowly rose to his feet. He did not express his thanks, and there was no joy on his face either. Do you have wine? When Xiao Suo heard this, he frowned. Although your cultivation is high, your injuries are only slightly better. It is not easy for you to drink. The Iron Hand Yama grinned and said, "This old man's body is fine. Do I need a rookie like you to talk so much? You saved this old man's life, so you can criticize me." Xiao Suo was speechless when he heard this, and his expression was slightly awkward. Fei Er could no longer watch on. She pulled a long face and said, "How can you be like this? Boss Xiao Suo, at any rate, risked danger to save your life. You didn't even say a word of thanks. Now that he's concerned about you, you're actually taunting him instead." The Iron Hand Yama turned his head. Although he was injured, his aura was still there. His eyes widened slightly, which made him look exceptionally scary. However, Fei Er's body did not move even half a step back. She looked straight at the other party. The Iron Hand Yama grinned and said, "Little fatso, get this straight. I did not want this rookie to save me in the first place. If I don't give him a slap, I'll be doing him a favor. You want me to thank him? Ridiculous." Fei Er's expression darkened. Her little face, which had some baby fat, was so angry that it turned completely red. "You said I'm fat, you..." Before Fei Er went berserk, Luo Nan quickly held back Fei Er. They needed to remain calm at this moment. After all, the other party was a peak major primal core cultivator with a ferocious reputation. Now that he had recovered some of his strength, it was best not to offend him. "Ha ha ha. The Iron Hand Yama could not stop laughing. The people on this ship are all weirdos. He didn't know which small place this couple came from, but they were so unsophisticated. There were also the novice pirates who had just arrived at the Grave Sea. They were very foolish, as stupid as cows. Oh, there's even an elder from the School of Imperial Beasts. You're from a reputable sect after all. Elder Tang's face darkened. With a cold harumph, he waved his hand and turned to leave. The Iron Hand Yama did not care. He glanced around and fixed his gaze on Xiao Qin. Then, he continued scolding, there is also this white-clad brat who came out of nowhere. To think that he is the captain. To think that he managed to escape from the Divine Shield Army's encirclement with this broken ship intact. The Iron Hand Yama laughed loudly when he heard the comments of the crowd. His good intentions were truly unrewarded. Instead, he was looked down on by the crowd, a venomous snake pointing its finger at him. Xiao! Xiao Qin casually tossed out a wine bottle, which shot out like a bolt of lightning. The Iron Hand Yama reacted quickly, catching the bottle firmly. Then, he removed the cap and started gulping it down, finally stopping the Iron Hand Yama's mouth. Good wine. Good wine. I could not tell that you were such a simpleton. Unexpectedly, you have some good stuff. However, Xiao Qin had already turned around. He said indifferently, everyone, return to your posts. Our destination is the Blessed Land. Let's continue our journey. The people on the deck glared at the Iron Hand Yama, feeling aggrieved. Then, they left one after another. As the Iron Hand Yama drank wine and enjoyed the wind, he ignored the gazes of others. However, no one noticed that there was no sign of life in his eyes. As he looked at the sea, they were empty. The following days were calm and peaceful. With his cultivation of the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique hindered, Xiao Qin switched to the Thousand Army sword technique. This sword technique possessed extraordinary might and vast might. In terms of offensive power, it was even stronger than his flawless saber technique. After all, Xiao Qin had created the flawless saber technique when his cultivation had not been high. Now that he looked back, he still needed to supplement some of the moves. Compared to the extremely profound Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique, the Thousand Army sword technique was very broad. Xiao Qin's comprehension ability was very high. He quickly comprehended it and infused it into his own saber technique. After all, the saber and the sword were somewhat different. Xiao Qin combined his own advantages and focused on the word break. He condensed the Thousand Army breaking saber technique into 4 major killing moves: breaking mountains and rivers, breaking the stars, and breaking the world. Among them, breaking the world was based on the dark gold armored Venerate's extremely mighty one sword subduing rivers and mountains. After half a month of comprehending it, Xiao Qin's Thousand Army breaking saber technique became increasingly colorful. When Xiao Qin brandished the saber, a saber light howled. When he unleashed his great Tao energy, the saber light howled. It was like hot-bloodedness filled his chest as he reared his head back and roared. Break! 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 Thousand Army breaking. Mountains and rivers breaking. Stars breaking. Breaking the world. After executing the entire Thousand Army breaking saber technique, Xiao Qin, who was on the deck, felt carefree. His blood surged, and his entire body felt comfortable. The bottleneck of the primal core realm also loosened significantly. Good saber technique. I have seen many geniuses in my life. However, I have never seen a demonic genius like you. In your hands, the Divine Shield Army's famous Thousand Army sword technique became yours in less than half a month. For the past half a month, aside from Xiao Qin, only the Iron Hand Yama remained on the deck, minding his own business and drinking. When Xiao Qin heard that, he smiled faintly. This was the first time the Iron Hand Yama said something normal. In the past few days, Xiaochen had received a lot of criticism from the Iron Hand Yama. It was like a housefly buzzing around, not pleasant to hear. Damn it! If only that despicable general were here. When he saw this saber technique, he would definitely be angered to death. Ha 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 ha. Xiaochen had just been praising the Iron Hand Yama in his heart when he suddenly said such a thing. Xiaochen's lips twitched. He said embarrassedly, it would be best if he did not appear. Xiaochen was not tired of living. If the Iron Hand Yama were here, everyone would die. That's true. Given that old fellow's character, even if he was really angry, it would not be written on his face. The Iron Hand Yama's lips curled up, feeling bored. Xiaochen could not help asking, what was the result of that huge battle that day? The Iron Hand Yama drank a large mouthful of wine and replied weakly, what else could it have been? That is the Divine Shield Army style. No matter how great the losses are, they want to wipe out the pirate group. We could not charge out at all. The severely injured boss did his best to help open an opening. When Xiaochen heard that, he felt it was strange. He dared to get distracted while fighting the Iron Hand Yama. Indeed. Hence, although we managed to charge out, boss's whereabouts were unknown. We did not know if he was dead or alive. After that, it was a complete mess. None of the severely injured managed to escape. We fought it out with them. As the Iron Hand Yama spoke, tears welled up in his eyes. Then, he slammed his wine glass on the floor. However, do you know that only IF** King survived? All of them died. I am the only one left alive. Xiaochen's heart skipped a beat. He did not know what to do. He could imagine the savage blood star venerate getting severely injured due to being distracted in such a miserable situation. It was probably not a good ending. All the severely injured people did not care about their lives, charging at the Divine Shield Army with the resolve to die. Every one of them died a miserable death in battle or died under the swords of the golden-armored cultivators, getting their heads chopped off. 10,000 arrows pierced their hearts, dying with remaining grievances, or dying together with others. Or being blasted to death by the cannons. Hot-bloodedness rushed to their heads as rage spread throughout their bodies in the surging seawater. The savage blood pirate group fought to the last man. The Iron Hand Yama personally saw every one of them die. Everyone died, only he survived. In this world, there was an even greater pain than death. It was the loneliness that came from death. Those who died were fortunate. Those who survived were the ones who suffered the most. The Iron Hand Yama leaned against the ship's railing and held his head, lowering it in pain. For a moment, Xiaochen did not know what to say. When Xiao Suo said that the Iron Hand Yama refused to help, Xiaochen had already guessed it. However, he had not expected it to be so tragic. Suddenly, Xiaochen thought of a phrase from the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique, the world of mortals is bitter. Birth, old age, sickness, and death. Resentment and hatred. Resentment, hatred, desire, and not being able to obtain these were not appropriate for the Iron Hand Yama. But in reality, wasn't he the same? There were many things in the world of mortals and all kinds of suffering. It was better to break the precepts and break the peace. I will use the mortal world as a furnace to forge my Buddhist heart. Breaking the precepts, breaking the peace, Xiaochen muttered to himself as if he had comprehended something. However, bitterness spread in his heart. At this moment, he was not willing to comprehend a saber technique. Shaking his head, Zhang Xian turned around and left. Xiaochen saw Xiao Suo standing at the entrance, looking in his direction. What are you doing here? Xiao Suo said embarrassedly, I'm afraid that he won't be able to get over it. Actually, I really don't blame him. I'll go over and let him scold me a few times. Perhaps he will be fine after that. Go on, then. After Xiao Chen left, he paced back and forth, thinking about Xiao Suo's words. Suddenly, he understood something. All kinds of suffering exist. However, in this world of mortals, there will always be people who understand and care for you. Breaking the precepts and ignoring the rules of the mortal world would not bring peace but a moment of joy. One would definitely fall into the demonic Tao. Xiao Chen understood now. It did not matter whether he broke the precepts or not. Since the Buddhist heart existed, he was Buddha. Chapter 1649. Since the Buddha's heart is there, I am Buddha. This was also the principle of using the mortal world as a furnace to forge one's Buddhist heart. Xiao Chen was enlightened. His blocked thoughts were like a broken river, surging violently. The Mahamaya abstinence violation saber techniques breaking the mundane circulated in Xiao Chen's mind. His thoughts wandered as if he was enlightened. In the captain's cabin, Xiao Chen unfurled the scroll and studied it carefully again. After a while, the monk brandished the Buddhist commandment blade in his hand under the gaze of the killing Buddha statue. Saber light shot out in all directions. The originally cold and emotionless saber light turned cold. There was a hint of gentleness in her voice. The various worldly affairs were like a painting slowly unfolding in the saber light that filled the sky. Break. When the saber light was brandished to its peak, everything, including the scenes of the mortal world, came to an abrupt end. The gigantic Buddha statue gave off a golden light and suddenly came to life. A purple gold glazed Buddhist commandment blade appeared in the Buddha statue's hand and stabbed forward. The saber light coincided with the saber in the monk's hand. It was as if it had leaped out of a painting and pierced Xiao Chen, who was observing. This was not the end. This saber strike that severed the worldly affairs was not the end. The monk sat cross-legged in midair. A swastika appeared on his glabella and spun continuously. The obsession of the secular world that had just been severed by the saber reappeared, one after another, the joys and sorrows of the world, the joys and sorrows of the reunion, the joys and sorrows of the world. Slowly, a flame appeared on the monk's body and the entire world started burning. As the flames burned, the swastika on Xiao Chen's forehead grew brighter. Golden light blossomed, and Buddhist might spread out. Accompanying it was a domineering aura similar to the Vajra Dharma of Buddhism, as well as a rare murderous aura. With the mortal world as a furnace, I forge my Buddhist heart. Xiao Chen was overjoyed. He quickly put away the scroll and started cultivating again. The scene that he had just witnessed was something that he had never seen before. This was the true meaning of breaking the mortal world. Breaking the precepts, breaking the peace, using the mortal world as a furnace to forge one's Buddhist heart. Since the Buddha's heart was there, it didn't matter whether it was broken or not. With this in mind, Xiao Chen no longer entangled himself with his past obsessions. He could go ahead and cut off the obsessions in his heart with ease. Suddenly, images of Xiao Chen's past appeared in the captain's cabin. There was his youthful face when he was in Mo City, the peaceful times he spent with Lu Rue in Qingyun Peak, and the Kunlun realm's demonic calamity. Almost no one in the same generation could compare to him in terms of all the things he had experienced in the mortal world. Break. As more and more images appeared in the mortal world, until there were no more, Xiao Chen let out a roar in his heart. Everything disappeared like a clap of thunder, scattering the fog. A moment later, everything reappeared, turning into flames that burned fiercely. As the flames bathed Xiao Chen's body, he felt a warmth. Buddhist chants filled his ears, and the various mysterious phenomena on his body became increasingly similar to the monk in the painting. The only thing missing was the swastika between his eyebrows. This was because the Buddha heart had not been tempered yet. After all, he was not an eminent monk. If he wanted to temper the Buddha heart, it would take some time. In the blink of an eye, 1 month passed. They would arrive at the Black Cave Mountain in the 3 Blessed Lands in another 7 days. The journey was calm and peaceful, there were no major setbacks. The crew on the ship slowly relaxed. Inside the captain's cabin, Xiaochen remained in closed-door cultivation, not coming out at all. For 1 month, the swastika finally appeared on his forehead. However, it was not very bright yet, nor was it as dazzling as before. However, Xiaochen completely grasped the true meaning of this breaking the mundane. He managed to do what Senior Tang thought was impossible. Without grasping the true meaning, this breaking the mundane was just a formality, unable to bring out its true might. Take the skeleton dragon star venerate for example. When he went all out, he could only bring out 20% of its might. After all, he was a star venerate, but that was all he could do. However, as a half-step primal core cultivator, Xiaochen could easily bring out 20% of the skeleton dragon star venerate's might. This was the difference between grasping the true meaning and not grasping the true meaning. More importantly, only by grasping the true meaning could one integrate it. Only then could one reverse the source and comprehend the Gautama divine palm that the hidden spirit temple grasped. Satisfied, Xiaochen withdrew his technique and revealed a smile. However, before this smile could spread, it froze. The black lotus mark on Xiaochen's chest throbbed, and he felt a burning sensation. The rope holding the Buddhist pendant snapped with a buzz. The Buddhist pendant floated quietly in front of Xiaochen's chest, and cracks appeared on it. Xiaochen's face sank. He reached out and grabbed the Buddhist pendant. Then, with a few flashes, he arrived on the deck. This was a feeling that Xiaochen had never felt before. It was not that he had never been chased by the Black Lotus Church before. However, his reaction had never been this intense. What kind of enemy is this strong? An intense sense of danger spread in Xiaochen's heart. As he stood on the deck, Xiaochen looked to the front. Xiaochen's expression turned grave. It looked like the Black Lotus Church had found his destination and had been waiting for him for a long time. Or rather, the Black Lotus Church had set up an ambush at the places that one had to pass to reach the blessed lands. Damn it! Who leaked information about me? Or was I not cautious enough and exposed some clues? Why did these people from the Black Lotus Church chase me all the way to the Grave Sea? Why are they still waiting here? I thought that I managed to shake them off in Purple Sun City. Brat, why is your complexion so ridiculously bad? Your aura seems even steadier. I wonder what kind of eruption you will have once you advance to the primal core realm. It does not seem like something went wrong with your cultivation. On the deck, the Iron Hand Yama, who had already recovered his strength long ago, did not leave, remaining on the ship. Upon seeing the Iron Hand Yama, Xiaochen's expression warmed slightly. However, the worry on his face did not vanish. What is the point of telling me or not? After replying, Xiaochen turned around and headed for the control room. As the Iron Hand Yama watched Xiaochen rush off, he gulped down a mouthful of wine. His lips twitched as he said, "Brat, even if you don't say it, this old man can guess it. Just look at that scowling face. An enemy is definitely here." Then, the Iron Hand Yama looked in the direction that Xiaochen had looked, and his expression turned strange. The Iron Hand Yama shook the wine bottle in his hand. There was no more wine left. As he stared at the empty bottle, he entered deep thought. Inside the control room, Xiaochen gathered everyone together. Then, he looked at Xiao Suo with a complicated expression. "Captain, don't look at me like that. I feel strange." Xiao Suo felt that something was wrong. He said, "Captain, if you have something to say, just say it." Xiaochen smiled casually and said, "It's fine. Do you still remember what I said to you in the past?" "What did you say?" Xiaochen looked straight at the other party and said seriously, "I said long ago that this ship would be yours sooner or later. I cannot sink too deep into the path of piracy." When Xiao Suo heard that, his heart skipped a beat. He felt somewhat excited and nervous. "You are leaving?" "Yes." There are still 7 more days before I reach the blessed land. If nothing unexpected happens, I should run into a senior and cultivate there for a while. Then I will head to my true destination. Xiao Qin showed a relaxed expression, showing no change in it. This news shocked Luo Nan and Fei Er, leaving them gaping. This was simply too unexpected. Previously, there had been no sign of this at all. Captain, you never mentioned it before. This is too sudden, Luo Nan said, feeling confused. Xiao Qin smiled and said, it's not really sudden. I was in closed-door cultivation and thought about it for a long time. Fei Er's eyes turned red, somewhat unable to accept this. But big brother Xiao Qin, Fei Er can't bear to part with you. Indeed. Captain, we can't bear to part with you. Let us wait for you. Give us a time. No, there's no need for a time. Just say it. We are all willing to wait for you. The core crew of the ship felt somewhat reluctant to part with Xiao Chen's sudden departure, finding it hard to accept. Xiao Chen felt warmth in his heart. He forcefully endured the gratitude in his heart and smiled. I can't bear to part with you either. However, all good things must come to an end. Everyone has their own fate. Furthermore, although this starry sea is vast and boundless, it might not be impossible for us to meet again. After saying that, Xiao Chen looked at Elder Tang, who had not said anything since the start, showing a suspicious expression. Then, Xiao Chen extended a finger and tapped Elder Tang's forehead. Crack! The scarlet restriction in the depths of Elder Tang's soul, which made him unable to eat or sleep in peace, disappeared. Elder Tang felt like he was relieved of a heavy burden. As he looked at Xiao Qin, he opened his mouth to say something. However, Xiao Chen's gaze stopped him. Elder Tang has suffered during this period of time. Xiao Qin smiled in understanding. Then, he performed a cup-fist salute and said, everyone, we will meet again in the future. The black lotus mark on Xiao Chen's chest burned even more intensely. Suppressing the reluctance in his heart, his figure flashed a few times, and he quickly left. Captain! The others quickly gave chase. When they reached the deck, they could only see Xiao Chen's back. Xiao Suo looked at the captain's medallion that Xiao Chen handed him in his hand. He felt that everything was too sudden. He muttered, what's wrong? I keep feeling that something is wrong. Luo Nan, Fei Er, and the others continued to look into the distance. As they watched Xiao Chen's departing figure, they were filled with reluctance. The Iron Hand Yama shook the wine bottle in boredom. However, he could not pour out even a drop of the 1,000-year flame. How unfortunate. I won't be able to drink such good wine in the future. After that, the Iron Hand Yama looked at the people beside him and said helplessly, I say, you bunch of fools. Can't anyone tell that he ran away on his own so as not to implicate you? What? Everyone was greatly startled, looking at the Iron Hand Yama in disbelief. Chapter 1650. Even the Buddhist amulet cracked. Xiao Chen definitely could not dodge. He could only face it head-on and seek a chance at survival. That was right. After giving instructions, Xiao Chen did not resign himself to his fate. As long as there was a chance, he would fight for it with all his might, never giving up. There was absolutely no compromise without reason in Xiao Chen's life motto. The black lotus mark on his chest made him feel that he was getting closer to the other party. After a while, Xiao Chen looked up and saw a black ship in front. Whoosh! 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 8 or 9 figures escorted a middle-aged monk in gray monk robes and kasaya from the ship. They soared into the air and quickly flew towards Xiao Chen. The figure landed on the sea, and a black lotus rose up, carrying the group of people. Like flickering light and passing shadows, they arrived before Xiao Chen in the blink of an eye. A soul-level pressure pressed down. That middle-aged monk in the kasaya raised his head and locked his gaze on Xiaoqin. Whoosh! Xiaoqian's gaze was like a sharp sword light, moving even faster than lightning. This gaze carried a strong wind, kicking up waves around Xiaoqin. In Xiaoqian's eyes, time seemed to slow down. He could see every drop of water in the waves. He could see a sharp light rushing over. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Xiaoqin gently twisted his head and dodged this sharp light. In that instant, his long hair fluttered about for no reason. A strand of his fine black hair was cut in half and slowly fell to the ground. Xiaoqin. The short probing ended in a breath of time. Then, that middle-aged monk asked somewhat uncertainly. Xiaoqin did not say anything. Based on what he knew, this middle-aged monk before him should be one of the 4 protectors under the Black Lotus Church's church master. As for those black-clad arhats, Xiaoqin was rather familiar with them. He had seen their strength in Purple Sun City. Each of the protectors was a cloud sea cultivator, incredibly strong. Xiaoqin entered deep thought. The other paths to the blessed lands probably had their people waiting there as well. No matter which path Xiaoqin took, he would not be able to avoid being discovered in the end. They thought highly of Xiaoqin, directly sending protectors with the strength of a star venerate to block him. No wonder his Buddhist amulet shattered. It turned out that someone from the Cloud Sea realm had come. Although Xiaoqin was only a Starry Sky realm star venerate, he was not someone that Xiaoqin could block. Even if the entire Black Cutlass brought out all its trump cards, it would not be able to block him. It seemed that his decision was correct. Tell me, you are obviously very weak, so why does the sect master value you so much? The Vidra protector said coldly as he looked straight at Xiaoqin. Naturally, Xiaoqin did not know the answer to this question. He said indifferently, who knows? What are you bald donkeys thinking? Even after I left the Kunlun realm, you are still chasing me to death. Evil creature, you still dare to speak rudely. Right after he spoke, the protector charged over like lightning. He was incredibly fast, leaving behind countless flickering afterimages. He stretched out his arms, and his wide sleeves spread out like a goshawk spreading its wings. It formed a perfect whole with the surging starry sea, the quietly drifting sea breeze, and the rippling light and shadows on the surface of the sea. Be it the position, angle, or posture, they were all extremely harmonious. It was like he was bringing this world with him as he flew over. Suddenly, Xiaoqin felt rejected by the seawater, the sunlight, the gentle breeze, and the light and shadows. It was like there was no place for him in the vast world. This was an indescribable feeling. This was another understanding of the Cloud Sea realm state of being one with nature. Then, it manifested itself in actual combat. A clash of auras, a struggle of the mind. When the other party got close and landed his palm strike, the void became increasingly larger. It was like he did not put any force into it, making it extremely unbearable. This was an obvious characteristic of the Buddhist sect's Dhyana Dao palm technique. Bang! Xiaoqin stabilized his mind and threw a palm strike, barely catching it. With just a slight contact, he was knocked back. He did not even have time to bring out a tenth of his vital qi and veritable essence energy. Fast. Heavy. Ruthless. In the air, Xiaoqin vomited a large mouthful of blood, unable to retaliate at all. This was not a fight on the same level at all. It was no different from an adult beating up a baby. On the other hand, the other party had to be careful, not daring to use too much force lest he accidentally beat himself to death. In the other party's eyes, all of Xiaoqin's means would be like a baby dancing with the sword, a joke. Buzz! Suddenly, countless stars appeared in the protector's eyes. A power that came from the depths of his soul appeared. Suddenly, the surrounding space froze. Xiaoqin, who was in midair, strangely came to a stop. He could not move at all. At this moment, the countless water droplets in the air also turned crystalline. Every drop appeared perfectly in the air, reflecting all sorts of lights. The stars in the protector's eyes flickered. He showed a cold and emotionless expression as he stretched out his hand. Then, Xiao Chen's body flew towards him for no reason. However, the countless crystalline water droplets in the air remained motionless. Damn it, hatred surged in Xiao Chen's heart. If there was an opportunity, he, Xiao Chen, would definitely repay the Black Lotus Church 100-fold. He would not go back on his word. Be it bringing the demonic calamity, severely injuring the Kunlun realm, or repeatedly attacking him, the Black Lotus Church would never let him off the hook. Xiao Chen's hatred with the Black Lotus Church was irreconcilable. Boom! After Xiao Chen was pulled back, the protector sent him flying with a palm strike, and the stars in his eyes vanished. At this moment, the force-binding space also disappeared. Xiao Chen's body crashed into the sea along with the seawater. Blood leaked out of Xiao Chen's mouth continuously. He felt incredible pain in his chest. All the bones in his body felt like they had shattered. You dare to be so rude with just this bit of strength. I did not even use 20% of my strength. This Buddha is asking you, do you still dare to do so? What a despicable mouth. The protector snorted coldly, revealing a disdainful expression. Interesting. I have seen fools before. Unexpectedly, the Black Lotus Church's star venerate is also this stupid. Since I dared to come here alone, naturally, I am prepared to die. Are these bald donkeys really brainless? Xiao Chen did not fear death. At this moment, he felt calm. He only felt that it was a pity. There were still many things that he wanted to do and people that he wanted to meet. However, it was worth it. Xiao Chen thought about the reluctance of the Black Cutlass's crew before he left. At the very least, there were people who treated Xiao Chen sincerely in this great thousand realms. Although the mundane world was bitter, there were people who cherished him and understood him. You overestimate yourself. The protector snorted coldly. Then, he stretched out his hand, and the surrounding space froze again. Countless water droplets froze in space again. Then, the suction slowly pulled Xiao Chen's body over. Despite facing such adversity, Xiao Chen's expression remained calm. As he looked at the protector, he did not show any fear at all. Breaking the mundane, which contained a true intent, was sufficient to injure the other party. The protector was looking for an opportunity. He wanted to find the most suitable opportunity to strike the other party at his peak. Even if he could only injure the other party, it would be worth it. Even if he died, he wanted to let the other party know that he, Xiao Chen, was not a pushover without any dignity. Boom! However, just as Xiao Chen was about to attack, every drop of seawater in the surrounding space suddenly exploded. This part of the world was invaded by a powerful force and then brutally destroyed. Suddenly, a figure landed behind Xiao Chen. By the time the protector reacted, a figure had appeared behind Xiao Chen. Before the protector could react, the protector grabbed Xiao Chen and retreated at lightning speed. When Xiao Chen turned his head and saw that face, he revealed a horrified expression. It was the Iron Hand Yama. This ferocious-looking pirate, who had been cursing at everyone after boarding the ship, actually made a move to save Xiao Chen. Don't be shocked. The moment you raised your tail, I knew what you were thinking. Brat, you have guts. Even though I cannot save the brothers of the Savage Blood Pirate Group, this old me, the Iron Hand Yama, will definitely save your life. He looked behind him and saw a pirate ship rushing over quickly with its sails raised. It was the Black Cutlass. An old man holding a flute stood on a tortoise beast in front and behind the Black Cutlass. That was the beast governing Sex Elder Tang. In the air, Luonan and Fei flew over with sullen expressions on the backs of two cold steel eagles. They were all here. All the people that Xiaoqin chose to abandon were here. No matter who it is, if anyone dares to touch our captain, the Black Cutlass will fight to the death. There are no cowards on the Black Cutlass. Xiao Suo's somewhat maniacal roar came from the surface of the sea. Without exception, everyone on the Black Cutlass charged over. Even though they knew that Xiaoqin would face the Cloud Sea Star Venerate, they would not retreat. As Xiao Suo said, there were no cowards on the Black Cutlass. They lived and died together, advancing and retreating together. Chapter 1651. The disheartened Xiaoqin had not expected that everyone on the Black Cutlass would rush over without exception, including the Iron Hand Yama. Previously, Xiaoqin had not considered the Iron Hand Yama a part of the Black Cutlass. In that case, with the combined power of the Black Cutlass, they might be able to hold their own, even though the outcome would still be uncertain. However, there was a huge difference between having the strength to fight and being beaten up passively. The sudden scene caused the Protector's expression to sink. He looked coldly at the Iron Hand Yama and said, "Just you alone, and you dare to be impudent before me? How reckless!" As soon as he finished speaking, he sent out a palm strike that seemed to be as light as a feather. The Iron Hand Arhat did not dare to be careless. He pushed Xiaoqin away, and a red light burst out of his body, filling the sky with a murderous aura. He took a step forward and took the palm strike head-on. Boom! The two palms collided, and a loud explosion rang out. Thousands of layers of waves shot out from the place where the two clashed. A strong wind blew and a torrential rain fell. In the wind and rain, the Vajra Arhat and the Iron Hand Yama quickly exchanged moves. In the blink of an eye, they exchanged 10 moves. Every single move was earth-shattering and mighty, causing others to be unable to interfere at all. After another 10 moves, the two of them separated from the waves, each retreating 100 steps. Blood leaked out of a corner of the Iron Hand Yama's lips. His complexion appeared somewhat pale. However, he was full of vigor and did not suffer any serious injuries. "Bald donkey, you don't seem to amount to much," the Iron Hand Yama said disdainfully as he wiped the blood off the corner of his mouth. The Protector's expression turned sullen as if he had not expected the Iron Hand Yama to be so strong. Peak Major Primal Core Realm was only a step away from the Cloud Sea Realm, a terrifyingly high cultivation. What was even more difficult to deal with was that the other party's quintessence was extremely solid. His cultivation technique and martial technique were exceptionally tyrannical. He was far from a regular Peak Major Primal Core cultivator. That was natural. If he were a regular Peak Major Primal Core cultivator, how could he have gained the title of the Iron Hand Yama? In the Grave Sea, no one under the Cloud Sea Realm could defeat them. The Protector said sullenly, "I underestimated you. You should have plenty of experience fighting with Cloud Sea cultivators. You should have been a Peak Major Primal Core cultivator for many years." The Iron Hand Yama chuckled and said, "It's just a so-so. However, it is sufficient to delay you. No matter how strong you are, can you be stronger than my boss, the Savage Blood Star Venerate? Can you be stronger than that Divine Shield Army's Sword General? Ha, just a few words of praise from Lord Sang and you're getting cocky. I only used 50% of my strength just now. Black Arhats, heed my command, capture Xiaoqin." With a darkened face, the Guardian Protector charged forward once more. At this moment, he no longer hid his strength and released his aura. He walked over step by step, forming a heaven-overflowing aura, driving the power of heaven and earth, becoming one with him. Hua! With every step he took, the vast sky and the vast sea moved with him. For a moment, winds blew, clouds surged, and waves surged. The Vajra Protector's will of soul merged with heaven and earth, forming a vast, invisible aura field. The Iron Hand Yama's expression immediately turned grave, no longer daring to underestimate Xiaoqin. On the other side, the 8 black-clad Arhats also joined forces and charged at Shao Qin. The weakest of the 8 black-clad Arhats was an early-stage major primal core cultivator. When they worked together, the pressure they brought was extremely terrifying. Black Lotus subduing Demon Fist. Boom! The 8 black-clad Arhats attacked at the same time, each throwing a punch at Shao Qin. Immediately, the sky turned dark. 8 Buddha images covered the sky and sun as they each sent down a fish light. Shao Qin took a deep breath. Just as the fish light approached and was about to drown him, he suddenly shouted, "Break! Break! Break!" Then, he executed the army-breaking saber technique, breaking 1,000 armies. Shao Qin shouted 3 times, each louder than the one before, sounding like thunder. With each shout, the light of that Buddhist chant dimmed. After 3 shouts, its aura plummeted. As for Shao Qin, his aura soared. It was like he was in a desperate battlefield, facing a vast army alone. As for Shao Qin's own aura, it soared. It was like he was in a desperate battlefield, facing thousands of soldiers and horses alone. The thunderous aura coming from Shao Qin made it seem like he only needed one saber strike to break the vast army before him. Whoosh! A saber light appeared. With the support of great Tao energy, it swept out with the might of breaking an army. A loud sound rang out, and the saber light swept away the 8 fish lights covering the sky and sun. The black-clad Arhats all retreated. "Captain, we'll help you." Luo Nan and Fei Er rode the cold steel eagles in the air, charging at the 2 black-clad Arhats without hesitation. Even though those black-clad Arhats were late-stage major primal core cultivators, they did not fear them at all. "Young Master Shao, this old man will do his best." On the tortoise beast, Elder Tang held the flute in his hand horizontally, and melodious notes rang out. The tortoise beast under him immediately surfaced from the water and charged at the group of black-clad Arhats. At this moment, the black cutlass also arrived. The 4-star ballista fired off many fatal ballista bolts. This warned this group of black-clad Arhats not to be careless. Even with their Arhat bodies, they could not completely block these peak 4-star ballista bolts. Immediately, the pressure on Shao Qin decreased sharply. He only had to face the 2 black-clad Arhats alone. Clearly, Shao Qin could not defeat the 8 black-clad Arhats with profound cultivations and terrifying strength. However, dealing with 2 alone was not that scary. It was not like Shao Qin had not improved at all in his cultivation over the past few days. Before the Protector, the army-breaking saber technique and the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique were not sufficient. However, it was more than enough to deal with these 2 black-clad Arhats. Go all out. Leave none alive. A baleful aura surged in Shao Qin's heart. He only wanted to end this battle quickly and go help the Iron Hand Arhats. Leave none alive. You are underestimating the Black Lotus Church's accumulations and strength. The situation suddenly changed. However, the 2 black-clad Arhats facing Shao Qin did not show any fear. No matter what, in their opinion, Shao Qin was just a half-step primal core cultivator. Is that so? Shao Qin smiled coldly and ferociously pushed forward with his left hand. Shao Qin's killing move, the Ice Blood Lightning Dragon, quickly formed. A berserk tricolor dragon, infused with the power of lightning and ice, charged forward with the might of a blue dragon. This was a martial technique that once caught the dark gold-armored Venerate off guard. Now, it immediately sent the 2 black-clad Arhats flying. Army-breaking saber technique, breaking mountains and rivers. Shao Qin's aura soared to its peak. When he swung his saber, he materialized an unparalleled sharpness that could break mountains and rivers for 5,000 kilometers. This sharpness was boundlessly tyrannical. It advanced ferociously with an unblockable momentum. The 2 black-clad Arhats worked together to throw a palm strike. Black lotus flowers filled the air, forming an independent field. However, the two black-clad Arhats still could not block the berserk and tyrannical saber strike. They retreated again, their complexions turning even paler. Breaking stars. Let's see how many moves you can block. Shao Qin shouted again. Then, he held his saber with both hands and descended from the sky. The instant the two blocked the saber light, clumps of star-like light appeared and surrounded the three. It was like a star appeared out of nowhere above the vast sea, radiating resplendent starlight that illuminated the surroundings, looking very dazzling. Boom! In the next moment, the star exploded violently, giving people the feeling that it was an illusion. The star vanished just like that, leaving only ripples of light in the air. The two black-clad Arhats lay on the surface of the sea. The two black-clad Arhats vomited blood but could no longer stand up. After Shao Qin took the initiative, the black-clad Arhats were ruthlessly suppressed by Shao Qin from start to end, unable to retaliate at all. The army-breaking saber technique's tyranny flabbergasted everyone in disbelief. Shao Qin breathed heavily, his body covered in sweat. The army-breaking saber technique's explosive power was incredibly sharp and boundlessly tyrannical. However, the exhaustion was terrifying. Shao Qin had only used 2 killing moves, and he already felt incredibly fatigued. Shao Qin glanced around and discovered that the Iron Hand Yama was in an incredibly miserable state. After the Protector erupted with his true strength, the Iron Hand Yama could only be suppressed. The Iron Hand Yama could not retaliate at all. However, it was clear that the Protector could not afford to be distracted either. The Iron Hand Yama tried to come over and help several times, but the Iron Hand Yama held him back. The Iron Hand Yama's explosive power was also very terrifying. This Protector did not dare to clash head-on with the other party. Damn it! Shao Suo, receive my war banner. Shao Qin waved his hand, and the Scarlet Blood War banner turned into a beam of light in the air, heading for the Black Cutlass. Whoosh! A figure soared into the air from the Black Cutlass. Then, he firmly grabbed the Scarlet Blood War banner with his right hand and landed firmly on the watchtower. With the war banner in hand, Shao Suo narrowed his eyes. As he brandished it, a surging scarlet light appeared. The immemorial demon soul formation instantly activated. Chapter 1652. The immemorial demon soul formation was activated, and the great desolate Aeon ferocious beast, Yazi, appeared. It raised its head and roared furiously. A tyrannical aura spread out from his body, causing the surging seawater to surge. Under Shao Suo's control, the Yazi beast demon soul gave off a horrifying aura as it leaped up and slammed its front claws on the surface of the sea. In the unique aura that belonged to the Vidra Protector, his soul will merged with the world. Every move he made could cause the world to change color and the waves to rise and fall. His every move and stance was able to draw upon the power of heaven and earth in front of him. It was as if the one fighting was not a person, but a piece of the sky. When the palm fell, it was as if the entire sky had fallen. However, the Yazi beast demon soul's claw was like a strange object descending from the sky. It forcefully destroyed the Vidra Protector's aura. Using the most violent method, he launched a lightning-fast attack. The Vidra Protector's expression changed slightly. He looked up and saw a black shadow flash by. It was so fast that he couldn't see it clearly. In a panic, his body instinctively dodged. Bang! When the Yazi beast demon soul's claw landed on the surface of the seawater seemed to soften and sink in. In reality, it was naturally impossible for the seawater to become soft. It was just that the Yazi beast demon soul's claw strike was too powerful and too fast, resulting in a special scene. Boom! In the next moment, the seawater bounced back and the surface of the sea suddenly rose. Huge waves that were thousands of feet high were like a shocking tsunami, extremely frightening. What the hell is this? The Vidra Protector looked shocked and bewildered, revealing a trace of doubt. They looked like ghosts, but they also possessed a ferocity and violent power that ghosts shouldn't have. They didn't look much different from corporeal ferocious beasts. After catching his breath, the Iron Hand Yama took a deep breath and quickly recovered. The Vajra Protector's will of soul suppressed Shao Qin to the point of suffocation. However, the appearance of the Yazi Beast Demon Soul was a great help to him. As soon as he appeared, he used brute force to shatter the other party's soul will. To him, this was a piece of good news. Without the suppression of the will of soul, the Iron Hand Yama would have a much easier time. Big Brother Iron Hand, are you alright? Xiao Suo, who was controlling the Yazi Beast Demon Soul, asked anxiously. Don't worry, I won't die yet. Let's do it this way. We mustn't let the bald donkey's soul and will appear. If we cooperate well, we might be able to take care of this black bald donkey. All right. The two sides formally joined hands. After the Iron Hand Yama rested, they took the initiative to charge over. When Shao Qin saw this scene, he heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he focused his attention on the remaining 6 black-clad Arhats. With the unexpected help of the Iron Hand Yama, the situation slowly turned for the better. 4 hours later, Shao Qin, Elder Tang, Xiao Suo, Luo Nan, the Tortoise Beast, and the 2 Cold Steel Eagles finally dealt with the remaining 6 black-clad Arhats. This was more problematic than expected. It turned out that every black-clad Arhat's strength was different. The strongest among them could fight against the other 3 black-clad Arhats alone, catching Shao Qin and the others off guard. This was because Shao Qin did not know that the 72 Arhats of the Black Lotus Church were named after numbers. Numbers represented strength and glory. The black-clothed Arhat named Yi was an existence comparable to the Iron Hand Yama. Fortunately, none of the 8 black-clad Arhats ranked in the top 10. Otherwise, it would have been a disaster. Big Brother Shao Qin, don't abandon us again, all right? Fei said as she looked at Shao Qin from the Cold Steel Eagle. Elder Tang said sullenly, although this old man knows that you have good intentions, what position do you place us in by doing this? Shao Qin felt warmth in his heart as he nodded seriously. I'm sorry. I won't be so rash in the future. If I were in your shoes, I wouldn't feel good either. Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. Only that protector is left. We might still have a chance of victory, Elder Tang said as he looked at the battle in front. Shao Qin entered deep thought before saying, attack together and end this quickly. There is indeed a chance. Right. Everyone's hot-bloodedness surged in their hearts. Without hesitation, they soared into the air and charged at the protector. Although Elder Tang and the others did not fear death, they were very wise. They did not blindly charge forward to die. They only chose to exhaust and harass the protector from a distance. Shao Qin relied on his strong physique to bring out his blue dragon war body, choosing to fight in close combat. When Shao Qin infused his great Tao energy into his saber light, he could put extreme pressure on that protector. The trouble that the protector could cause would be no less than the Iron Hand Yamas. Of course, the main force was still the Yazi Beast Demon Soul. With 2 lit pearls and the support of the Scarlet Blood War banner, the Yazi Beast Demon Soul possessed the strength of an ordinary star venerate. More importantly, its berserk aura was the special attribute of an ancient ferocious spirit. It perfectly countered the protector's will of soul. Once the other party unleashed his will of soul and merged with the world, it would be ruthlessly pierced. Otherwise, when the protector unleashed his will of soul, not to mention harassing the protector, they would not even be able to get close to him. Whoosh! The protector nimbly dodged the Yazi Beast Demon Soul's attack again. Just as he was about to make a move, he discovered that the turtle beast under the sea had stretched out its head and bit one of his legs at lightning speed. With a rare opening exposed, the Iron Hand Yama did not hesitate to charge forward and throw a punch. The protector's face sank as he roared in rage. He did not move from his original spot and forcefully clashed with the Iron Hand Yama's punch. Then, he sent the Iron Hand Yama flying with a palm strike. Whoosh! However, at this moment, Xiao Chen's saber light chopped down at lightning speed. Ka-xie! The lunar shadow saber struck the protector's shoulder. Xiao Chen used all his power and finally managed to cut in by 1 centimeter. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 beams of cold light shot over. At this crucial moment, the 2 cold steel eagles each sacrificed a precious tail feather and shot it into the protector's chest. The protector could not help roaring in pain when he felt the intense pain. Now! Xiao Suo controlled the Yazi beast demon's soul to open its huge maw and descend from the sky, trying to swallow up the protector. With victory in sight, everyone revealed an expression of anticipation in their eyes. However, at this moment, the protector suddenly revealed a cruel smile. He said coldly, "Sect Venerate, heed my call. Black Lotus secret technique, unrestricted golden body. When the Black Lotus blooms, the world venerate becomes a sage. I will reign supreme in the world." A strange Buddhist scripture came from the starry heavens. As the clouds churned, a black lotus bloomed, and a black Buddha image stood up. The Buddha image passed through the starry heavens, traveling an unknown distance. Then, it pierced through the clouds and entered the protector's body in the time it took for a spark to fly. Oh no! Xiao Chen's expression changed as he quickly drew his saber and left. However, he was still a step too late. Black light burst out of the protector's body and sent Xiao Chen flying. Just the shock waves made Xiao Chen feel like his skin was burning. Xiao Chen felt incredible pain. He stepped forward and kicked the tortoise beast into the bottom of the sea. Cracks appeared on the thick, mountain-like tortoise shell, looking incredibly horrifying. Unrestricted golden body protection. The protector shouted, and black scriptures spread out from his body. His entire skin turned black, flickering with a black-gold luster. The protector punched, and countless scriptures circled the fish light, knocking the Yazi beast demon's soul over into the sea. The black cutlass in the demon's soul's chest shook continuously, and Xiao Suo vomited a mouthful of blood. The protector, who was in charge of the formation, sustained significant injuries from this punch. After executing a secret technique, the protector reversed the situation in one breath. A strong aura radiated out, suppressing everyone to the point of suffocation. As for the Yazi beast demon soul, which the protector placed his hopes on, it could not turn the situation around because Xiao Suo was severely injured. Humph! Even if you can turn the sky upside down, you are just a bunch of dancing clowns. Before an era venerate, all of you are just ants. Although the protector said that, he was furious in his heart, feeling an extreme heartache. Against such a group of people, he actually forced the protector to execute a forbidden technique and nearly died here. This was simply a great humiliation. Come with me. The protector swept his gaze around and stared at Xiao Qin. Then, he rushed over step by step. It seemed like the protector had some misgivings. He ignored everyone else, only wanting to bring Xiao Qin away. Black scriptures circled the protector's body, and the era venerate Buddha image followed him like a shadow. As he walked over, Xiao Qin had no chance to resist. Dong! Just at this moment, a strange sound suddenly rang out in the churning seawater. The sound was deep and distant, like the sound of footsteps in an empty valley or the morning bell and evening drum. The moment this sound rang out, the protector's expression changed drastically. Dong! 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 Several more similar sounds rang out. Finally, Xiao Qin recognized them as the sound of the wooden fish. Where did this evil Buddhist disciple come from? How dare he show himself near the Potala mountain? A resonant voice rang out in the distance. Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. The Potala mountain was one of the 3 blessed lands of the Grave Sea. Chapter 1653. As the sound of the wooden fish grew closer, a small boat appeared in everyone's vision. A gray-clad monk stood on the boat, looking like he had drifted away from the mundane world, giving off the feeling that this was a pure land of the Buddhist sect. Xiao Qin could not help feeling reassured. This was an esteemed monk of the Potala mountain. Based on his aura, he was at least on par with the protector. The Potala mountain, the protector's expression turned grave. This was one of the 3 blessed lands of the Grave Sea. It was filled with righteous Tao temples of the Buddhist sect, even rank 4 temples. Actually, the protector was not surprised. The moment he executed the Black Lotus secret art, he had guessed that it would startle the Potala mountain. However, he had not expected the person to arrive so quickly. Needless to say, this gray-clad monk definitely came from a large temple. Only an esteemed monk of a rank 4 temple could arrive so quickly and put such great pressure on the protector. If it were any other time, the protector would not mind fighting to see who was stronger. However, he could not do so now. If he lingered for a while, more people would arrive. Boom! Suddenly, the Vajra protector made a move. Countless scriptures revolved around a large black Buddha hand. Then, the protector ruthlessly pressed down on the small boat. Under the pressure of the Buddha's palm, even the air was compressed. It had yet to truly fall. Before the boat truly landed, the seawater below it slowly sank, enduring the immense pressure. May the Lord Buddha. As the Buddhist proclamation rang out, the gray-clad monk gently knocked on the wooden fish in his hand. As the sound of the wooden fish rang out, a strong Buddhist light merged with the sound waves, continuously radiating out. Boom! Under the impact of the Buddhist light, that black Buddha hand exploded, vanishing into nothingness. The gray-clad monk looked up and discovered that the protector was no longer there. He did not know where that person ran off to. However, the gray-clad monk did not intend to give chase. This protector's strength was clear for all to see. Although the gray-clad monk's cultivation was higher than that person's, if the other party wanted to leave, the gray-clad monk could not do anything, so he could not be bothered. The gray-clad monk looked around and saw Xiao Qin lying on the surface of the sea in pain. She smiled faintly, giving off a peaceful aura as she gently landed beside Xiao Qin. Xiao Qin hurriedly got up and was about to thank him for saving his life. Who knew that just as he stood up, his body would feel a burning pain, and he would lie down again. Young benefactor, you've been burned by the evil sect scriptures. You don't have to be so polite. As soon as he finished speaking, the gray-robed monk pointed at Xiao Qin's head and chanted sutras. A steady stream of white Buddhist light emerged from his hand and flowed into Xiao Qin's body. Xiao Qin immediately felt a warm sensation throughout his body. His skin also felt somewhat itchy. Not only were the burns all healed, but the internal injuries he suffered earlier had also recovered. It was really magical. Thank you, Grandmaster. I am unable to repay you for saving my life. The gray-robed monk smiled and said, saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. My cultivation itself is a great merit. Buddhist cultivation was particular about merit, great aspirations, and incense. To put it bluntly, merit was doing good deeds. Of course, the principle behind it was not that simple. As one's merit increased, the Buddhist Dharma would continuously deepen. It was an extremely profound process. Great aspirations. The Kunlun realm's Kitagarbha Bodhisattva made a great aspiration. Then, he continuously worked hard to achieve it. When his aspiration was fulfilled, he would be reborn. Incense was to develop believers, to let more people feel the greatness and extraordinariness of Buddhism. Simply put, it was to absorb the power of faith and increase one's own power of will. Xiao Qin was very fortunate to have met an esteemed monk who cultivated merit. If it were a monk who cultivated something else, he might not have such a good face. Young benefactor, there is no need to take it to heart. Furthermore, I can tell that benefactor has a deep affinity with Buddhism and a good opportunity. Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. The other party was probably referring to the Buddhist heart that he had recently tempered by practicing the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique. Honestly speaking, I have traveled the world and obtained some Buddhist sect martial techniques. I am not a true Buddhist cultivator. The gray-clad monk felt enlightened. So, that is the case. However, for you to cultivate it to such an exquisite level, it proves that you have a fate with Buddhism. Are you interested in coming with me to the Potala Mountains Profound Light Temple? This monk was going to take in a disciple. Xiao Chen thought about it and understood what the gray-clad monk was thinking. However, it was clearly impossible for Xiao Chen to become a monk. He quickly thanked the other party for his kind intentions and took out his recommendation letter. On the surface, Xiao Chen already had an appointment to go to the Black Cave Mountain. Unfortunately, you are very intelligent. If you join my Buddhist sect, you will definitely benefit greatly. Actually, you can also become a lay disciple. That way, you will have fewer rules and restrictions. In the future, after you finish your studies, you can go down the mountain to marry and have children. The gray-clad monk did not give up completely, continuing to advise Xiao Chen. Hey, bald monk. No, it's Venerable. Venerable, this little one is injured as well. Can you take care of me? The Iron Hand Yama, who was on the surface of the sea, smiled and did his best to appear friendly, trying to gain trust. However, the Iron Hand Yama had a naturally ferocious face. The gray-clad monk turned around and smiled. I am Xian Bei. Benefactor is not of the Buddhist sect. Just call me by my Dharma name. After saying that, the Iron Hand Yama softly chanted a scripture. The Iron Hand Yama gently raised his hand, and a gentle Buddhist light poured out from the clouds and landed on the Iron Hand Yama. The injuries on the Iron Hand Yama's body immediately healed at a visible pace. Hee hee. Venerable's attainments in the saving scripture are really high. I am in awe. The Iron Hand Yama stretched his body and felt great, not stingy with his praise. Xian Bei showed a peaceful expression as he said softly, Benefactor's heart is filled with deep resentment and hatred. You have already formed a mental barrier. In the future, you will find it hard to improve your cultivation. In the worst case, you might even enter berserking chi deviation. The Iron Hand Yama's face sank when he heard that, and his expression changed. He was somewhat surprised that this monk's eyes were so sharp. How could the Iron Hand Yama not know that when he closed his eyes every day, he saw the miserable deaths of the Savage Blood Pirate Group's members? The Iron Hand Yama had long become a mental barrier. While he looked heartless, he was actually already a walking corpse. Venerable Xian Bei, do you have any brilliant ideas? The Iron Hand Yama asked sincerely. Xian Bei shook his head gently. If the cause and effect cannot be resolved, the obsession will be hard to resolve. If you are willing to let it go, you can come with me to the Profound Light Temple. 10 years should be enough to resolve the mental barrier in Benefactor's heart. When the Iron Hand Yama heard that, he could not help smiling. 10 years is really not long. However, this old man is a free man. I would rather die in a state of berserking chi deviation than go to some temple and shave my head to become a monk. Venerable, I appreciate your kind intentions. The Venerable Xian Bei smiled without saying anything. Then, he turned to look at Xiao Chen and asked in a neutral tone, Little Benefactor, would you tell me why the Black Lotus Church is pursuing you for so many kilometers, even sending out the protectors? Xiao Chen's face sank. As the Venerable Xian Bei spoke, he looked straight at Xiao Chen. The Venerable Xian Bei's eyes seemed to be able to see through everything in the world. For some reason, Xiao Chen had a feeling that if he were in the desolate desert, he might be forcefully brought back to the Potala Mountains Profound Light Temple. I don't know, either. Xiao Chen answered with a bitter smile. Right after Xiao Qin spoke, he felt the invisible pressure vanish. The Venerable Xianbei nodded and said, "Many thanks, benefactor, for telling the truth and resolving this misunderstanding." Indeed, Xiao Qin did not know. This was the truth. If the Venerable Xianbei found some other excuse, he would probably be in big trouble. There is still some distance to the Black Cave Mountain. This old monk will send you off for now. Xiao Qin rejoiced in his heart. That is good. Then, I'll trouble the Venerable Xianbei. No one knew if the Black Lotus Church's people would appear again or not. With the Venerable escorting, Xiao Qian's safety could be guaranteed. Naturally, this was for the best. 4 hours later, the situation changed. The Black Lotus Church's teams waiting at the other intersections all gathered. Holy Son, an esteemed monk of the Potala Mountain, saved him here. He should have entered a blessed land by now. The injured protector explained to the Holy Son Ming Xian, who was dressed in snow-white robes and looked spotless. The Holy Son Ming Xian entered deep thought. It looks like he had a plan long ago. He knows that we cannot enter a blessed land, so he intends to hide here for a while. As for how long, no one knew. Perhaps 1 year, perhaps 10 years. With this thought, the Black Lotus Church's people could not help feeling depressed. Clearly, the deadline that the sect venerate gave would not be long. That's a good idea. However, if you think that I cannot catch you by hiding in a blessed land, you are gravely mistaken, the Holy Son Ming Xian said softly without any expression. The 4 protectors expressed their confusion. They all asked, "Holy Son, what is your opinion?" The Holy Son Ming Xian said softly without any expression on his face, "I have my own ways." You all return to the Holy Mountain first and explain the situation to the sect venerate. The Holy Son Ming Xian was not willing to say more. However, he looked confident and did not appear to be in a difficult position at all. Chapter 1654. The Great Sea had 3 blessed lands, the Black Cave Mountain, the Heavenly Shaking Mountain, and the Potala Mountain. Among them, the Black Cave Mountain and the Heaven Shaking Mountain were more secular. Their origins were more complicated, and the competition was more intense. Mount Potala, on the other hand, was filled with orthodox Buddhist monasteries. Mount Potala rarely appeared overbearing, but in truth, in terms of strength, the strongest of the 3 blessed and heavenly lands was definitely Mount Potala. After traveling for 7 days, the Black Cave Mountain appeared in the distance amid the clouds and mist at the end of their vision. After reaching this place, the Black Cutlass could no longer continue forward. Otherwise, the Black Cave Mountain's outer factions would take note of it. "Young Master Xiao, are you really not willing to go to my profound light temple?" As for lay disciples, as long as they cultivated for 10 years, they could leave the monastery and cultivate in the secular world. Furthermore, you will be able to travel freely. If you are willing, I am willing to accept you as my disciple. As they approached the Black Cave Mountain, Venerable Xianbei expressed his intention to take Xiao Qin as his disciple once again. After interacting for 7 days and chatting idly with Xiao Qin, the Venerable Master Xianbei's impression of Xiao Qin deepened. Xiao Qin smiled, tactfully declining Grandmaster's invitation again. Xiao Suo said, "Venerable, what do you think of me? My comprehension ability should be pretty good. How about I become your disciple?" Being able to be accepted as a disciple by the great Master Xianbei was undoubtedly a matter with a bright future. At the very least, he wouldn't lack any resources, martial arts manuals, divine weapons, medicinal pills, and spirit jades. The Reverend Xianbei smiled and shook his head. "Your 6 senses are impure. If you join my Buddhist sect, you will only delay your cultivation. Don't be dejected. As long as you have a heart for Buddha, you can cultivate no matter where you are." Ha ha ha. Immediately, laughter came from the deck. Xiao Suo's evaluation of the 6 senses being impure caused him to feel embarrassed. He could only smile in embarrassment. This evaluation could easily cause misunderstandings. Actually, it wasn't as he had imagined. The so-called 6 roots were the eyes, ears, nose, tongue, body, and mind. To put it simply, it represented 6 different desires. If the 6 were not pure, it would mean that one's heart would be restless, and it would be difficult to quell one's desires. Master Xianbei said softly, "The path of cultivation in the Buddhist sect is extremely austere. Even my disciples might not receive any preferential treatment. What they needed was someone like Benefactor Xiao, someone who could endure loneliness. Perhaps after following me for 10 years, your cultivation and strength might not have improved at all. Instead, you might have a sudden epiphany that will shock the heavens." As the Venerable Xianbei spoke, he paused for a moment before continuing, "Benefactor Xiao, the Black Cave Mountain is different from our Buddhist sect. It is inevitable that they will make things difficult for you because of your cultivation. You should be mentally prepared." Xiaoqian cupped his hands to express his gratitude. After interacting with Grandmaster Xianbei for the past few days, he realized that Grandmaster Xianbei could be considered a highly respected monk. As everyone conversed with him on the ship, they did not feel that he was a peak starry sky powerhouse. All the questions in his heart could be answered here. However, there were many factions in the Buddhist sect. A person's character would also be completely different if they focused on a different direction. One couldn't use Master Xianbei's character to define the entirety of Buddhism. Up ahead is Dongxian Island. It's responsible for receiving outsiders, so I won't be sending you off. Benefactors, let's meet again. Amitabha. Master Xianbei bent down with one hand and chanted a Buddhist name. Then, he got on a small boat and disappeared from everyone's sight. "Captain, should we wait for you here, or what?" Xiao Suo asked. Xiaoqian entered deep thought before replying, "I will be here for at least 3 to 5 months, at most 1 or 2 years. It is hard to say. During this period, you can move about freely. After I come out, I will come and find you." "Right. Captain, take care. After you come out, you just need to go to any pirate hall, and you will be able to find us using the captain's token." This was a true farewell. Without the threat of the Black Lotus Church, Xiaoqian relaxed and gave everyone some instructions. When it was the Iron Hand Yama's turn, Xiaoqian gave the other party a bear hug and said, "Many thanks. If not for you making a move, all of us would have died at the hands of that protector of the Black Lotus Church." The Iron Hand Yama laughed loudly and said, "There is no need to be so polite. Captain's whereabouts are unknown. I will remain on the ship during this period. I will help you keep an eye on this group of novices." Elder Tang looked at Xiaoqian and said, "Before I help you solve the mystery of the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's last words, I will remain on the ship." After obtaining the two's promise, Xiaoqian felt assured. At the very least, he could leave on his own in the future. There was no need to worry too much about the Black Cutlass's safety in the Grave Sea. "Goodbye. After I come out, I will definitely look for everyone. Captain, take care." Before everyone's reluctant gazes, Xiaoqian turned and left. This time, there was no pressure, and he could shake off the Black Lotus Church for a long time. He could be said to be traveling light. When he was about 250 kilometers away from Profound Cave Island, Xiaoqian felt a formless resistance blocking him. This was not a barrier or a formation. Instead, it was 2 Cloud Sea Star Venerates using their auras and wills of soul to block Xiaoqian, preventing him from advancing further. Xiaoqian could not help feeling startled. This was just an island in the periphery, yet 2 Star Venerates personally guarded it for a long time. This was too exaggerated. "Halt. State your purpose." A message rang out in Xiaoqian's mind. He knew what to do. Xiaoqian took out the recommendation letter and opened it. The lingering strong aura immediately spread out. Recommendation letter. Only the top experts who have made great contributions in your blessed lands or who possess outstanding strength are qualified to issue a recommendation letter. I have already verified that this senior's handwriting is authentic. After a short exchange, a message soon entered Xiao Chen's mind. Take the recommendation letter and go to the island's cloud ceiling hole. There will be someone there to receive you. Many thanks. Feeling the obstruction disappear, Xiao Chen put away the recommendation letter. Then, he took a few more steps and saw someone flying towards him. The newcomers were two young disciples. They did not say anything. After glancing at Xiao Chen's recommendation letter, they led him to the island. Under the two's lead, Xiao Chen soon arrived at the cloud ceiling hall that the two-star venerates mentioned. The cloud ceiling hall was very large, several times larger than any of the pirate halls that Xiao Chen had seen. As Xiao Chen walked in, he felt that everything was very orderly. There was no chaos amid the bustle. Along the way, Xiao Chen noticed that there were many individual halls with the names of the sections. He guessed that these were probably the sects that were stationed in the Blessed Land. Go in, then. The Cloud Ceiling Hall's Hall Master Mo is inside. We won't be accompanying you. The two disciples did not seem to care about Xiao Chen. After all, he was only a primal core cultivator. These two people leading the way were both peak minor primal core cultivators, which was normal. When Xiao Chen entered, there was only a black-clad old man in the simple and unadorned room with a stern expression. That person should be the Hall Master. Greetings, Senior Mo. Xiao Chen performed a cupped fist salute and stepped forward to hand in his recommendation letter. It's true. Tell me, which sect do you want to join? Senior Mo closed the recommendation letter and continued, of course, you cannot enter just because you want to. You have to take the test of those sections. In the Black Cave Mountain, there are a total of 43 rank 3 sects and 2 rank 4 sections. Every rank 3 sect faces the pressure of competition and eliminates the last. The sect ranked last will have to leave the Blessed Land after 10 years. The competition was really intense, especially for a sect. Whether one could stay in the Blessed Land or not made a huge difference in status. No one was willing to be eliminated. The Blessed Land was the core of all the sects in the Grave Sea, the stage for the large sects to flaunt their strength. Here is a simple introduction of the various large sections. Take a look and make your choice. Senior Mo handed a jade strip to Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen received it and checked it. Then, a lot of information appeared in his mind. However, this was not what Xiao Chen wanted. After putting down the jade strip, Xiao Chen asked, does Hall Master know which sect Senior Yizifeng is in? You know Senior Yizifeng. At the mention of Yizifeng, the Hall Master's eyes lit up, and his emotions fluctuated. It looked like this Senior Yizifeng was indeed famous in the Black Cave Mountain. Xiao Chen did not want to cause any trouble, so he said cautiously, not really. I just admire the reputation of the 10 great bladesmen of the Grave Sea. This junior is also a bladesman. Oh. The Hall Master's eyes immediately dimmed. The sect that Senior Yizifeng is in is the Purple Flame sect, one of the 2 rank 4 sects of the Black Cave Mountain. Could it be that you want to enter the Purple Flame sect? Senior Mo revealed a playful expression. I can tell that your bloodline is extraordinary. However, you have not advanced to the Primal Core realm yet. That means that your bloodline is not very strong. In the Blessed Land, the bloodlines of the Great Desolate Aeon's 10,000 races are not that rare. Only those who truly possess the bloodline of the Great Desolate Aeon's 10,000 races and have to be at least medial grade would be able to catch the eye of a rank 4 sect. Simply put, Xiao Chen was not worthy of joining a rank 4 sect. It was best to give up on that thought. However, there were many twists and turns. In reality, I feel that it would be somewhat difficult for you to join a rank 3 sect of a Blessed Land. If your saber techniques are truly extraordinary, you might as well go to a few sects that focus on the saber and try your luck. Hall Master Mo was speaking the truth. He was not trying to make things difficult for Xiao Qin. Xiao Qin did not get angry. He said calmly, "I still choose the Purple Flame sect. Hall Master, please help me make arrangements." The Hall Master shook his head and did not say anything more. Then, he called over a subordinate and said, "Bring him to the Purple Flame sect's branch palace. Tell him to explain his purpose of coming here with my orders. Tell the people of the Purple Flame sect not to make things too difficult for him." "Yes, Hall Master." Chapter 1655. The Purple Ember sect was one of the 2 Grade 4 sects in the Black Cave Mountain. The difference between a Rank 4 sect and a Rank 3 sect was like the difference between heaven and earth. They were the absolute overlords of the entire Grave Sea, enjoying many resources. There were many geniuses and outstanding talents in the sect, so the assessment requirements for outsiders were naturally stricter. Hall Master Mo's reminder and suggestion to Xiao Qin wasn't intentional. He was speaking the truth. If it was someone close to him, he would have been more strict and even directly refused. However, Xiao Qin wasn't related to him in any way. After explaining it once, he naturally wouldn't waste his energy to say more. In the Purple Flame Palace. The young man leading the way was holding the Hall Master's handwritten decree as he conversed softly with a white-bearded old man. Xiao Qin could easily listen to these contents by circulating his chi slightly, but he didn't do so. Since the other party wanted to control it, he would just let them be. After a while, the white-bearded old man nodded slightly and gestured for Xiao Qin to come over. He said softly, "Our Purple Flame sect has always upheld the rules of the Black Cave Mountain. Hence, we will give you this opportunity." Xiao Qin said calmly, "Thank you. Don't get happy too early. This recommendation letter cannot be sent to the Purple Flame sect yet. There will not be any discount to your test requirements." Xiao Qin nodded and didn't complain. "I don't need any special treatment. Just give me this opportunity. It's good for young people to be confident, but if you bite off more than you can chew, then..." The white-bearded old man stopped here. Then, he said casually, "Let's wait a few days. After this period, the various branches of the Purple Flame sect and the Grave Sea will send some elites to the sect. At that time, I'll send you to the Black Cave Mountain with them. They are the elites of the Purple Flame sect's branch to begin with, and they only managed to make it through numerous competitions. Hence, they do not need to be tested. I hope you can understand this point." "I understand. Then I won't waste any more of Senior's time. I'll go down first." Whitebeard looked at Xiao Qin and nodded slightly. Although his strength was low, his mentality was quite good. However, he had chosen the wrong sect if he wanted to join the Purple Flame sect. 7 days later, the elite disciples from the Purple Flame sect's branch and Xiao Qin arrived. Under the white-bearded old man's lead, they boarded the same boat and headed for the Black Cave Mountain. On the deck, the elite disciples from the various branches gathered together and chatted happily. Their expressions were filled with excitement. Anyone would be excited to learn that they would be able to enter the Black Cave Mountain to cultivate. Perhaps this was where they would be able to reach the heavens in a single bound. However, Xiao Qin was not very optimistic about this. This group of people had just entered the Black Cave Mountain. When they entered the headquarters, they would definitely be suppressed. Normally, they were top figures in their respective branches, but when they arrived at the headquarters, they were reduced to mediocrity. This mentality was very difficult to change. It would take a long time to get used to it. Among them, 3 of them had pretty good cultivations, and Xiao Qin thought highly of them. A purple-clad man who used a sword was called by Feng. He was a peak minor primal core cultivator. His swordsmanship was exquisite, and what was even rarer was that he had already comprehended 90% of his sword soul. In the Great Thousand World, this was considered very impressive. Most swordsmen could be proud of themselves if they could cultivate their sword intent to the pinnacle. However, the purple-clad man could reach an even higher level, surpassing sword intent and condensing a sword soul. There was another person, a youth who used a saber. He had a stern and proud expression, and his name was Leng Yuan. The last person was a girl called Yang Qing. She was also a peak minor primal core cultivator. She mainly cultivated an ice-attributed cultivation technique. However, she did not give off a cold feeling. On the contrary, she had a smile on her face, appearing very popular. If Xiao Chen did not see wrong, this girl was the strongest of the three. However, she did not like to show off, so others would not be able to tell. Xiao Chen had no other purpose in paying attention to these three. He was just bored and casually looking around. He was not worried about the Purple Flame sect's test. He would definitely pass it. What he worried about was whether Yi Zifeng was still in the Purple Flame sect. If Yi Zifeng was not around, then Xiao Chen would have made this trip for nothing. Without a close senior, Xiao Chen might end up sacrificing himself under the pressure of the Black Lotus Church's church master. There were many rumors about that mysterious Black Lotus Church's church master. The most horrifying rumor was that Black Lotus Church's church master once fought with a Buddhist sect sovereign stage expert and managed to retreat safely, preserving his life. After traveling for 3 days, the people of the various branches had already familiarized themselves with each other. There was no lack of competition between them, exchanging moves with each other. On this particular day, as the crowd cheered, the strongest swordsman, Bai Feng, and the strongest bladesman, Leng Yuan, prepared to exchange moves. They wanted to see who was the strongest elite heading to the Black Cave Mountain this time. The two stood still and bowed. Then, Bai Feng chose to take the initiative. He was prepared to use his advantage of comprehending a sword soul to seize the initiative, not giving the bladesman Leng Yuan a chance to counterattack. A sword light flickered. After Bai Feng condensed a sword soul, every move he made contained a strong aura. His entire sword move was heavy and heavy. Furthermore, it was extremely fast, showing no openings. On the other hand, the tyrannical and ferocious saber in Leng Yuan's hand looked exceptionally clumsy compared to Bai Feng's elegant sword light. The situation played out as Bai Feng expected, firmly in Leng Yuan's grasp. After gaining the upper hand, he continued to do so. Cheers immediately rang out in the plaza. Senior Brother Bai's sword technique is really exquisite. After comprehending a sword soul, it is indeed different. I wonder if Senior Brother Leng still has a chance to turn the situation around. That's impossible. He is already suppressed to this extent. What chance could there be? Just at this moment, Yang Qing, whose cultivation was similar to the two's, walked over to Xiao Chen's side and asked, "Young Master Xiao, what do you think?" Xiao Chen found this strange, but he answered honestly, "I do not have any opinion." Feeling suspicious, Yang Qing asked, "What do you mean?" Xiao Chen said sullenly, "This exchange is too casual." Actually, neither of them could bring out their full strength. Otherwise, it would be hard to control their moves, and there would definitely be injuries. Just based on this exchange, we cannot determine the two's true strength. What a joke. Since both of them can control their moves, that is sufficient to show that the exchange is fair. Why can't we determine who is stronger? Before Yang Qing could reply, a disciple who had a good relationship with Bai Feng shouted coldly. Xiao Chen retorted indifferently, "That is because you do not understand bladesmen. A bladesman fighting to the death and a bladesman sparring normally are two different concepts." As Xiao Chen spoke, the outcome of the exchange on the platform was decided. The bladesman Leng Yuan took the initiative to admit defeat and sheathed his saber. However, he did not show any joy of victory on his face. This was because he had heard what Xiao Chen said earlier. With Xiao Chen's words, he made it seem like he had an unfair advantage in this exchange, which upset him greatly. With your cultivation, you are fit to talk about the saber. If there is a chance, in a fight to the death, are you going to say that you can defeat me as well? Bai Feng mocked coldly as he looked at Xiao Qin, eliciting laughter from the crowd. However, Yang Qing frowned slightly. This senior brother Bai's magnanimity was a little too petty. Actually, there is a chance now. I can enter a state of fighting to the death at any time. Amid the laughter, Xiao Qin said indifferently, and the laughter stopped. As everyone looked at Xiao Qin, they all revealed incredulous expressions. Everyone knew that Bai Feng was just casually mocking Xiao Qin earlier and did not take him seriously at all. However, the crowd did not expect Xiao Qin to take it seriously. When the bladesman Leng Yuan heard Xiao Qin say that he could enter a state of fighting to the death at any time, his eyes lit up, and he revealed a suspicious expression. Hee. Young Master Xiao, don't joke around. Look, senior brother Bai nearly took it seriously. Yang Qing saw that something was wrong with the situation and quickly tried to smooth things over. Xiao Qin shook his head and said, I never joke around. At the very least, I do not joke around with strangers. Bai Feng's face immediately sank. He stepped forward and said angrily, You are mocking me, right? In that case, I'll give you this opportunity. Right now, I'm right here. Try hacking me with your saber. Come on. If you don't make a move, you are a grandson. Whoosh. A saber light flashed, so piercing that everyone's eyes hurt and they could not see clearly. By the time the saber light vanished, Bai Feng had already soared into the air, flying out of the warship and landing in the starry sea. The people on the deck were all stunned, flabbergasted. Xiao Qin looked at Yang Qing and nodded slightly. Thank you for your kind intentions. However, I really rarely joke around. Yang Qing was stunned for a moment, unable to react to what was going on. Only after a long time did someone startle to their senses. They quickly ran to the side of the warship and shouted Bai Feng's name. No one knew where Xiao Qin had sent him flying to. Chapter 1656. In the captain's quarters, the white-bearded old man, who was observing the scene, felt startled. Although Xiao Chen's earlier hand saber caught Bai Feng off guard, the saber intent contained in that saber light were ridiculously strong. Otherwise, it would not have been possible to instantly knock Bai Feng into the air. More importantly, the white-bearded old man could tell that Xiao Qin had held back, not using his full power. Where did this brat come from? The white-bearded old man muttered to himself, thinking that he might have been wrong earlier. Back on the deck, Leng Yuan, who was also a bladesman, looked at Xiao Qin with a drastic change in expression. Extreme shock and incredulity. As a bladesman, Leng Yuan could feel the might of Xiao Chen's earlier hand saber even more clearly than the others. Whoosh! Just at this moment, Bai Feng leaped out of the water and landed on the surface. His entire body was drenched, and his complexion paled. He coughed a few times, clearly in discomfort. Senior brother Bai. Senior brother Bai, are you all right? A group of people rushed over and asked out of concern. No matter how they looked, Bai Feng's complexion did not look good. Bai Feng ignored them. He strode forward and looked at Xiao Qin, his eyes filled with dissatisfaction. I told you to draw your saber. What does a hand saber count for? Are you looking down on me, Bai Feng? As Bai Feng walked over, he released his aura and placed his right hand on his sword hilt. He spread out his sword domain, and a sharp light suddenly burst out from his body. Bai Feng's long hair and clothes fluttered. He looked like an unparalleled treasure sword with unparalleled sharpness. Oh no! Senior brother Bai is angry. Feeling the sword domain that Bai Feng spread out and the killing chi in his eyes, everyone retreated to the side, not daring to interfere. If Bai Feng was just exchanging moves earlier, then now, he truly intended to kill. Bai Feng felt too sullen in his heart. He had not expected Xiao Chen's palm saber to knock him into the air so easily. Originally, Bai Feng had not expected Xiao Qin to dare to make a move against him, a peak minor primal core swordsman. Of course, Bai Feng had hoped that Xiao Qin would make a move. That way, he could take the opportunity to teach Xiao Qin a lesson. For this, Bai Feng had even used extremely mocking words. Who knew that as soon as he finished his words, he would be sent flying, losing all his face. If he did not get his revenge, he would not be able to stay in the Purple Ember sect in the future. Draw your saber. Weren't you very powerful just now? Your AF * king grandson. Bai Feng released his aura to its peak, circulating all the quintessence in his body. He waited for Xiao Qin to attack, then he would kill him with one sword strike. Seeing that Xiao Qin's expression didn't change, he teased him again. This time, he was prepared. He did not believe that he would be defeated by Xiao Qin again. Senior brother Bai, don't go too far. Yang Qing's face sank. She felt that Bai Feng's actions were too much. A chill spread out from her body as she shielded Xiao Qin. In the captain's cabin, the white-bearded old man frowned slightly when he saw this. He thought to himself, this is a good opportunity to observe Xiao Qin's strength. However, he did not wish for Yang Qing to block Bai Feng. Get out of the way, this has nothing to do with you. Bai Feng coldly shouted, if you continue to block me, be careful, I won't let you off either. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Yang Qing smiled faintly. However, this smile was completely different from her usual genial one. Her smile sent a chill down one's spine, causing one to tremble slightly. Clearly, Yang Qing was angered by Bai Feng's words. Everyone felt slightly startled. Only now did they realize that Yang Qing had been hiding her strength all along, fully possessing the strength to compete with Bai Feng. Xiao Qin felt somewhat speechless. Unexpectedly, after being sent flying by his palm saber, Bai Feng still did not realize the truth. Bai Feng did not know that Xiao Qin had already shown mercy, yet he still used his full power, fighting to the death. The group of old fellows on the warship could see this, but they did not come out to do anything. I told you to get out of the way, but you did not. You asked for it. Bai Feng shouted coldly as he thought. Ignoring everything else, he vented all the rage in his heart on Yang Qing. The sword domain gathered at the tip of the sword. Immediately, that spot of sword light became as resplendent as a star, illuminating the surroundings. A terrifying might radiated from the tip of the sword. A strong wind blew, forcing many people back. These people were forced into the air, flying out of the warship and hovering over the starry sea. When they saw such a scene, they were somewhat startled. Bai Feng was fighting to the death. Yang Qing snorted coldly and spread her hands. A cold intent gathered and turned into frost spreading out under her feet. The air turned foggy, and the cold intent assaulted everyone. Yang Qing pushed off with her feet, and her figure soared into the air, charging towards that spot of sword light. Xiao Qin's expression could not help but change. What's going on? Both sides are fighting to the death. If they really clashed, someone would be severely injured, possibly losing the chance to join the Purple Flames sect. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Xiao Qin did not have much time to think. He executed the new fish dragon art in the blink of an eye, moving like a phantom. The intense friction between his body and the air directly ignited his protective veritable essence energy, forming a thin ring of purple flames. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Qin arrived first despite moving later, appearing before Yang Qing. Seeing that spot of sword light as resplendent as a star, he did not hesitate to draw his lunar shadow saber. Boom! When the great Tao energy spread out, it shattered the sword domain on Bai Feng's body in merely an instant. A saber light flashed, and there was a metallic clang. The sword in Bai Feng's hand broke. Bai Feng vomited a mouthful of blood and held his chest as he fell to one knee. A swordsman's heart was connected to the sword. Although it was exaggerated for a swordsman to die when the sword broke, it was very normal for the swordsman to be injured when the sword broke. The sudden scene made Yang Qing cry out softly. Xiao Chen's back faced her. Her palm wind had already reached the critical juncture. She could not control it at all and could not pull it back. She could only do her best to pull back her veritable essence energy and reduce the might of this palm strike. However, in the blink of an eye, it would land on Xiao Chen's body. If she pulled it back now, it would be too late. She would not be able to reduce its might. However, at this crucial moment, Xiao Chen did not panic. Instead, he pushed out a palm strike with the back of his hand. Bang! When Yang Qing's palm strike struck Xiao Chen's palm strike, she felt like the force of her palm strike flowed into the vast sea, not causing any ripples at all. She could not help feeling startled. What a strong physique! The flow of veritable essence energy is also very strange. Could he have been hiding his strength as well? All this happened in the time it took for a spark to fly. Xiao Chen broke Bai Feng's sword with one saber strike. Then, without moving at all, he received Yang Qing's palm strike. This happened nearly at the same time, confusing everyone. Who could have imagined that Xiao Chen could resolve this dangerous situation alone, startling everyone? Whoosh! 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 The many disciples hovering in the starry sea quickly landed on the ships. The tenfold gravity of the sea was not easy to endure. Many people gave Xiao Chen strange looks, not understanding what was going on. After that, some kind-hearted disciples helped the somewhat pitiful Bai Feng up and checked on his injuries. When they found out that Bai Feng's soul was only injured, they relaxed. With such minor injuries, he would recover after resting for a few days without fighting. Young Master Xiao, you really hide your strength deeply. This little girl admires you. Yang Qing withdrew her hand and revealed a smile. Xiao Chen said calmly, I never hid anything on purpose, including my own strength. It is just that no one asked me. I am not a fool. Without true ability, why would I choose the Purple Flame sect? Perhaps you are a little different. Yang Qing's expression changed slightly. Then, she smiled in embarrassment and did not say anything. All of you, pay attention. It is just a small matter, and you started fighting. Do you still want to enter the main sect? After the matter was over, the white-bearded old man arrived late. He showed a furious expression. After lecturing everyone, he said with a cold expression, Xiao Chen, get in here. Before everyone's complicated gazes, Xiao Chen casually followed after the white-bearded old man. When the white-bearded old man entered the room, the anger on his face immediately vanished. He smiled at Xiao Chen and said, Little brother Xiao Chen, have a seat. Would you like to drink tea or wine? I have both here. Xiao Chen found this funny. This white-bearded old man's attitude changed really quickly. The ways of the world are really interesting. What is it? Senior, please speak directly. Ha! Nothing much, just a casual chat with you. Just call me Marshal Uncle Lu. In any case, you will be a Purple Flame sect disciple soon, the white-bearded old man said with a laugh. Xiao Chen asked, is there still no test? What test? I just need to say the word. There is no need. However, I remember Senior saying 10 days ago that having confidence is a good thing, but biting off more than you can chew is not good. Old Lu smiled in embarrassment and said, did I? I am old, and my memory is bad. Perhaps you heard wrong. It is settled, then. When you arrive at the main sect, you and these branch elites can directly enter. Just remember to say that this old man introduced you. Chapter 1657. The vast grave sea did not even have a sovereign personage. However, 10,000 years ago, a divine vein realm expert actually appeared. Xiao Chen added, "This senior really takes good care of the grave sea." Xiao Chen smiled for some reason, startling Yang Qing slightly. Something seemed to be wrong. Only then did Xiao Chen relax a little. When Xiao Chen arrived on the deck of the ship, he happened to run into the smiling Yang Qing. Xiao Chen was slightly stunned. "Miss Qing, what can I do for you?" Seeing that Xiao Chen did not say anything, Yang Qing revealed an expression of understanding, thinking that he tacitly agreed. "Hence, I need to grab hold of everything, any fortuitous encounters that I can." Xiao Chen thought to himself, but his expression did not change, giving off an unfathomable feeling. The foundation of working together was based on the two sides being roughly equal in strength. If one side was too strong, the other side would be in danger. At that time, the elites of the three blessed lands will all enter the fiendish demon battlefield. The intensity of the competition is easy to imagine. If we work together, our chances will increase significantly. How difficult would it be to produce a sovereign personage? However, the white-bearded old man did not know what Xiao Chen was thinking. He revealed a "you can't do it" look in his eyes as he smiled and said, "So, you had best not think about it. However, given your potential, entering the inner sect is just a matter of time. Your future will be bright as well." Xiao Chen entered deep thought. Then, a light flashed in his eyes as he said, "Continue. You have successfully piqued my interest." When Xiao Chen heard this, a ripple appeared in his heart. A divine vein realm expert. Perhaps it was when Yang Qing stood before him without hesitation, helping him block Bai Feng's sword strike. "I have been waiting for this opportunity. Once I obtain a fortuitous encounter in there, I will be able to soar to the heavens in one step, greatly increasing my chances of advancing to the Cloud Sea realm." Xiao Chen would definitely be relatively safe if he entered while preserving his strength. A demonic genius outstanding talent like Yang Qing would definitely be able to cultivate to peak major primal core realm, a realm that ordinary people could only look up to. If Yang Qing knew Xiao Chen's true combat prowess, she would not dare to work together with him. It was unknown whether the other party was feigning ignorance or not. Xiao Chen explained, "It's nothing. I just feel some admiration for the strongest of the Grave Sea's 10 great bladesmen. What kind of demeanor does he have? How about it? Do you want to cooperate? The fiendish demon battlefield rarely opens. At that time, with people helping each other, it will be much safer." As expected, I was right. He could join the Purple Flame sect without taking the test and not have to pay anything. Yang Qing rolled her eyes at Xiao Chen and said, "I thought you didn't know anything." When Yang Qing saw the subtle change in Xiao Chen's expression, she knew that Xiao Chen really did not know about this fiendish demon battlefield. But after thinking about it, he decided not to say it. Yang Qing continued, "This fiendish demon battlefield opens once every 20 years. With my strength, I could have entered the main sect a long time ago. However, in order to give me a better opportunity, my master has never allowed me to go." The white-bearded old man smiled and said, "It's not that this old man is looking down on you, but if you want to enter Elder Ye's tutelage, better not think about it. Do you know Pan Huang? Elder Ye's master is such a legendary character. Over the years, countless outstanding talents have wanted to enter Elder Ye's tutelage. That's a pretty good suggestion. Very well, I'll tell you about it. At the intersection of the three blessed lands, there is a remnant known as the Fiendish Demon Battlefield. Fiendish demons, you should know about the martial epic's birth, the era when fiendish demons wreaked havoc, right? Sometimes, it was not necessary to tell the truth about everything. It was best for both sides. The title of sovereign among men was well deserved. Even in the central great realm, Sovereign Yi was an overlord-level character who could move about unhindered. After all, most people would spend most of their lives in the Purple Flame sect. It was hard to avoid interacting with them in the future. However, it was just a matter of time. It was hard to say if Xiaoqin wanted to advance to the Cloud Sea realm. If Xiaoqin forcefully told Yang Qing the truth, they might not get along well. It was best not to say. Sovereign Realm, the third stage of the Cloud Sea realm, the Sovereign Realm. This was simply inconceivable and shocking. Senior Liu, do you have any news about the Purple Flame sect, Senior Yi Zifeng? Xiaoqin smiled and did not say anything. He knew that the other party was purposely mocking him. Xiaoqin did not retort, just quietly waiting for the other party to continue. As Xiaoqin watched the other party leave, he smiled faintly and left alone. Xiaoqian's heart was as clear as a mirror. This white-bearded old man just saw that he had potential. Xiaoqin wanted to establish a good relationship with the white-bearded old man. Not to mention what he wanted, at the very least, not to offend him. Yang Qing revealed an expression of joy when she heard this. It's a deal, then. Yang Qing blinked, looking at Xiaoqin with some anticipation. Although she did not know what this fiendish demon battlefield was, she did not know what it was. Xiaoqin nodded slightly and smiled softly. Not to mention anything else, at the very least, the title is that of Pan Huang's grand disciple. That would scare me to death. The fiendish demon battlefield is the place where the predecessors of the various races fought intense battles with the fiendish demons. Coincidentally, there is one in the Grave Sea. Furthermore, 10,000 years ago, a powerhouse of the Grave Sea took it for himself and used it as a cultivation ground. Good, it's settled, then. Elder Yi. Xiaoqin entered deep thought. Then, he followed the other party to a quiet corridor in the warship. It was not a bad idea to bring this girl along. He could treat it as repaying her for this favor. You are also here for the fiendish demon battlefield, right? Yang Qing asked as she looked at Xiaoqin. When Yang Qing heard that, she smiled. Before this powerhouse died, he returned to the Grave Sea from the Central Great Realm. He left behind his inheritance and mantle in the fiendish demon battlefield to benefit the later generations of the Grave Sea. Naturally, Xiaoqin was happy with this. He started chatting with the white-bearded old man in the room. Yang Qing smiled and said, "Does that mean that you agree?" The old order had just been destroyed, and the new order had not been established yet. This period of time was known as the Dark Period of the Martial Epoch, or the Era of Fiendish Chaos. Xiaoqin rolled his eyes in his heart. Not only do I know him, but I also have the Saber Sovereign Medallion. In name, I am Pan Huang's disciple. Yang Qing glanced at Xiaoqin and said, "Come with me." What's there to agree to? I don't even know what the fiendish demon battlefield is. What's there to talk about? Xiaoqin revealed a playful smile as he looked at the other party. Understanding dawned on Xiaoqin. The first time he saw Yang Qing, he realized that she had hidden her strength. It turned out that it was for the fiendish demon battlefield. That explained everything. This cultivation realm already reached the limits of human cultivation. Any further and it would surpass the limits of human cultivation. Xiaoqin nodded. He knew about this. The Book of the Epochs had detailed records of it. Xiaoqin originally wanted to tell Yang Qing the truth. She had underestimated his strength and that the two of them did not have the foundation to work together. After saying that, Yang Qing paused. This powerhouse is the only divine vein realm expert born in the Grave Sea. Of course, the three blessed paradises were also intentionally gathered together by him. Unfortunately, the younger generations of the Grave Sea are disappointing. Not to mention divine vein realm experts, they have not even produced a sovereign personage for a long time already. As far as Xiaoqin knew, the strongest person in the Grave Sea was a holy venerate. The Cloud Sea realm's second minor realm was the Holy Light realm. Furthermore, there were very few of them, less than 5. The Immortal Tao had collapsed, but the Martial Tao had yet to appear. Cycle no longer existed, and the Heavenly Tao no longer existed. The entire great thousand realms was in chaos. Demons danced around, and fiendish demons were born amid the chaos, bringing disaster to the world. When young Qing heard that, she revealed a strange expression. She felt that she could not figure out the person before her at all. The white-bearded old man showed a strange expression. He asked somewhat warily, "What are you thinking of doing?" "That is our sect's supreme elder. He has been in closed-door cultivation for the past few years and has not come out at all." Xiaochen casually said a few words before taking his leave. It was fine as long as he knew that Yi Zifeng was still in the Purple Flame sect. Xiaochen explained, "In the entire history of the Grave Sea, he is the only divine Vein Realm powerhouse. If we go any further, that would be too long ago." Only later did the sages of the various sects appear. The 3,000 great Tao materialize and suppress the fiendish demons. Only after a new order was established did the martial epic officially begin. Chapter 1658. The ship continued onward, heading for the Black Cave Mountain. However, ever since he saw Xiao Chen's strength, he had never seen it before. Initially, the elites of the branches, who were not willing to interact with Xiao Chen due to their status, started to try to befriend him. Aside from Ling Yuan, who was also a bladesman, Xiao Chen did not want to bother with the others, choosing to enter closed-door cultivation for the past few days. 3 days later, the ship passed through an invisible barrier. The spiritual energy suddenly changed. Everyone felt like they had entered an unfamiliar space. Many disciples on the deck could not stand stably, swaying left and right. The pure and dense spiritual energy that came from the blessed land gave off an omnipresent pressure that covered the sky and covered the earth. Xiao Chen's physique had already reached the level of a major primal core venerate. Furthermore, with his blue dragon bloodline, he only needed some time to adapt. He felt like he had encountered a spring breeze, feeling incredibly comfortable. The others blushed slightly, clearly finding this somewhat taxing. They needed some time to adapt. After all, the level of this space and the spiritual energy it contained were very different. Xiao Chen looked around. This somewhat unfamiliar place before him had a sky as blue as if it had been washed clean. It looked like a sapphire, giving off a dreamy beauty. The strangest thing was that the seawater under the ship was clear and transparent, turning into ordinary seawater. No, it was even clearer than ordinary seawater, filled with spiritual energy. The fish swimming in it were filled with immortal spiritual energy, very similar to the spiritual fish that Xiao Chen had seen in the past. Every blade of grass and every tree gave off a faint Taoist immortal qi. When one looked around, it seemed like everything here was filled with an aura of spirituality. The elite disciples from the various branches adjusted to this place, all of them revealing excited expressions. Inside the blessed land, everything seemed very different. The plants, bricks, tiles, buildings, and the level of space were all much stronger than the outside world. Don't just look around. Regulate your energy first and get used to the blessed land as soon as possible. Elder Lu walked out of the ship and reminded everyone with a stern expression. The others sorted out their emotions and closed their eyes to regulate their energy, then sat down cross-legged. Xiao Chen did not feel any discomfort. He stood there casually, continuing to look around. Everything about the blessed enclave surprised him. Cultivating in such a place was like being an immortal in the past. No wonder everyone fought to get in. The outstanding talents that came out of the blessed lands were also very proud and arrogant. Back in the pirate hall, Jiang Xian and Ling Yu had done the same. Speaking of which, if Xiao Chen remembered correctly, Ling Yu was also from the Black Cave Mountain, a blessed land. He just did not know which sect he was in. Elder Lu did not find the standing Xiao Chen strange. He walked over and pointed to a peak in front. That is our Purple Flame sect. There are a few more peaks behind us, and they are all subordinate peaks of our sect. The rank 3 sects that were stationed here only had 2 peaks of the Black Cave Mountain at most. Our Purple Ember sect has 5, not including the main sect. This is the foundation of a rank 4 sect. There was a hint of arrogance in Elder Lu's words. The rank 3 sects that could be stationed here are all peak existences among rank 3 sections. However, compared to our Purple Ember sect, they are not worth mentioning. Xiao Chen looked up. The Black Cave Mountain was an extremely vast mountain range in the middle of the sea. Its shape was irregular, as if someone had purposely arranged it. The peaks were very scattered. Every mountain peak was filled with a vast amount of pure heaven-earth yuan qi that grew and multiplied endlessly. As a result, the peaks shrouded in a layer of dreamy spiritual energy mist, looking very majestic. Xiao Chen's gaze paused and fixed on the peak that Elder Lu pointed to. He thought to himself, no wonder there are so many subordinate peaks. It turns out that this is one of the 2 main peaks. Which sect does the other main peak belong to? Xiao Chen asked Elder Lu. Elder Lu's expression changed slightly when he heard that. It's the Divine Firmament sect, the other rank 4 sect in the Black Cave Mountain. Xiao Chen had some understanding of geomancy. The 2 main peaks were the center of the Black Cave Mountain. They were like towering pillars supporting the sky, standing side by side with the world. They gave off boundless might. Even a cloud sea expert would not dare to barge into this peak. However, the auras above the 2 main peaks were different. Electric light soared into the sky from the Divine Firmament sect's main peak. Purple qi and auspicious qi circled above. The Purple Flame sect was slightly weaker. In the past few years, the Divine Firmament sect should have held the upper hand in the competition between the 2 sections. However, the difference was not that great. Aside from the sea and the mountain peaks, Xiao Chen also saw several continents and rivers in the distance in the Blessed Land. Just at this moment, the spiritual energy mist around the main peak of the Purple Flame sect split into a few strands and formed a multicolored path that approached from afar and landed before the ship. Go on, then. This is our sect's welcoming light. The group of people showed excited expressions as they boarded the welcoming light one after another. Their bodies immediately floated up and flew towards the Purple Flame sect. Many disciples from other sects on the foreign ships looked at the people who boarded the welcoming light with envy on their faces. To be able to execute the welcoming light, one had to be a rank 4 sect that occupied the main peak. Sects were ranked according to rank. The difference of 1 rank was like the difference between heaven and earth. After a while, the welcoming light vanished, and the group landed at the foot of the main peak. An administrator of the main peak had been waiting for them for a long time. Elder Lu, I have been waiting for you, the red-clad administrator at the mountain tablet, who seemed to be old acquaintances with Elder Lu, said as he stepped forward. Elder Lu smiled and said, Administrator you are too polite. These are all chosen by the sect branch. All of them have great potential and will be able to replenish the main peak with new blood. I hope that is the case. In recent years, the Purple Flame sect's new generation disciples are no match for the Divine Firmament sect. After that, I will arrange for them to join the outer sect. How they fare in the future will depend on their luck. Elder Lu replied with a smile. Then, he whispered a few words into the red-clad administrator's ear. The red-clad administrator's eyes lit up as he looked at Xiao Chen, revealing a suspicious expression. Men. Follow the old rules and bring these new disciples to the External Affairs Hall for the outer sect elders to choose. The red-clad administrator instructed, and someone immediately led Yang Qing and the others away. You stay. The red deacon pointed at Xiao Chen and said calmly. Yang Qing followed the person in front of her and glanced at Xiao Chen. Then, she sent a voice projection, the fiendish demon battlefield will open in 2 months. I will use these 2 months to enter the inner sect. I hope you won't disappoint me. Only by entering the inner sect would one qualify to enter the fiendish demon battlefield alive. Yang Qing said this because she was somewhat worried that Xiao Chen would not be able to enter the inner sect. In that case, she would have to find someone else to work with, but the risk would inevitably increase. He still hoped that Xiao Qin could join the inner sect. After Yang Qing and the other branch disciples left, the red-clad administrator looked at Xiao Qin and said, "Show me your recommendation letter." The red-clad administrator casually inspected it. After verifying its authenticity, he stopped looking at it. "Elder Lu told me about your talent. He guaranteed that you would not need to take the test. He even asked me to guarantee that you could enter the inner sect directly." The red-shirt deacon said slowly, bit by bit. Xiao Qin felt surprised. Unexpectedly, this Elder Lu thought so highly of him. "How about it? If you are willing, I will do that." Directly entering the inner sect is something that many new disciples dream of, the red-clad administrator asked rather casually. The red-clad administrator asked rather casually, as no one would refuse. He did not believe that Xiao Qin would either. Xiao Qin did not answer directly. Instead, he asked to confirm, "I would like to ask if Senior Yi Zifeng is still in the Purple Flames sect." Xiao Qin had no choice. He needed to know the most reliable answer. Elder Lu was often outside. It was hard to guarantee that his information was accurate. It was better to ask this red-clad administrator, who was in the sect most of the time. "Why are you asking this? Senior Yi Zifeng has not come out of closed-door cultivation for close to 10 years already. However, I am sure that he is still in the sect." The red-clad administrator looked at Xiao Qin suspiciously, not understanding what Xiao Qin meant. Elder Lu said helplessly, "Xiao Qin, it is not that this old man is looking down on you. Just forget about taking Senior Yi Zifeng as your master. He is our sect's supreme elder, one of the stabilizing pillars of the Purple Flames sect. Furthermore, he is Pan Huang's disciple. Say, why are you so stubborn?" When the red-clad administrator heard that, he stroked his goatee and smiled faintly. This was the case for many youths. They entered the Purple Flame sect for Elder Yi Zifeng. Unfortunately, Yi Zifeng was very picky. After so many years, the sect had forcefully requested to take only one person as a disciple. However, Xiao Chen's expression did not change much. As long as Yi Zifeng was around, it was fine. As long as he was sure that Yi Zifeng was around, he could rest assured. With a thought, Pan Huang's saber sovereign medallion appeared in Xiao Chen's palm. Then, it started spinning quickly. An aura unique to Pan Huang spread out from the medallion, radiating to every peak of the Purple Flame sect. At the peak of the mountain, where the spiritual energy was the densest, a stone door opened. A stone door opened, and a handsome middle-aged man walked out of it. A hint of suspicion appeared on his face. Master's aura. In the next moment, his figure flickered, silently arriving at the source of the aura. The sudden appearance of the middle-aged man startled the red-clad administrator and Elder Lu. Just as they were about to question him, their expressions changed drastically at the same time. The two bowed at the same time and said fearfully, "Greetings, Martial Grand Uncle." The handsome middle-aged man was none other than Pan Huang's disciple, Senior Yi Zifeng. When Yi Zifeng saw the Pan Huang medallion in Xiao Chen's hand, he immediately understood who Xiao Chen was. "Junior brother, you are here. Why did you not send someone to inform me?" Yi Zifeng said to Xiao Chen with a warm smile. Plop. When Elder Lu heard that, he stumbled in fright and fell to the ground, his heart thumping heavily. Damn it! Are you trying to scare this old man to death? Junior brother. Elder Lu felt dizzy as he fell to the ground, completely confused. Chapter 1659. Yi Zifeng had once followed Pan Huang for a period of time. He had heard Pan Huang mention the Saber Sovereign Medallion before. Hence, the moment he saw the Saber Sovereign Medallion, he immediately guessed Xiao Chen's identity. Given Pan Huang's means, no one could obtain the Saber Sovereign Medallion through trickery. Only a true bladesman could obtain his recognition. Xiao Chen put away the saber's sovereign medallion and performed a cupped fist salute. Big Brother Yi is too serious. This humble one is not worthy of this title. Yi Zifeng smiled faintly and carefully sized up Xiao Chen. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. What a guy, he actually comprehended the Saber Dao Great Dao power. After glancing at the red-clad administrator and Elder Lu, Xiao Chen turned around and said, "My junior brother is here to look for me. I will personally speak to the sect master about his matter. You too, don't leak anything. Don't leak anything." "Yes, Martial Granduncle." Before Yi Zifeng's gaze, the red-clad administrator and Elder Lu felt a mountain of pressure. Sweat trickled down their foreheads as they replied in fear and trepidation. Yi Zifeng revealed a satisfied smile and stretched out his hand. A saber light wrapped around Xiao Chen and soared into the clouds. A long time after Yi Zifeng left, the red-clad administrator and Elder Lu felt the pressure on them vanish, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from their shoulders. Martial Granduncle has been in closed-door cultivation for so many years. It turns out that he already broke through to Star Venerate long ago. The red-clad administrator looked in the direction that Yi Zifeng disappeared in, revealing an expression of admiration. Elder Lu wiped the sweat off his forehead and said weakly, "Deacon He, I'm sorry. I nearly brought you trouble. This time, I made a mistake and nearly caused trouble." The red-clothed deacon smiled and said, "There's no need to apologize. Elder Lu, you escorted Martial Granduncle's junior brother to our sect, so it's obviously a great merit. Stay here for a day or two, and Martial Granduncle's reward will definitely come." When Elder Lu heard this, he rolled his eyes and smiled in realization. "Haha, that's right. Why didn't I think of this? I was almost confused." However, Martial Granduncle's junior brother, no matter how one listened to it, it sounded a little awkward. But if he didn't call him that, he couldn't think of a better way to address Xiao Chen. Yi Zifeng was the sect's Grand Elder, and his seniority was even higher than the sect leaders. However, Xiao Chen was his junior brother. This meant that Xiao Chen's seniority had suddenly become even higher than the sect leaders. It was a complete mess. "However, Martial Granduncle, since you said that you cannot leak this matter, there must be a reason for it. You must not leak this information," the red-clothed administrator said as he took a glance at Old Lu. Elder Lu smiled and said, "Relax, I've lived for so many years, how can I not know this logic? Come on, long time no see. Let's go for a drink." Yang Qing probably would not have expected that Xiao Chen, whom she was worried about not being able to enter the inner sect, would be picked up by the Purple Flame sect's legend, Yi Zifeng. At the summit of the main peak, a rainbow glow spread out. The dense spiritual energy of heaven and earth gave off a vast pressure. Even with Xiao Chen's physique, which rivaled that of a major primal core cultivator, he still found it somewhat hard to endure and needed some time to adapt. As Xiao Chen sized up the surroundings, he felt startled in his heart. It felt like spiritual energy was gushing out at every moment. The multicolored fog in the surroundings looked like a seven-colored waterfall. Could this be a natural spirit spring? The summit of the main peak happened to be the source of the spring. When Yi Zifeng saw Xiao Chen sizing up the place out of curiosity, he said softly, "The entire blessed land is a natural spirit spring. At every moment, it spews out surging spiritual energy. The summit of the two main peaks is the source of the spring. In the entire Grave Sea, most of the spiritual energy comes from the three blessed lands. In the past few years, I have been in closed-door cultivation here and rarely come out." When Xiao Chen heard that, he felt slightly startled. This was because of Yi Zifeng's aura, which drifted in the world, seemed to exist yet not exist at the same time. Yi Zifeng was clearly one cultivation realm higher than the star venerates that Xiao Chen had met before. Xiao Chen wondered why Yi Zifeng was still in closed-door cultivation. Big Brother Yi does not seem to be a star venerate anymore. I was no longer one 5 years ago. In that case, why are you still in closed-door cultivation? Since Yi Zifeng already broke through, what was the point of remaining in closed-door cultivation? He should be traveling the world. He should be exchanging moves with people of the same cultivation realm, verifying his gains from closed-door cultivation, and comprehending them again. Yi Zifeng smiled faintly and did not answer. It seemed like there was more to this. Then, he changed the topic and asked, "Junior brother, are you avoiding trouble?" This question startled Xiao Qin. He looked at Yi Zifeng with some surprise. Before he said anything, Yi Zifeng already knew. Foresight. Don't find it strange. I know your origins. You should be from the same place as Master, both from the Kunlun realm. As a fellow bladesman, I can tell your talent and strength. If you want to enter a sect, this Purple Flame sect will not be able to accommodate you. Instead, it will hold you back. Yi Zifeng gave his analysis, speaking in an unhurried manner. Most bladesmen are proud. Unless there is something difficult to deal with, you would not place your hopes on me, a senior brother that you have never met before. The other party's tone was calm, and his expression was calm. His eyes, which were not particularly bright, looked like they could see through everything in the world. Xiao Qin felt startled in his heart. After thinking for a long time, he finally thought of a word to describe this cheap senior brother of his. Down to earth. That's right, down to earth. Yi Zifeng did not put on the airs of a senior expert, pretending to be profound. He was also not overly enthusiastic, making others feel that he was hypocritical. Yi Zifeng's tone was calm, and his attitude was gentle. He spoke in an unhurried manner, but it made others feel convinced. For some reason, Xiao Qin had a favorable impression of Yi Zifeng. He performed a cup-fist salute and said, "Big brother Yi, your analysis is right. Xiao Qin is indeed here to avoid trouble." In the end, Xiao Qin was still too shy to address Yi Zifeng as senior brother, so he could only address Yi Zifeng as big brother. Without hiding anything, Xiao Qin told Yi Zifeng about how he met the Jiao snake and how the Black Lotus Church strangely hunted him down. Yi Zifeng listened calmly. When Xiao Qin finished, he did not rush to answer, revealing a contemplative expression. For a holy venerate to show such an expression, the Black Lotus Church's matter was not simple. Xiao Qin could not help feeling nervous. Actually, he had heard about it long ago. The Black Lotus Church was an extremely special faction in the Grave Sea cluster. This was especially so for the Black Lotus Church's church master, who was exceptionally mysterious. The Black Lotus Church is somewhat difficult to deal with. I'll do my best. Yi Zifeng did not say anything definite. He looked at Xiao Qin and said, "There's no need to rush. I can tell from your aura that you are about to break through. During this period of time, just stay at my place and cultivate properly. If you need anything, you can mention it to your martial nephew. I'll introduce you to him first." Martial nephew. That should be the disciple that the red-clad administrator mentioned, the one that Yi Zifeng reluctantly accepted. Yi Zifeng's lips moved slightly, and an invisible fluctuation spread out in the air. After a while, a sharp aura came from the middle of the mountain. A nimble figure leaped up the steep mountain path. Xiao Qin muttered in his heart, entering deep thought. Why does this aura feel somewhat familiar? When that person landed excitedly on the mountain and rushed over to Yi Zifeng, Xiao Qin's expression froze slightly. Xiao Qin was slightly startled, and he tried hard not to laugh. He looked calm and unfathomable. The newcomer was quite young, and there was an unconcealable arrogance between his brows. His sharpness was unbridled. At such a young age, Xiao Qin already broke through peak minor primal core and reached early stage major primal core. There was also an indistinct grey desolate Ian aura from his body, giving off an ancient aura. It was none other than Lingyu, whom Xiao Qin had met a few times before. This was the Lingyu who had won more than 30 matches in a row in the Pirate Hall and arranged a duel with the elegant youth of the heavenly shaking mountain, Jiang Xian. Ling Yu had also noticed Xiao Qin. He showed a stunned expression, but before he could ask any questions, Xiao Qin suddenly appeared in front of him. Yi Zifeng said calmly, "Ling Yu, greet your martial uncle Xiao Qin." Ah! Ling Yu was immediately flabbergasted, a very interesting expression on his face. He was sure that he hadn't heard wrongly. He knew the meaning of every single word his master had said, but after putting them together, he was really confused about what they meant. Ling Yu looked at Xiao Qin, then at Yi Zifeng. "Master, are you messing with me? You must be messing with me, messing with me, messing with me." However, when Ling Yu saw Yi Zifeng's certain expression, he turned completely flustered. He revealed a smile that was even uglier than crying. Then, he performed a cup fist salute and bowed. "Ling Yu greets martial uncle Xiao Qin." Xiao Qin laughed loudly in his heart. He felt that it was really worth it to acknowledge this senior brother. Back then, this Ling Yu felt that he was superior and thought that Xiao Qin wanted to befriend him, so he coldly and nobly rejected Xiao Qin. Although Xiao Qin was broad-minded and did not mind, he was not a saint, so he could not help feeling displeased. Seeing the other party's expression now, Xiao Qin felt incomparably delighted. Xiao Qin smiled and said, "Martial nephew is too polite. In the future, I will have to ask martial nephew to take care of me." Yi Zifeng nodded seriously and said, "Your martial uncle will be staying here for a period. If there are any trivial matters, I will leave them to you." Your martial uncle, these were 3 very ordinary words. However, when Ling Yu heard them, they sounded like cursing, even more unpleasant to the ear than your grandfather. Chapter 1660. Naturally, a disciple did not dare to disobey his master's orders. Ling Yu smiled with a crying face. This disciple will definitely obey master's orders. Yi Zifeng smiled in satisfaction. Although the sect master had forced this disciple on him, he was pretty good in all aspects. Be it talent, toughness, or bloodline power, Ling Yu was not cut out for the saber. However, back then, he could not resist the sect master's request to take Ling Yu in as a disciple. Although Yi Zifeng was not very good at fish techniques, he had no problem giving pointers and teaching Ling Yu. More importantly, Yi Zifeng was very knowledgeable and had a high cultivation. The other elders of the sect could not compare to him in terms of experience. Even if Ling Yu was not a grandmaster in fish techniques, he would be much better off cultivating under him than under the other elders. To Ling Yu, this was an exceptionally precious opportunity to become Yi Zifeng's disciple. Normally, Ling Yu studied diligently and improved rapidly, not disappointing Yi Zifeng. The relationship between master and disciple was pretty good. "I'm going to meet the sect master. I'll leave your martial uncle to you first. Don't neglect him. Do your best to fulfill any requests he has." "Yes." Yi Zifeng's figure flashed, vanishing from the summit. Clearly, he needed to personally explain the matter with Xiao Qin to the sect master. After his master left, Ling Yu's expression changed. He looked at Xiao Qin with a smile that did not seem like a smile. "Young Master Xiao, you are really something. It has only been a short 1 or 2 months, and you have already become my martial uncle. I really misjudged you back then." Xiao Qin did not care. He smiled softly and said, "Martial nephew, don't forget what my senior brother said. Lead the way." When Ling Yu thought of this, he immediately felt depressed. He said dejectedly, "Come with me. I'll find a place for you to stay first. I don't know how master will arrange for you either. You can stay in my courtyard first." As they descended the mountain, Xiao Qin finally got a taste of the Purple Flame sect's grandeur. All sorts of rare fruits could be seen here, adorning both sides of the road and growing casually among the weeds. No one paid any attention to them. It was like they were used to it, like they were really weeds. With just a glance, one would discover that there was an ancient palace behind a certain forest. It was unknown how long it had existed. This palace gave off an ancient aura, and an expert guarded it. With a quick check, one discovered that it was actually a Cloud Sea Star Venerate. With a single glare, everyone was so scared that they didn't dare to look at him anymore. Occasionally, disciples who passed by would respectfully greet Ling Yu as martial uncle when they saw him. Xiaoqin felt enlightened. Senior Yi Zifeng is the sect master's martial uncle. Ling Yu might be young, but he is of the same generation as the sect master in the Purple Flames sect. Usually, it was others who called him senior uncle. Today, the tables had turned, and it was finally his turn. Moreover, it was the person he had once coldly rejected. It was to be expected that his expression would turn ugly. In the past, when others called him martial uncle, Ling Yu would feel pleased. The way he was addressed as martial uncle sounded extremely awkward to him. It felt like he was being scolded. He kept a straight face, feeling depressed and unhappy. Here, this is the courtyard where I usually cultivate. There are also a few side rooms, you can choose any one. Ling Yu stopped in front of a courtyard filled with spiritual energy halfway up the mountain. The Purple Flames sect had a strict hierarchy. Outer sect disciples usually lived and cultivated at the foot of the mountain where the spirit qi was the weakest. Only inner sect disciples could advance further up the mountain. The middle of the mountain was for core disciples like Ling Yu. Further up was the elite disciples and elders of the sect. As for the peak of the mountain with dense spirit energy that was like a seven-colored mist, it was the privilege of an extremely small number of people. Xiaoqin sized up the courtyard and praised, "Good place. The location of this courtyard at the middle of the mountain is the best. The spiritual energy here is the densest, and the environment is elegant. There is even a mountain spring and a waterfall in the backyard." Ling Yu revealed a cocky expression. "Of course. Take a look at whose courtyard this is. Although I am not a true inheritor yet, I am still young and have the bloodline of the great desolate Aeon's 10,000 races. The sect master even arranged for me to be under master. It's just a fine residence. What's the big deal?" Xiaoqin nodded. "You have a future. However, can martial uncle be an ordinary guest? There is no reason for you to stay in a side room. Little martial nephew, don't you agree?" "What do you mean? You want me to stay in a side room? This is my courtyard." Xiaoqin said straightforwardly, "That makes sense. In that case, I'll stay at senior brother's place. The spiritual energy is dense, and the air is pretty good." After saying that, Xiaoqin turned and left. Ling Yu immediately felt incredibly angry. However, he remembered his master's instructions. After all, if he chased Xiaoqin out, that would be terrible. Putting on a smile, Ling Yu stepped forward and pulled Xiaoqin back. "Martial uncle, don't be angry. Can I sleep in a side room? However, I never like to force others." "Haha. It's fine, it's fine. Sleeping in a side room occasionally is actually not bad. I will stay here for at least half a year," Xiaoqin said emotionlessly. Ling Yu's expression froze. Then, he smiled stiffly and said, "Is that so? That's good. I want to get to know martial uncle better." Ling Yu's half-pulling and half-inviting finally got Xiaoqin to change his mind. Then, he said weakly, "Let's do this, then. Martial uncle, if you need anything, just call me at any time." Xiaoqin nodded and sat in the main seat of the main room. Then, he said casually, "Bring me a cup of tea first." "Are you sure?" Ling Yu felt somewhat angry. Xiaoqin really treated him like a servant. Xiaoqin smiled leisurely and said, "After traveling so hard, I finally managed to sit down and brew a cup of tea for martial uncle. I can't even do that. Is this considered taking care of me? Martial nephew, is this how you normally treat your seniors?" "Good. Good. Good." After saying "good" 3 times, Ling Yu, who had never brewed tea before, took out a tea set and started to prepare the tea leaves and spring water, getting busy. On the other side, when Yizifeng saw the Purple Flame sect master, he quickly explained the matter of Xiao Qin in a few words. The Purple Flame sect master said sullenly, "Martial uncle, you must take care of this matter." Yizifeng replied calmly, "Naturally. I owe master a great debt of gratitude. There is no reason not to take care of his descendant." "All right. What help do you need?" "Martial uncle can use all the resources of the Purple Flame sect." After testing Yizifeng's attitude, the Purple Flame sect master quickly made a decision. Xiao Chen was just a minor character. However, Yizifeng was the anchor of the Purple Flame sect. Since Yizifeng expressed his stance, the Black Lotus Church could only brace themselves and offend him. "There's no need. This is a private matter of Pan Huang's line. It has nothing to do with the Purple Flame sect. I only need the sect's Starry Sky teleportation formation to teleport me to the nearest place to the Black Lotus world." The Grave Sea cluster had countless great realms. Even a holy venerate would not be able to reach some places within a short time. Only with the help of a Starry Sky teleportation formation would one be able to travel from one great realm to another in an instant. The sect leader was taken aback. "We're leaving now. We'll do our best. Naturally, the earlier we leave, the better. I'll make up for the resources needed to activate the Starry Sky teleportation formation." Right after Yizifeng spoke, he walked out of the great hall of the sect. His footsteps seemed slow but were actually urgent. He returned to the saber rack in the room and took out a saber. Then, he turned around and stepped into the Starry Sky transportation formation. Light flickered. In the next moment, he appeared in a transmission array that was countless great worlds away. The people at the transportation formation only heard the hum of a saber. They did not see anyone teleporting over. This was because Yizifeng had already turned into a saber light and arrived at the foot of the Black Lotus Church's holy mountain. Along the mountain path, he walked step by step. The surrounding formation, the guards and the monks did not notice this living person, be it in the open or in the dark. On the Black Lotus throne in the Holy Palace, the Black Lotus sect venerate suddenly opened his eyes. At some point in time, Yizifeng had arrived in the Great Hall. "What wind blew the strongest bladesman of the Grave Sea from the Purple Flame sect to me?" The Black Lotus sect venerate asked indifferently with a grave expression, not showing any joy or anger. Xiao Chen was someone who had faced a sovereign personage before. He had seen all sorts of situations and would not be frightened by a bladesman. Yizifeng remained expressionless. With just one look, he knew that he was not a match for this Black Lotus sect venerate. At the very least, he wouldn't be a match for the other party in the sacred mountain. However, it did not matter. He had never thought of actually killing the other party. If he could kill the other party, he wouldn't feel that this matter was too difficult to deal with. All he needed to do was draw his saber. Just one draw would suffice. In the next moment, a shocking Buddhist voice came from the Holy Palace. A saber light shot out of the Holy Palace, and the tall Buddha statue in the mountain collapsed. Yizifeng knelt on one knee outside the gates. The saber in his right hand stabbed 1 centimeter into the ground. Yizifeng coughed, and a large mouthful of blood fell to the ground. Then, he suddenly looked up and discovered a white snow lotus blooming not far away. Yizifeng revealed a smile and reached out to pluck the snow lotus. His figure drifted gently like the wind, returning to the transportation formation of the nearby Great Realm. A light flickered, and Yizifeng took a step forward, appearing outside Ling Yu's courtyard. At this moment, Ling Yu's tea was halfway brewed, and its fragrance was at its strongest. Ling Yu suddenly looked up and happened to see Yizifeng. He smiled and said, "Master, I'm brewing tea for Martial Uncle. You should try it as well." Yizifeng smiled warmly and said, "Not bad." As Yizifeng passed by, he plucked a few snow lotus petals and gently placed them in the water. Yi Zifeng casually sat down beside Xiao Qin and handed the snow lotus to Xiao Qin. In the past, I heard Master say that the snow lotus that grows in darkness and filth is the most beautiful. Today, I finally got to see it for myself. This is a greeting gift for you. Xiao Qin received the snow lotus with a somewhat strange expression. Yi Zifeng had brought a saber in. Furthermore, it was a saber that had just been stained with blood. Chapter 1661. Soon, Ling Yu brought over 2 cups of tea and handed one to Xiao Qin and one to Yi Zifeng. Master, martial uncle, please have some tea. Yi Zifeng nodded and gestured for Ling Yu to leave first. Xiao Qin picked up the teacup and took a sip. Naturally, he did not know how Ling Yu brewed tea. However, after adding a few snow lotus petals, the tea had a different taste. It had a slightly bitter taste that made one reminisce. After putting down the teacup, Xiao Qin said softly, "Senior brother, you brought your saber out." Yi Zifeng nodded. "I made a trip to the Black Lotus Church's holy mountain and helped you resolve some of your problems for now." This revelation startled Xiao Qin. He had not expected Yi Zifeng to make a trip to the Black Lotus Church without saying anything. Although the Black Lotus Church was also in the Grave Sea cluster, the distance was more than hundreds of millions of kilometers. This was truly unexpected. Xiao Qin retrieved his saber and went to the Black Lotus Church, resolving the matter. After leaving and returning, Ling Yu's tea had not even heated up yet. The shock in Xiao Qin's heart was indescribable, completely stupefied. Senior brother fought with the Black Lotus Church's sect venerate. Yi Zifeng put down the teacup and said, "I used 1 saber strike, and he used 3 palm strikes. The Black Lotus Church's sect venerate will not be able to personally make a move against you for 10 years. Without a miracle, I will not be able to recover my cultivation to that of a holy venerate within 5 years." When Xiao Qin heard that, he was startled again. Yi Zifeng spoke so casually and calmly. However, Xiao Qin could imagine how dangerous that exchange was. The Black Lotus Church's sect venerate's strength also surpassed Xiao Qin's imagination. With 3 palm strikes, he managed to force Yi Zifeng's cultivation to drop by 1 cultivation grade. Yi Zifeng would not be able to recover within 5 years. However, Yi Zifeng's strength was also startling. With just 1 saber strike, the Black Lotus Church's sect venerate would not be able to recover within 10 years. This indeed helped Xiao Qin relieve a lot of pressure, rendering Xiao Qin somewhat speechless. He did not know how to thank this senior brother whom he had just met. Yi Zifeng said softly, "The Black Lotus sect venerate is a sovereign personage in the first place. In the past few years, he has been recovering his strength. This attack of mine worsened his injuries, preventing him from worrying about you." Xiao Qin said, "But, senior brother, you..." Yi Zifeng smiled faintly and waved his hand, saying, "It's fine. It's just 5 years. To me, it's very short. Once I digest the energy of these 3 palm strikes, I might be able to advance to the next level. It's hard to say whether it's a blessing or a curse." Seeing Yi Zifeng's attitude, Xiao Qin was filled with admiration. There were very few people that he truly respected in his life. No matter what, Yi Zifeng was one of them. What about this snow lotus? When mentioning the snow lotus, Yi Zifeng revealed a gentle smile. "I was lucky. When he sent me flying, I happened to bump into this snow lotus when I landed. If you consume all of this snow lotus, you will be able to weaken the Black Lotus seal in your body to the minimum. At that time, I will use some external force to help you clear it completely." Given this, the Black Lotus Church's pressure on Xiao Qin practically vanished. The Black Lotus sect venerate could not personally make a move. Once the Black Lotus seal was removed, his subordinates would not be able to find him either. 10 more years. After 10 years, everything would be possible. Perhaps it would not be the Black Lotus sect venerate coming to find Xiao Qin, but Xiao Qin personally charging over. Junior brother, cultivate properly. If you have any problems with the saber, you can seek guidance from me at any time, Yi Zifeng said in unison. Yi Zifeng said in unison. Holding his saber, he stepped forward, moving like the wind as he headed for the summit. As Xiao Qin watched Yi Zifeng leave, he felt deeply moved. Thousands of thoughts flashed through his mind. Xiao Qin dealt with the great worry that he had for a long time just like that. Yi Zifeng came and went in a hurry like Yi Suifeng, dealing with it with one saber strike. Xiao Qin felt like a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. However, this senior brother's concern also made him feel a heavy warmth. Honestly speaking, before coming, Xiao Qin did not hold out much hope. No matter what, his relationship with Yi Zifeng was somewhat strained. Xiao Qin had only obtained Pan Huang's inheritance in the Kunlun realm and had not even met Pan Huang. However, this Yi Zifeng did not hesitate to acknowledge him as his junior brother. No matter what, Xiao Qin had to repay this favor in the future. Although his senior brother always showed a warm smile, Xiao Qin could sense that Yi Zifeng, who had been guarding the summit for 10 years, had to be hiding something. Dong! 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 Footsteps rang out, and Lingyu walked in from outside. He stared at the 10,000-year-old snow lotus beside Xiao Qin with a fervent gaze. His master never gave gifts easily. However, once he did, it would surpass one's imagination. After receiving Yi Zifeng's greeting gift, Lingyu felt deeply moved as he walked over. With one glance, he could tell that this snow lotus was something good, even better than the one Yi Zifeng gave him. Lingyu felt envious. Lingyu poked his nose twice and smiled in a fawning manner. Martial uncle, what good thing did master give me? Let me take a look. Seeing Lingyu's appearance, Xiao Qin could not help giggling. In the end, Lingyu was still young. He could not hide his thoughts on his face. Xiao Qin said casually, 10,000-year-old snow lotus. I heard that it was found in the darkest and dirtiest places. I just drank a cup of snow lotus tea and felt my mind clear up. A natural treasure that increases comprehension ability. Lingyu exclaimed with certainty, his eyes lighting up. Then, he looked and saw that Yi Zifeng had not finished the tea in his cup yet. He picked it up and gulped it down in one breath. This action startled Xiao Qin. How could one drink tea like that? Furthermore, it was still scalding hot. Pooh! So bitter. It scalded me. Lingyu spat out all the tea in one breath. Then, he opened his mouth and exhaled. His face looked as unsightly as if he had eaten a yellow lotus. However, when Lingyu saw the tea on the ground, he smacked his forehead, feeling an incredible heartache. Heavenly treasures that could increase one's perception were spat out by him just like that. Xiao Qin smiled and said, "This is the Buddhist sect's snow lotus. It can calm the heart and ward off evil. The one that increases comprehension ability is the Bodhi tea. Martial nephew, you should read more books." Lingyu retorted angrily, "You actually lied to me and made a fool of me." Xiao Qin smiled and said, "You did not know the severity of the tea, which is why it was so hot. As for increasing comprehension ability, it was your own assumption. I did not even have time to remind you." Lingyu felt stifled when he heard that. He pointed at Xiao Qin, not knowing how to rebut. Xiao Qin plucked a few snow lotus leaves and handed them to Lingyu. Then, he put them away and said, "If you run into berserking qi deviation or feel restless, there is no need to drink tea. Just keep one in your mouth. The effects are pretty good." Lingyu did not know how important the snow lotus was to Xiao Qin, so he accepted it without thanking him. Feeling depressed, Lingyu turned to leave. Xiao Qin took out a jade bottle and called out, "I don't have any natural treasures that increase comprehension ability. However, do you need natural treasures that strengthen the physique and aid in breaking through bottlenecks?" Ling Yu quickly turned around and smiled. Martial uncle, if you want to give your martial nephew a greeting gift, there is no need to be so polite. It is only right for your martial nephew to serve you. Even though Ling Yu said those words, he still directly grabbed the jade bottle in his hand. It is not really a greeting gift. I am very interested in how you activate the great desolate Ian bloodline in your body, Xiao Qin said softly. Upon hearing that, Ling Yu looked around. Then, he asked, why do you want to know about this? Is there no way to activate your bloodline? That makes sense. I have never seen or heard of this bloodline before. It is probably inherited through a generation. However, you want to use a small bottle of natural treasures that increase the physique to exchange for this secret. Martial uncle, your thinking is too simple. Xiao Qin smiled and said, open it and take a look first. It will not be too late to say that after that. Ling Yu opened the bottle cap suspiciously. The instant the bottle opened, an ancient and dense aura of life spread out. A spot of golden light flickered in the bottle. Ling Yu exclaimed excitedly, life juice source. Furthermore, it is of the highest quality. This is of a higher grade than what the sect keeps. After saying that, Ling Yu did not hesitate to pick up the jade bottle and pour it into his mouth. Hee hee. Who cares? I'll drink it first before talking. After I drink it, I'll toy with you again. I just won't tell you the secret of activating the great desolate Ian bloodline. Ling Yu revealed a malicious smile as he opened his mouth wide, his tongue hanging out. However, even after waiting for a long time, he did not see the life juice source pour out. Feeling it strange, Ling Yu looked at the bottle's mouth. He saw a small drop of golden life juice source trickling out of the bottle cap with much difficulty. The life juice source gave off a golden light, clearly visible. However, there was only one drop, so it could not be poured out. Xiao Qin took out another jade bottle and gently shook it in his hand, giving off the sound of liquid sloshing. Ling Yu put down the jade bottle and said angrily, you're messing with me again. Xiao Qin smiled warmly and said, not really. I did not say that there would definitely be the golden life juice source in there. Furthermore, martial nephew, you are very impatient. I have to be on guard. Ling Yu thought of the matter of drinking tea earlier, and he blushed, feeling somewhat embarrassed. However, in the blink of an eye, Ling Yu chuckled and said, martial uncle, I've been worrying about your identity. I forgot that you are only a half-step primal core cultivator. Xiao Qin asked calmly, what are you trying to do? Ha! Ling Yu laughed loudly. Martial uncle, you have traveled the world. Have you ever heard of killing people to snatch their treasures? Today, watch as I, Ling Yu, beat someone up and snatch their treasures. Who cares? I'll beat you up first. If you don't hand it over, I'll keep beating you up. Xiao Qin revealed a strange smile. Are you sure? Why would I be sure? I've wanted to beat you up for a long time. Chapter 1662. Ling Yu threw caution to the wind. He had been dissatisfied with Xiao Qin in the first place, looking down on him all this while. Now, Ling Yu became his martial uncle in the blink of an eye, needing him to take care of him. Originally, it would have been fine if Ling Yu tolerated it. However, Ling Yu tricked him twice, and there was the temptation of the golden life juice source. Of course, Ling Yu would not really do anything to Xiao Qin. He would just beat him up and snatch the life juice source. At that time, when Ling Yu's master blamed him, he could just say that he was discussing the martial Tao with his martial uncle. In any case, Ling Yu would not really do anything to Ling Yu. Right after Ling Yu spoke, he chuckled and launched himself at Xiao Qin. A strong aura spread out from his body, firmly suppressing Xiao Qin. After firmly suppressing Xiao Qin, he punched at Xiao Qin's chest. Xiao Qin smiled faintly as he sat on the chair. 3 cauldron force gathered in his body and punched as well. Boom! The 2 fists clashed, and a loud sound rang out. Ling Yu, who had used less than half his strength, was caught off guard. Caught off guard, he was sent flying, and a look of shock appeared on his face. Ling Yu stumbled a few steps before he managed to stabilize himself. He simply could not tell how strong Xiao Chen's vital qi was. That was natural. Unless one was at Yi Zifeng's level, no one could tell that Xiao Chen's physical body already rivaled that of an early-stage major primal core venerate. A casual punch already contained 3 cauldron force. There was no need for him to gather it. I underestimated martial uncle. To think that you even cultivated vital qi. However, it is futile. Ling Yu did not care. After all, he had only used 20% of his strength in the earlier punch. He had not been serious at all. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and suddenly stood up. At this moment, he burst forth with a startling speed. He executed the new fish dragon art, and his veritable essence energy protected his body. As his body rubbed against the air, his veritable essence energy burned into a purple flame. Xiao Chen turned into a flaming phantom and punched without hesitation. For the sake of bringing out his speed to its limits, this punch's might was actually limited. However, at this speed, Ling Yu, who was still speaking, could not see it clearly at such a close distance. Paw! A dark circle immediately appeared in Ling Yu's right eye, turning red and swollen. It was so painful that Ling Yu cried out and retreated. Martial uncle, you're really fast. Ling Yu's right eye hurt. He felt his vision distort and blur, and he sucked in a breath of cold air. In response to him, Xiao Chen threw another punch, and a black eye ring appeared on his left eye. Xiao Chen shook his head inwardly. He said that he wanted to beat him up, but he was not serious at all. He looked down on him and was full of flaws. His combat experience was pitifully little. His stance and his gestures were not perfect at all. Forget it, I'll give you a good beating. Martial uncle, I'm really angry. After being struck twice, Ling Yu was thoroughly enraged. He no longer held back, and his aura burst forth. Xiao Chen circulated his veritable essence energy and brought out his early-stage minor primal core cultivation. It had to be said that when Ling Yu used his full power, his aura was much stronger than that of the early-stage major primal core venerates that Xiao Chen had seen before. His true qi was condensed and heavy, incomparably vigorous. With a single glance, one could tell that his true element boundaries foundation was very solid. He had also put in a lot of effort in his daily cultivation. However, he was still lacking that little bit of maturity. His killing qi was insufficient. If Ling Yu faced an experienced person like Elder Tang, he would lose in 10 moves without activating his bloodline. Ling Yu, who used his full power, was filled with confidence this time. He no longer used an ordinary punch. Instead, he used his best martial technique, the cloud-shattering heavenly star fist. When Ling Yu punched, it was like a star falling, tearing through the clouds. In that instant, it scattered the clouds for 5,000 kilometers around. This fist drew out boundless resplendent starlight without any obstruction. This was the state that Ling Yu used for this punch. This Ling Yu was indeed a genius. At such a young age, he already comprehended the true meaning of the fish technique. No wonder Ling Yu could win 20-odd consecutive victories in the pirate hall back then, shining with unparalleled sharpness and attracting everyone's attention. Unfortunately, Ling Yu ran into Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen was a demonic genius with even more horrifying talent than Ling Yu, more experience than Ling Yu's master, more combat experience than the elders of the sect, and a mental state equal to the Purple Flame sect master. Whoosh! The Taiji diagram in Xiao Chen's dantian that looked like an ink painting slowly spun. Immediately, light flickered in Xiao Chen's surroundings. The light of the Taiji diagram was like ripples on water, reflecting on the ground and walls as it moved slowly. When Ling Yu executed the flawless saber Dao at this moment, it appeared incredibly heavy. Ling Yu's clothes fluttered like a saber falling to the ground, shocking a city. His fine black hair fluttered in the wind, looking like thousands of sabers stained with blood qi being drawn at the same time. Amid the clanging sounds, a heavy killing qi soared into the clouds and shook the surroundings. Xiaochen used his palm as a saber and executed the flawless saber technique's falling moon stance. A saber light flashed, and a figure soared into the air, descending the moon. Boom! The falling moon was accompanied by a saber light as it clashed with Ling Yu's berserk punch, which was like a star breaking through the clouds. The entire courtyard trembled. Xiaochen shattered Ling Yu's punch that turned into a star with one saber strike. The starlight scattered, and Ling Yu went flying back again. Ling Yu revealed an extremely incredulous expression, not daring to believe that Xiaochen, a half-step primal core cultivator, actually surpassed him in strength. Little martial nephew, it is very dangerous to let your thoughts run wild during a huge battle. Xiaochen smiled faintly. At this moment, the killing qi all over his body turned into a cold intent spreading out. Ling Yu's body immediately stiffened, and his heart sank. He felt an intense chill spread from his heart to his entire body. Before Ling Yu could disperse the chill, Xiaochen struck him with a palm strike and knocked him down from the air. Ling Yu landed heavily, and intense pain immediately filled his entire body. Ling Yu could not help cursing in his heart, this martial uncle is really ruthless in his attacks. Just as Ling Yu was about to get up, he discovered that a scabbard had pressed against his chest at some point in time. That scabbard was like a tall mountain pressing down on him. It blocked all of Ling Yu's qi. If Ling Yu tried to force his way through, he might instantly pierce through his chest. With this thought, Ling Yu could not help revealing some fear in his heart. This was especially so when he looked at Xiaochen's cold face, which gave him a strange chill. If Ling Yu really tried to force his way through, this martial uncle would definitely pierce through his chest without hesitation. Ling Yu's complexion immediately paled. "Martial uncle, you aren't here for real, right?" Ling Yu said, forcing a smile. However, the killing qi coming from Xiaochen intensified, making Ling Yu's breathing heavier. He said, "Killing people for their treasures. With your level, you want to kill people for their treasures. That's impossible." This Ling Yu was really stupid. Before him, Xiaochen could be considered the ancestor of killing people for their treasures. When Ling Yu killed people for their treasures, he was probably still wet behind the ears. Suddenly, Xiaochen saw Ling Yu's eyes tightly shut, his hands clenched tightly, trembling. Ling Yu's tightly shut eyes seemed somewhat moist. Xiaochen burst out in laughter. This child is about to cry from fright. This is really a sin. How am I going to explain this to my senior brother? Then, Xiaochen removed the scabbard and smiled. "Get up. Martial uncle, I'm not trying to kill you." "Really not?" Ling Yu did not dare to open his eyes. He just lay there without moving. "I don't believe it. Even if he does not kill me, he will definitely beat me up." For safety's sake, Ling Yu made up his mind not to get up. This martial uncle had too many tricks up his sleeves. However, Ling Yu could not defeat him. This was simply too dangerous. Xiaochen smiled helplessly. "Get up, then. It's just life juice source. I'll give it to you." "Really?" Ling Yu said with a smile as he swiftly stood up with two panda eyes. "Really?" Xiaochen shook his head. Then, he walked over and sat down again. Then, he said seriously, "However, you can't play any tricks on me. You have to tell me in detail how to activate the Great Desolate Aeon bloodline." How could Ling Yu dare to play any tricks? A crafty light flashed in his eyes as he smiled. "However, martial uncle, you have to tell me how to temper my killing qi. Right, and how to release and withdraw it as I please. You have to tell me as well." When Xiao Qin saw the crafty light in Ling Yu's panda eyes, he could not help smiling. If Ling Yu was not greedy, he would not be Ling Yu. However, it was fortunate that Ling Yu knew the severity of the situation. At the last moment, he did not activate his bloodline to fight with Xiao Qin. If Ling Yu had activated his bloodline, it would not have been as simple as two panda eyes. Xiao Qin would have unleashed his great Tao energy as well. At that time, Ling Yu would not know the severity of the situation. Deal. Given Xiao Qin's magnanimity, he naturally would not take such a loss, so he agreed straightforwardly. Ling Yu chuckled. He felt that although he got beaten up, he still profited. Ling Yu had forgotten that his original intention was to beat the other party up. Chapter 1663. After reaching a consensus, Xiao Qin straightforwardly gave Ling Yu a bottle of golden life juice source, 5 kilograms. Ling Yu was truly startled. Unexpectedly, Xiao Qin was so generous. This simply surpassed his imagination. As Ling Yu touched the bottle, he rejoiced, nearly dancing with joy. When Xiao Qin saw Ling Yu's excited appearance, he smiled and said, "You are, after all, the top core disciple of a rank 4 sect. How could the sect lack resources for you? Is there a need to be so exaggerated?" Ling Yu sighed bitterly and said, "Martial uncle, you don't know this. Good things like raising the physique have always been rare. There is no market for them. The sect does not have much in store either. Every time, it is given to the true inheritors first before the core disciples. Unless I complete some sect missions, I will be rewarded with several taels of silver life juice source every time. This is completely incomparable to martial uncles." Xiao Qin understood. Suddenly, he saw that Ling Yu was about to pour the life juice source into his mouth, so he quickly said, "Stop. What's wrong?" Xiao Qin said helplessly, "This thing is best used for bathing. It is best to supplement it with some other herbs to make it easier to absorb." Ling Yu slapped himself on the forehead and said, "I forgot about that. I nearly wasted a heavenly treasure. The main thing is that there was no way to bathe in it with the previous amount." "Martial uncle, thank you for the reminder." Xiao Qin smiled and said, "Don't be in such a hurry to remind me. It is time to fulfill your promise." Ling Yu put away the life juice source seriously and smiled. "That's easy. Although the great desolate Ian bloodlines of the various clans are different, the activation methods are mostly the same. All you need to do is awaken the ancient spirit hidden in the bloodline. In the future, if you want to activate it, all you need to do is think about it. Ancient spirit. That's right. No matter how many generations a great desolate Ian bloodline passes down, there will always be some remnant soul in it. For example, my astral rock bloodline contains the remnant soul of an astral rock. After I awaken the remnant soul and merge it with my soul, I can activate it as I please. However, after activating a great desolate Ian bloodline, there will be some corresponding restrictions. The stronger the physical body, the longer the bloodline will last after it is activated. Otherwise, if you exceed the limit, your physical body will suffer some repercussions. After all, your body is made of flesh and blood. It cannot be compared to the 10,000 races of the untainted land." Xiao Qin nodded thoughtfully and said, "How to activate the remnant soul in the bloodline? I have a remnant blood soul summoning art here. Most people with great desolate Ian bloodlines know a similar soul summoning art." After receiving the remnant blood soul summoning art, Xiao Qin entered deep thought. Then, he suddenly looked at Ling Yu and discovered that Ling Yu was trying hard to hold back a smile. He immediately understood and said, "This remnant blood soul summoning technique sounds scary, but it's actually a common technique, right?" Ling Yu was startled. Then, he could not help guffawing. Martial uncle is really smart. The sect will give a copy to any disciple with a special bloodline for free. The price outside is only a few hundred medial grade spirit jades. Xiao Qin was suddenly enlightened. No wonder this guy laughed so hard that he almost jumped up. It turned out that Xiao Qin had used only 300 spirit jades to exchange for a bottle of golden life juice source. Anyone would be overjoyed. "Martial uncle, are you angry?" Ling Yu asked somewhat nervously when he saw Xiao Chen's expression. Xiao Chen flipped through the remnant blood soul summoning art and smiled softly. "You're overthinking. This thing was originally a greeting gift for you. I still have 1 or 2 tons of it on hand. Originally, I was planning to let you cleanse your bones a few times. After hearing what you said about the sex treatment, I feel that there is no need. I feel that this is already good enough." When Ling Yu heard that, the smile on his face vanished. He showed a dispirited expression as he said, "Martial uncle, don't." "I was wrong," Xiao Chen smiled faintly and said, "It depends on your performance, then." Ling Yu felt regret in his heart. Why did I have to play that little trick? This is great. My losses are too great. Ling Yu felt a pang of heartache. The joy of obtaining 5 tons of golden life juice source vanished, leaving him as depressed as he could be. Never mind. Let's not talk about this. I would like to ask Martial Uncle how to temper my killing chi, to allow me to release and withdraw it as I please. Just like Martial Uncle, your killing chi is as heavy as a mountain, making it hard for others to breathe. Upon hearing that, Xiao Qin closed the remnant blood soul summoning art. Then, he revealed a complicated expression as he looked at Ling Yu and asked, "How old are you this year?" In reply to Martial Uncle, Ling Yu just turned 20 this year. I entered the main sect at the age of 15 and have been cultivating for 5 years already. What was he doing when he was 20? The geniuses of the Great Thousand Realms were truly blessed. Xiao Qin felt somewhat melancholic. Then, he suddenly smiled and said, "I'm 30-odd this year." Ling Yu did not hear the vicissitudes in Xiao Chen's words. Finding it strange, he asked, "What's wrong with 30-odd? In this Great Thousand Realms, everyone has a long lifespan. 50 is still considered young. Could it be that it has something to do with age?" Ling Yu tilted his head, revealing a confused expression. "That's not right either. The true inheritors of our main sect are all much older than Martial Uncle. However, I have never seen such a terrifying killing chi before, making one's breathing feel somewhat rushed." Xiao Qin collected his thoughts and said softly, "Killing chi needs to be slowly accumulated before it can go from quantitative to qualitative. There are no shortcuts." Upon hearing this, Ling Yu could not help feeling disappointed. This was different from what he had imagined. Where did Xiao Chen's killing chi come from? In the Sky Dome realm and the Kunlun realm, he had experienced too many massacres. There were countless battles of various sizes. While there were not tens of thousands, there were at least thousands. Ling Yu could not compare to Xiao Qin. He was simply too young, just like Xiao Qin, who was 20 years old. He was as inexperienced as Ling Yu, perhaps even far inferior. If you want to take a shortcut, that is actually possible. Ling Yu's eyes lit up. What method? Xiao Qin smiled mysteriously, causing Ling Yu to tremble. Martial Uncle, don't scare me like that. 3 days from now, exchange moves with me for 4 hours every day for a month. Although your killing chi cannot grow, you can get used to the enemy's killing chi. You will not be as inexperienced as you were today. When Ling Yu heard that, he felt somewhat startled. Could it be that he had to go through the same experience every day? However, Ling Yu immediately thought of something. He nodded seriously and said, "All right. I'll ask senior brother for guidance 3 days from now." After saying that, Ling Yu headed straight inside. Xiao Qin pointed outside and said, "Little martial nephew, your room is outside." Ling Yu smiled awkwardly. "Sorry, I'm used to it. I'm used to it." After Ling Yu left, Xiao Qin started reading the remnant blood soul summoning art again, entering deep thought. There were two urgent matters at hand. One was to break through, and the other was to activate the Blue Dragon bloodline. Regardless of which he succeeded, his strength would soar by leaps and bounds, reaching a qualitative leap. There would also be more opportunities in the fiendish demon battlefield 2 months from now. Based on what Ling Yu said, the Purple Flame sect had a mysterious true inheritor with a status equal to that of a sect elder. These true inheritors were much stronger than Xiao Qin. At that time, he would have to compete with these people and could not underestimate them. Of the two matters, Xiao Qin had to focus on one first. Only then would he be more efficient. After thinking for a while, Xiao Qin made his decision. He decisively chose to awaken the Blue Dragon's remnant soul in his bloodline first. After arriving at the cultivation room that Ling Yu usually stayed in, Xiao Qin looked around and felt very satisfied. Originally, he worried that awakening the Blue Dragon's remnant soul would cause a huge commotion. However, when he saw the layout of this cultivation room, he relaxed. There were many formations laid inside that could isolate the cultivator's aura. The Purple Flame sect had also put a lot of thought into the materials used to build the walls. The Purple Flame sect probably already had such considerations. After all, everyone had some secrets. The Purple Flame sect had to give its disciples a private place. Soul summoning. According to the book, the higher the quality of the bloodline, the stronger the ancient spirit that remains. The old dragon horse said that my bloodline is rank 8, which is stronger than any one of the entire dragon race's 6 bloodlines. Xiao Qin felt some anticipation in his heart. The old dragon horse said that the highest quality of the dragon race's bloodline was rank 7. There was something strange about Xiao Qin's rank 8 bloodline, so the old dragon horse told him not to tell anyone. After spending one night reading through the remnant blood soul summoning art, Xiao Qin pondered it for another day, completely understanding the parts that he did not understand. Only when he was 100% confident did he start to make his move. According to the book, it was possible to fail in summoning the soul. Every failure would result in significant damage to the physical body and soul. It was still necessary to be careful. With some anticipation, Xiao Qin closed his eyes and circulated his veritable essence energy to circulate the remnant blood soul summoning art. Xiao Qin's blood surged, and a terrifying aura from the great desolate Aeon came from his body. The formation responsible for isolating auras that spread throughout the cultivation room buzzed and trembled. Xiao Qin immediately cursed in his heart. He had underestimated the ancient spirit in his bloodline. This was just the beginning. When he formally summoned the spirit, his secret would definitely be exposed. At the summit, Yi Zifeng, who was cultivating with his eyes closed, opened his eyes. Many of the strong Cloud Sea elders also opened their eyes at the same time, revealing doubtful expressions. The Cloud Sea elders had already started cultivating soul energy and were exceptionally sensitive to the aura of the ancient spirit. Chapter 1664. Just as Xiao Qin was caught between a rock and a hard place and was about to give up for now, the formation in the entire room suddenly stabilized. Junior brother, just awaken your bloodline spirit in peace. I'll stand guard for you. Yi Zifeng's voice rang out in Xiao Qin's mind, calming him down. Many thanks, senior brother. The aura of the Blue Dragon's remnant soul vanished in a flash in the main peak of the Purple Flame sect. It had just attracted the attention of the Cloud Sea elders in the sect when it vanished again, undetectable. After a while, the Cloud Sea elders could only give up on searching, thinking that a disciple had failed to summon the Blue Dragon's soul. With his senior brother Yi Zifeng standing guard, Xiao Qin calmed down and started circulating the remnant blood soul summoning art again. All the blood in Xiao Qin's body surged continuously. A warmth appeared in Xiao Qin's body. Then, he felt like he was on fire. His skin turned fiery red. As the remnant blood soul summoning art continued to circulate, bits of azure light started to separate from his blood. His hot-bloodedness surged, and all the blood in his body started to separate azure light. After that, all the azure light rushed towards Xiao Chen's brain. Xiao Chen, who was already feeling very uncomfortable, felt dizzy from the heat. How can it be like this? This startled Xiao Chen. He felt his rationality slipping away bit by bit. Anxiety and irritation spread in his mind, affecting Xiao Chen's mind. Whoosh! Xiao Chen, who was seated cross-legged, spat out a mouthful of turbid qi. Immediately, heat waves surged throughout the entire cultivation room. It was like a dragon's breath, horrifying and terrifying, accompanied by roars. The cultivation chamber began to tremble once again. The formation buzzed, and cracks began to appear on the walls. On the roof, Yi Zifeng furrowed his brows. He had already cultivated soul power. He, who had already cultivated soul energy, could clearly see an invisible dragon soul coiled in the room, wanting to soar into the sky and shake the heavens. Yi Zifeng gently drifted down and landed on the dragon's head, ruthlessly suppressing it. Which of the 6 bloodlines of the dragon race is this? The irritable aura is similar to the red dragon bloodline. However, how could a red dragon spirit look like this? Yi Zifeng was very knowledgeable. Back in the Central Great Realm, he had interacted with many major characters with great desolate bloodlines. As far as he could remember, there was no such lineage in the dragon clan. It was even more impossible for the pseudo-dragons or other branches to exist. The aura of Xiao Chen's dragon soul was clearly stronger than that of the dragon race's 6 main bloodlines. How could it be a false dragon? His rationality told him that this matter was not simple, and he absolutely could not expose it. A gust of wind flashed past. His tall and straight body was like a sheathless blade. Strands of saber Dao great Dao energy emanated from Xiao Chen's body. He used the Dao might to firmly suppress the dragon soul. Outside the courtyard, Lingyu had just finished preparing the supplementary herbs and bathed in the life juice source. Caught off guard, he was sent flying. This was a deterrence that came from the depths of his soul. It penetrated deep into his soul, causing his blood vessels to tremble. His entire body was prostrated on the ground, feeling waves of immense pressure. What happened? Blood leaked out of a corner of Ling Yu's lips, and he panicked. Suddenly, he remembered the remnant blood soul summoning art that he gave to Xiao Qin. Damn it! Nothing will happen to Martial Uncle. With this thought, Ling Yu's expression changed slightly. As he stared at that immense pressure, he walked forward step by step. Ling Yu looked towards his original cultivation room. A pair of azure-colored dragon eyes vaguely appeared, releasing a resplendent golden light. Whoosh! Ling Yu vomited another mouthful of blood as he went flying again. Ancient spirit. It is the ancient spirit in Martial Uncle's body. Lying on the ground, Ling Yu was deeply shocked. He had not expected the ancient spirit in Xiao Chen's body to be so strong, so terrifyingly strong. His astral rock bloodline could not resist at all. Originally, Ling Yu thought that the great desolate Ian bloodline in Xiao Chen's body was already extremely thin and ranked at the back, far inferior to his astral rock bloodline. However, it looked like the bloodlines of the strongest 100 races of the great desolate Ian were only a so-so. What exactly are the origins of this Martial Uncle? Ling Yu thought to himself. As he thought about his experiences with Xiao Qin, he felt that Xiao Chen's background was extremely mysterious. When he thought about how he had coldly rejected the other party back then, he could not help blushing. Ling Yu, there's no need to get any closer. I'm standing guard for junior brother. Patrol the surroundings and don't let anyone near. Yi Zifeng's voice suddenly rang out in Ling Yu's mind, startling him awake. It turned out that Master was already here. In that case, there was nothing to worry about. With Master around, that Martial Uncle Xiao Qin would definitely be fine. In Ling Yu's heart, Yi Zifeng was like a god. As long as Yi Zifeng was around, there was nothing that could not be resolved. After Ling Yu got up, he no longer barged into the courtyard. Instead, he obeyed his master's orders and patrolled the surroundings. Xiaochen panted softly in the cultivation room. He felt some horror and fear in his heart. He only felt too hot and uncomfortable, wanting to breathe and relax. Unexpectedly, the panting uncontrollably turned into a deep dragon roar, making him feel even more uncomfortable. As the azure light that separated from his blood continuously gathered, a faint dragon soul formed in the depths of his soul. The next step was for this ancient dragon soul to merge with Xiaochen's soul. After the merger succeeded, Xiaochen would be able to activate his blue dragon bloodline as he pleased. Xiaochen desperately needed the blue dragon bloodline. After seeing Ling Yu's combat prowess soar when he activated his bloodline, Xiaochen had always had a desire in his heart. If he hid such a huge treasure in his body and could not use it, it would be a waste. However, the situation now was somewhat different from what Xiaochen imagined. He felt that this dragon's soul seemed to be vaguely taking over the dominant position. Could it be that after the merger, Xiaochen would really turn into a dragon? His original consciousness would be completely erased. This kind of worry was something that no one could have anticipated. No matter who it was, no matter how strong their bloodline was, they could not take over the dominant position. After many generations of inheritance and dilution, the ancient spirit would only be a strand of remnant soul, not very strong. However, this situation was somewhat different for Xiaochen. He breathed heavily and uncontrollably let out dragon roars, causing the entire room to tremble endlessly. Up on the roof, Yi Zifeng's forehead was already covered in sweat from suppressing the dragon roars. He was already injured in the first place. Now, blood leaked out of a corner of his lips, no longer as relaxed as he was at the start. The situation was indeed as Yi Zifeng expected. This junior brother's bloodline power was very extraordinary. This strengthened Yi Zifeng's resolve to suppress this dragon's soul and not expose its secrets. Once news of such a strange creature leaked out, it would attract the attention of the world prematurely. Who knew how many people would feel afraid? It was hard to imagine that Xiaochen would have a chance to mature. He would definitely be killed by someone before he grew up. At this moment, Xiaochen, who was in the cultivation room, felt conflicted, hesitating. He did not know whether to proceed to the end or not. Azure dragon scales already appeared on Xiaochen's skin, flickering with a metallic luster. Such a situation made Xiaochen even more worried. He became anxious and berserk, and his consciousness slowly blurred. It's over. Suddenly, Xiaochen was horrified to discover that without his control, the savage blood soul summoning art had already started to circulate on its own. No matter what he did, he could not stop it. The blood flowing in Xiaochen's limbs and bones continuously separated into bits of azure light and surged to the top of his head. The faint figure of the dragon soul in the depths of his mind slowly became clearer. Xiaochen's body slowly expanded, slowly occupying his soul. A formless swelling pain came from the depths of his soul, completely unstoppable. How can it be like this? His soul pool suddenly increased by 4 or 5 times. Yi Zifeng, who had been paying attention to Xiaochen, revealed a doubtful expression, feeling extremely confused. Logically speaking, given Xiaochen's cultivation, a casual movement of his soul pool would scatter his soul, turning his physical body into an empty shell. Am I going to die? Xiaochen's consciousness slowly turned blurry, and his thoughts slowly turned empty. While he did not know what was going on, a pile of dragon humps grew out from his back. They were like sharp swords, spreading out in a perfectly straight line. Xiaochen's hands turned incredibly sharp, and his entire body started to dragon. The situation slowly progressed toward the worst-case scenario. However, just as the situation was about to become completely out of his control, a voice suddenly rang out. Suddenly, a mysterious black pearl in the depths of Xiaochen's soul released a large expanse of immortal light. Just as the dragon's soul was about to erase Xiao Chen's soul, an uncontrollable suction force appeared. This created an uncontrollable suction force that incomparably arrogant and tyrannical ancient spirit. It swallowed the incomparably arrogant and tyrannical ancient spirit without revealing anything. At this moment, Xiao Chen fainted and did not see this strange scene. Chapter 1665. When Xiao Chen woke up again, it was already daybreak. He slowly opened his eyes and discovered that he was in a pile of rubble. Sitting up with some difficulty, Xiao Chen felt as if he had just woken up. His head was heavy and he felt extremely uncomfortable. He felt waves of discomfort all over his body, as if his bones were broken and then reassembled. Slapping his head hard, Xiao Chen closed his eyes and took a few deep breaths, finally recovering some of his energy. When he opened his eyes once more, he saw a huge face right in front of him. He could even feel the other party's breath, giving him a huge fright. Ignoring the soreness in his body, he stood up immediately. Hee, Martial Uncle, wake up. Looks like Master was right. Don't touch you. You'll wake up after daybreak. Ling Yu said with a smile as he stood up. His complexion was red and his aura was stable. Even his true essence had become much more stable. Xiao Chen understood. The other party must have absorbed the life juice source last night. In one night, he seemed to have undergone a complete transformation. Furthermore, this was his first time using this golden life juice source. He had a great desolate Ian bloodline, and this was his first time using the golden life juice source. The effect was surprisingly good. In just one night, everyone's eyes lit up. If Xiao Chen had a few more days to completely absorb and refine the life juice source in his body, his strength would definitely improve further, and his combat prowess would increase significantly. This was what it meant to be a genius disciple. With just a little bit of luck, they would be able to bring out 10 times, 100 times more effect than ordinary disciples. Xiao Chen collected his thoughts and looked at the rubble. He asked, "What happened before I fainted?" Ling Yu shook his head and said, "I don't know. I was patrolling for you. Then, I heard a loud sound, and the cultivation room was completely destroyed. A terrifying dragon roar rang out. Fortunately, Master made a move and completely suppressed this shocking phenomenon. Otherwise, everyone in the sect will be alerted. I owe my senior brother another favor." Xiao Chen felt a burst of warmth in his heart. He knew very well the terrifying consequences of exposing the blue dragon bloodline in advance. That was much scarier than the Black Lotus Church. However, Xiao Chen was also quite curious about what had happened at the last moment. He had originally thought that he was definitely going to die. After he woke up, his main consciousness would definitely be erased. However, looking at the situation, it seemed that something was wrong. He was still alive and well. His limbs had not changed, his body had not changed, his thoughts were still there, his soul seemed to have become stronger. "Martial Uncle, did you succeed?" Ling Yu asked excitedly. Xiao Chen really wanted to see what would happen after his martial uncle's great desolate Ian bloodline was unleashed. Right, let's not worry about that for now. Let's see if the bloodline activation is successful or not. Xiao Chen sank into his thoughts. He also wanted to know the results of his efforts this time. With a thought, his black eyes instantly turned a resplendent gold. Its entire body gave off a deep azure light, and its aura was ancient and distant. It was unknown how long it had existed. A powerful desolation chi spread out from Xiao Chen's body. In the next moment, his golden eyes turned into azure dragon eyes. In the depths of his pupils, there was an extremely resplendent scarlet light. Strange, mysterious, aloof, arrogant, tyrannical, powerful. Xiao Chen was affected by an irascible emotion. His entire body was filled with power, and he felt that human lives were as worthless as grass, and he viewed the common people as ants. The world is vast, the universe is vast, but there is nothing worth pursuing. Endless loneliness and solitude lingered in my heart. I only dared to ask what in the world could make me look straight at it. Ling Yu, who was at the side, regretted it the moment Xiao Qin activated his bloodline. He was already prepared to activate his Star Rock bloodline the moment Xiao Qin activated his bloodline. However, before Xiao Qin, he still felt waves of pressure, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. Even speaking was extremely difficult. Fortunately, Xiao Qin's state only lasted for a moment before it quietly dissipated. Returning to his original state, Xiao Qin felt a sense of unreality. At that moment, it was as if he had become a different person. Although his thoughts were clear and all his actions were under his control. However, many thoughts appeared in his mind uncontrollably, difficult to suppress. Was this the true portrayal of the ancient blue dragon? Although the sky was vast, the opponents that could make the blue dragon look straight at were 1 in 10,000. Xiao Qin felt some lingering fear. Such a state of mind was unacceptable. If Xiao Qin charged up and sought trouble with a Cloud Sea cultivator with such a state of mind, he would be humiliated if he got taught a lesson. "Martial uncle, your bloodline is really too horrifying," Ling Yu said with lingering fear in his heart. However, the stronger the bloodline, the greater the burden after using it. "Martial uncle, it is best that you use it sparingly." Bang! Before Ling Yu finished speaking, Xiao Qin's body fell backward without any warning. Once again, Xiao Qin fainted. "Martial uncle, I'm not done yet." Ling Yu smiled bitterly, feeling extremely helpless. This time, Xiao Qin slept for 3 days. 3 days later, he opened his eyes. All the discomfort he felt vanished. He felt refreshed, and his entire body felt incredibly comfortable. During these 3 days, Xiao Qin's body had completely adapted to the new body brought about by the dragonification of his bones. Even he had no idea that the day his body transformed into a dragon, his life force and physique had improved by another level without him realizing it. "Ao Jiao, how many days did I sleep for?" Xiao Qin asked after washing up. "No more, no less." "Just 3 days, Ao Jiao answered honestly. "Oh." Xiao Qin left and went to the courtyard alone. Then, he sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes. Xiao Qin sensed the changes in his body and was surprised to discover that his vital qi had increased to 4 cauldron force. "Strange," Xiao Qin muttered to himself. Then, he opened his eyes, and the various scenes of his dragonification appeared in his mind. Xiao Qin simply could not figure out what pulled him back from the gates of hell. He clearly felt that the ancient spirit had already completely occupied his physical body. "If I have time, I have to ask senior brother." Yi Zifeng, who had been paying attention to the entire process, should know more than Ling Yu. However, Yi Zifeng's condition was definitely not good right now, so it was not good to disturb him. "Martial uncle Ling Yu, things are bad. Things are bad." Just at this moment, an anxious figure came from outside the door. A figure rushed in a fluster, charging in without greeting Ling Yu. That was a young purple flame sect disciple dressed in gray. His cultivation was not low, even slightly higher than Ling Yu's. However, at this moment, he appeared flustered and anxious. The instant the gray-clad disciple entered, he saw Xiao Qin and was stunned for a moment. "Who are you? Why are you in Martial Uncle's courtyard? Why are you in such a flustered state? Speak properly." "He is my martial uncle." Just at this moment, Ling Yu, who walked out of the side room, spoke with a sullen expression, acting like an old man. Xiao Qin felt slightly stunned. At this moment, Ling Yu's expression and aura returned to when Xiao Qin first met him in the pirate hall. Ling Yu radiated sharpness, and unconcealable pride appeared on his face. His powerful aura made it so that no one dared to look down on him. "Martial uncle's martial uncle. How should I address him? Martial grand uncle." However, How could there be a half-step primal core martial granduncle in the Purple Flame sect? The situation immediately turned chaotic. What are you waiting for? What's the matter? Quickly say it. The gray-clad disciple recovered his wits and quickly said, Martial Uncle, the Divine Firmament sect's Little Thunder Saber Feng Yu is charging over again with their core disciples. Senior Brother Lu, Senior Brother Lan, and the others have all been defeated. Now, only Senior Sister Bai is left bitterly holding on. Damn! It's that bastard again. His 7 purple thunder strikes must have improved again. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Seeing Ling Yu get angry, the gray-clad disciple whispered, Martial Uncle instructed me to enter closed-door cultivation and not to disturb him. The senior brothers and senior sisters just want to hold on for a while. There's no need to trouble Martial Uncle. Ling Yu's face sank. Indeed, he had instructed them to absorb and refine the life juice source for the past few days and not to be disturbed. Never mind. I got muddle-headed. Bring me there now. Don't go overboard with this group of bastards. Heavy worry appeared on Ling Yu's face. Without waiting for Xiao Chen to say anything, he rushed over. Xiao Chen heard everything from start to finish, finding it strange and not understanding. After hesitating for a moment, his figure flashed as he followed. Chapter 1666. Martial Uncle, why are you following us? Ling Yu asked, feeling it was strange. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and replied, after sleeping for so many days, I have to move around a bit. Furthermore, I have not properly strolled around the Purple Flame sect yet. Cut the crap and lead the way. Upon seeing this scene, the gray-clad disciple felt startled. What is the background of this white-clad person? Ling Yu's words rendered Ling Yu speechless. After all, Ling Yu was the top core disciple. Furthermore, he was very young, only in his 20s. He might very well become the youngest true inheritor in the history of the Purple Flame sect. Furthermore, Ling Yu had the sect's stabilizing pillar, Yi Zifeng, as his master. He even had a connection to the legendary Pan Huang. His future was limitless. Several of the elders in the sect did not dare to show their martial uncle any displeasure. When they met, they would address him politely as martial uncle. However, before this white-clad person, their martial uncle did not show any temper at all. This was really strange and puzzling. The 3 of them quickly traversed the mountain path. Soon, they arrived at a lonely mountain peak surrounded by clouds and mist. A simple and imposing pavilion stood beside an old tree on the peak. Several Purple Flame sect disciples gathered there. 2 Purple Flame sect disciples lay at the side, their complexions pale and in pain. A purple-haired youth sat on a long bench in front of the pavilion, leading many Divine Firmament sect core disciples. All of them had smiles on their faces. Their gazes were fixed on a ring that was floating in the air and shrouded in a celestial mist. 2 people were currently fighting intensely on the arena, a man and a woman. The man was a Divine Firmament sect core disciple, and the woman was a Purple Flame sect core disciple. She was the senior sister Bai that the gray-clad disciple mentioned. Greeting of Swords Edges. At the entrance, there was a stone stele with 3 ancient and vast words written on it. Xiao Chen entered deep thought and understood some of the reasons. Big Brother Lu, Big Brother Lan, what's wrong with you? When Ling Yu saw the 2 weakened people in the pavilion, his expression changed drastically. Then, his figure flashed as he charged in. Little martial uncle, didn't I tell you not to come? The 2 said sullenly with slightly angry expressions. In such a situation, as the number 1 core disciple, how could I not come? However, Ling Yu did not care. When he got up and checked the 2's injuries, his expression immediately turned sullen. Lightning entered his body and damaged his tibia. He wouldn't be able to recover within 2 months. How vicious! Feng Yu, you bastard! Do you need to be so ruthless? Ling Yu roared furiously as he stood up and looked at the purple-haired youth leading the Divine Firmament sex group. The purple-haired youth smiled and said, "Both our sects have set up the greeting of swords' edges to facilitate the exchange of pointers between the disciples of both sections. Fists and kicks are emotionless, while blades and swords have no eyes. Brother Ling, why are you so angry? What are you shouting for? It's a fair spar. I've already shown mercy. What more do you want?" The Divine Firmament sect cultivator who injured the Purple Flame sect core disciple stood up and looked at Ling Yu in disdain, not showing any signs of remorse. In the greeting of swords' edges, each sect had a similar location. The greeting of swords' edges was where the face of a sect was. Not a single sect would remove the greeting of swords' edges. Doing so was equivalent to showing weakness, a great humiliation to the sect. All the other sects would laugh at them and look down on them. Setting up this greeting of swords' edges also served to motivate the sect's disciples. The world of cultivators followed the law of the jungle in the first place, where the strong reigned supreme and the weak were humiliated. However, in recent years, very few Purple Flame sect disciples went to the Divine Firmament sect's greeting of swords' edges. It was the other party who came to mock them. This time, the other party came prepared. Clearly, the other party wanted to deal a blow to the Purple Flame sect core disciples, preventing them from entering the fiendish demon battlefield 2 months from now and reducing the competition. The ruthlessness of this move was unexpected. Boom! As the Divine Firmament sect disciples spoke, a bolt of electric light knocked that exquisite girl into the air. Immediately, cries rang out in the surroundings. The eyes of the Purple Flame sect disciples filled with rage and dissatisfaction. 3 consecutive defeats. Another 3 consecutive defeats. Aside from the occasional exception, the Divine Firmament sect core disciples usually suffered 3 consecutive defeats when they fought the Purple Flame sect core disciples. The reason was none other than the Divine Firmament sect's development over the past few years. Its younger generation disciples had already surpassed the Purple Flame sect. The Divine Firmament sect's momentum was ferocious. Every year, geniuses and outstanding talents were born, firmly suppressing the Purple Flame sect. "Little martial uncle, who told you to come? Weren't you in closed-door cultivation?" The exquisite girl asked with a trace of reproach in her tone as she looked at Ling Yu. However, like her 2 senior brothers, her tone was filled with concern. The Divine Firmament sect's purple-haired youth, Feng Yu, appeared very confident. He smiled faintly and said, "Stop being so wishy-washy. Stop acting pitifully. I'm already sick of watching it. Ling Yu, it is time for you to make a move. Let me think of who to send this time. Let you win 1 match and regain some face for your Purple Flame sect." Right after Feng Yu spoke, the Divine Firmament sect core disciples all laughed. It had been like this for the past few years. After 3 consecutive defeats, Ling Yu would appear and win 1 match. Then, this purple-haired youth would appear as the finale and defeat Ling Yu. Such a scene would play out practically every few months. There were no exceptions every time. In the blessed land that was the Black Cave Mountain, the little thunder saber Feng Yu was like Ling Yu's nemesis, suppressing him firmly. Hee. Senior brother, let me do it. Perhaps this time, it might not be your turn to make a move. The Divine Firmament sect disciple who injured the 2 Purple Flame sect disciples earlier did not show any fear. The little thunder saber Feng Yu maintained a faint smile on his face, always looking like he had control of the situation. He said, "Brother Ling Yu, please." Ling Yu clenched his fists tightly. He clearly knew that this was a trap. However, under such circumstances, he had no choice but to let the other party lead him by the nose. "Junior brother Feng, be careful. This Ling Yu should have had some fortuitous encounters recently. Based on his aura, his strength has improved significantly." The little thunder saber Feng Yu sent a voice projection to his junior brother. "Senior brother, don't worry. I'm not a fool. This fellow should have obtained some natural treasures. However, he has yet to completely refine them. He is definitely not a match for senior brother. I'll help senior brother scout him out first. They were all core disciples of rank 4 sections. Although the Divine Firmament sect's people were arrogant, they were not fools. Feng Yu immediately calmed down, no longer having any misgivings. He continued looking at Ling Yu and said, "Brother Ling Yu, what's wrong? My junior brother already went up. Don't tell me that you do not even have this bit of courage." When Xiao Chen saw all this, he was about to make a move to stop Feng Yu. However, Ling Yu could no longer remain calm. He leaped up and landed on the arena. This child, Xiao Chen sighed in his heart. He could understand this. After all, Ling Yu was still a youth. It did not look like he could truly remain indifferent to favors or humiliation. Given the current situation, Xiao Chen definitely had to endure for now. After Xiao Chen completely absorbed and refined the life juice source, he would properly temper Ling Yu. When Ling Yu's strength truly improved, he would charge his way to the Divine Firmament sect's greeting of sword's edges and slap this face back 10 times, 100 times. He would crush the other party's spirit in one go. He would not be like Ling Yu now, walking onto the arena with resentment and helplessness. Divine Firmament sect core disciple Fang Yun. "Brother Ling Yu, please give me some pointers." The Divine Firmament sect disciples on the arena performed cupped fist salutes. Purple Flame sect's Ling Yu, please give me some pointers. When Ling Yu saw the smile on the other party's face, he could not control the rage in his heart. Right after he spoke, he threw a punch. Ling Yu's punch contained great might. A fist wind tore through the air, giving off ear-piercing howls in the surroundings. The little thunder saber Feng Yu nodded slightly. His judgment was right. This Ling Yu's strength had indeed improved significantly. However, everything was still under control. Fang Yun had learned about this in advance, so he was not too surprised at Ling Yu's great increase in strength. His figure flashed, leaving behind an electric afterimage as he dodged. The strength that Ling Yu displayed in the arena made the eyes of the Purple Flame sect disciples light up. They could not help focusing their gazes on the arena again. Although Ling Yu was furious, he did not lose his rationality. He wanted to end the battle quickly and preserve his strength. Then, he would fight the little thunder saber Feng Yu and rewrite all the humiliation he suffered. By relying on the golden life juice source that Xiao Chen gave him, Ling Yu's strength had increased significantly in the past few days. He was extremely confident of defeating Feng Yu. Xiao Chen was somewhat startled. This little martial nephew truly surpassed his expectations. While Ling Yu's fist technique looked mighty and tyrannical, in reality, he used just the right amount of force. Every time he attacked, he did not waste any excess veritable essence energy. Ling Yu's footwork was completely random, but he managed to push the Divine Firmament sect's Fang Yun into a corner. This prevented Fang Yun from executing his punches and kicks. He might not even have a chance to bring out his full power before suffering a sullen defeat. Interesting. Ling Yu's improvement is truly extraordinary. Xiao Chen thought to himself, perhaps Ling Yu might be able to create a miracle this time. Chapter 1667. Back in the arena, the Divine Firmament sect's Fang Yun, who had been filled with confidence that he could fight Ling Yu to a draw or even defeat him, suddenly stopped. His expression was extremely unsightly. 20 moves had passed, and he was completely in a passive position. The space for Xiao Chen to move around became smaller and smaller. Every time he attacked, he felt restricted. He could not bring out his aura at all. His attacks were suppressed, and his strength was being suppressed more and more. This was a friendly spar. Although the battle was quite intense, it was not a true battle to the death. Some life-saving killer moves definitely could not be used. Even if you had them, others also had them. If they used life-saving killer moves together, the consequences would be unpredictable. After returning to the sect, they would definitely be punished. This was an unwritten rule of the greeting of swords' edges. If Ling Yu could not use his trump card, he would not be able to turn the situation around. The enraged Ling Yu calmly did not give Fang Yun any chance. After another 10 moves, Fang Yun, who had been struggling for a long time, could no longer hold on. Ling Yu revealed a rather large opening, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. He did not hesitate to attack decisively. The true intent of the cloud-shattering heavenly star fist was unleashed, causing starlight to descend on the stage, clearing away all the clouds surrounding the stage. Everyone clearly saw Ling Yu send the divine firmament sect's Fang Yun flying with one punch, unable to retaliate at all. All right. The Purple Flame sect disciples immediately cheered. No one expected Ling Yu to win so easily. Junior brother Ling, your strength has improved so much in just a few days. The disciple with the surname Liu, who was defeated earlier, was slightly startled, before a hint of joy appeared on his face. Ling Yu was naturally happy that Ling Yu had such strength. The petite woman with the family name Bai said, perhaps little martial uncle might not lose to that little thunder saber Feng Yu. Even if he can't win, he can still fight to a draw. Little thunder saber Feng Yu. I wonder how far his purple thunder 7 strikes has progressed. At the mention of the little thunder saber Feng Yu, the Purple Flame sect disciples all revealed dejected expressions. Ling Yu was the future star of the Purple Flame sect. Not only did he have great talent and a powerful bloodline, but he also had Yi Zifeng as his master. He was also willing to work hard, and at such a young age, he became the #1 core disciple. Many people felt that with Shao Qin around, the Purple Flame sect would be able to suppress the Divine Firmament sect in the future. However, no one expected that Feng Yu of the Divine Firmament Gate was a nobody before he turned 18. The moment he appeared, he kicked up a strong wind in the entire Black Cave Mountain. He was like an existence born to restrain Ling Yu. Ever since he appeared, he instantly overshadowed Ling Yu's limelight in the Black Cave Mountain. Under his lead, the Divine Firmament sect's core disciples repeatedly came to the Purple Flame sect's greeting of swords' edges to mock and humiliate them. It was rumored that his master was the Thunderblade Xiang Tian. He started practicing the saber at the age of 6 and comprehended saber intent at the age of 8. Later, he was taken in as the Thunderblade Xiang Tian's last disciple. It was only 2 years ago that he began to show his talent. He had been a nobody for 18 years. As soon as he made his debut, he showed off his abilities, displaying the domineering aura of all the outstanding talents of the Black Cave Mountain's younger generation. He obtained the title of Little Thunder Saber. Like Yi Zifeng, the Thunder Saber Xiang Tian was one of the Grave Sea's 10 great bladesmen. Like Yi Zifeng, Thunder Saber Xiang Tian was also a supreme elder of the Divine Firmament sect. Aside from his shocking talent in the Saber Dao, his comprehension of the Thunder Dao was equally shocking. Most importantly, he had also perfectly fused the two and reached the realm of controlling lightning with his saber. In the past, no matter how much Ling Yu improved, he would eventually lose to the other party. However, Ling Yu easily defeated Fang Yun this time, allowing the Purple Flame sect's core disciples to see a trace of hope. Senior brother, I'm sorry. Fang Yun said in a low voice before the Little Thunder Saber, feeling somewhat guilty after his defeat. Feng Yu fell into deep thoughts and shook his head. It's my fault. I underestimated his room for improvement. I shouldn't have reminded you. You've already lost in terms of aura, and you've underestimated his improvement in strength. If you didn't know anything from the start, you wouldn't have lost so miserably just because of your bravery. If I gave you another chance, you wouldn't have lost so miserably. It's not that you're weak, don't think too much about it. A glint flashed in Shao Chen's eyes. This Little Thunder Saber was truly extraordinary. Ling Yu showed rage on his face as he said, Feng Yu, it's your turn. There's no rush. No matter how much you improve, you will always be surpassed by me. Feng Yu let out a long laugh. His figure flashed, and he landed on the arena. Boom! In an instant, the sky darkened. Endless thunderclouds gathered above the arena from all directions. Thunder rumbled and the sky darkened. Bolts of lightning streaked across the sky, and the weather within a radius of 100 miles changed. Will of thunder. He actually comprehended the will of thunder. Everyone was shocked. Feng Yu was only 21 years old, and he actually comprehended the will of thunder. The moment Xiao Chen appeared, he shocked everyone. No one had expected that he had already comprehended the will of thunder. Ling Yu, if you can receive 3 moves from me, it will be considered your win. I will personally expel the lightning from your senior brothers' and sisters' bodies. Feng Yu had a calm expression as he held his saber. 9 moves. Ling Yu's expression changed slightly. Only 9 moves. This Feng Yu is really underestimating me. After these 3 moves, I will not return to the Purple Flames sect for 3 years. Feng Yu's expression did not change as he continued. The moment Feng Yu said that, the crowd burst into an uproar. In the past few years, every time Feng Yu led a team to the greeting of Sword's Edges, it was torture for the Purple Flames sect disciples. Now, Feng Yu actually decided not to come again. A cold smile appeared on Xiao Chen's face. This fellow was really scheming. The fiendish demon battlefield would open 2 months from now. All Xiao Chen needed to do was severely injure Ling Yu in 9 moves. If he prevented Ling Yu from entering the fiendish demon battlefield, he would miss out on a great opportunity. He would lose the chance to catch up to the Little Thunder Saber Feng Yu. That way, there would be no need to come to the Purple Flames sect every few months to deal a blow to Ling Yu. The many core disciples of the Purple Flames sect felt somewhat nervous, not knowing how Ling Yu would answer. On one hand, they wanted their martial uncle Ling Yu to agree to help them, the core disciples, gain some glory. On the other hand, they feared that Feng Yu was up to something, feeling nervous. Alright, I agree. Ling Yu's eyes flickered for a moment as he decisively made his decision. He did not believe that he could not receive 3 moves from the other party. 1 move. Clang! A saber light flashed, and Feng Yu's scabbard flew into the air, turning into a flash of purple electric light as it shot towards Ling Yu. In the sky, the heavy sound of thunder resounded. The sound of thunder shook the 4 directions. Ling Yu's face sank, but he did not choose to retreat. He raised his hand and punched. Bang! The fist light clashed with the scabbard. Ling Yu's figure trembled, and he grunted as he took a few steps back. His aura immediately weakened significantly. That scabbard actually attracted lightning in the surroundings. The energy it contained far surpassed Ling Yu's imagination. 2 moves. Right after Ling Yu spoke, he saw Feng Yu press forward, his footwork turning illusory. With every step Feng Yu took, a bolt of lightning descended from the sky. As the electric light shone, Feng Yu's figure suddenly vanished, leaving only 9 saber lights flickering endlessly. Divine Firmament 9 changes. This greatly startled Ling Yu. He simply had not expected Feng Yu to have practiced a consummate technique of the Divine Firmament sect that was extremely difficult to master. All the Purple Flame sect disciples at the greeting of Sword's Edges were stunned. Oh no! Junior brother is in danger. Divine Firmament 9 changes. He actually managed to practice the Divine Firmament 9 changes. Only now did everyone startle awake. No wonder Feng Yu dared to say that he could defeat Ling Yu in 3 moves. It turned out that he had already practiced the Divine Firmament 9 changes. Feng Yu's figure vanished from the arena, and the 9 saber lights pierced towards Ling Yu from different directions. Each saber light drove countless bolts of lightning. The entire sky turned dark. This Divine Firmament 9 changes was not as simple as the saber light splitting into 9 and disappearing. The more horrifying thing was that each saber light drove lightning, materializing a boundless berserk mysterious phenomenon. What should I do? I can block 6 saber lights at most. Chapter 1668. Divine Firmament 9 Changes. This was one of the Divine Firmament sect's martial techniques with the highest requirement for comprehension ability. The moment it was executed, it immediately put Ling Yu in a predicament. Everyone in the Purple Flame sect was stunned. The 9 saber lights stirred up a change in the world. The power of the world they drove was horrifying. Furthermore, it was just 2 moves. The little Thunder Saber Feng Yu still had one more move to make. I'll block the 6 saber lights first. Ling Yu made up his mind. After receiving the 6 saber lights, he used his physical body to block the last 3. His physique had already improved significantly. 3 saber lights would not injure him too severely. He just needed to block one more saber light. Cloud-shattering heavenly star fist. Starlight flickered. In the blink of an eye, Ling Yu threw 6 punches with all his might. Every time Xiao Qin punched, he shattered a saber light. The shattered saber lights turned into spots of purple light floating in the air. Only 3 saber lights remained. Sweat dripped down Ling Yu's forehead. 6 punches was already his limit. He could only use his body to block the remaining 3 saber lights. He moved his feet and circulated his veritable essence energy, doing his best to avoid getting injured in his vital points. However, just at this moment, the 3 saber lights merged into one. The thunderclouds for 50 kilometers around suddenly gathered and turned into a clump of dense black clouds. In that instant, the saber light burst forth with resplendent electric light. Wu Yun's physical body also suddenly appeared at this moment, swinging down with his saber. The electric light that the saber light triggered was like a purple flood dragon bearing its fangs and claws, looking like it was alive. Ling Yu was greatly startled. He had not expected Feng Yu's Divine Firmament 9 changes to be so exquisite. It's over. This saber strike was fast and very fast. The angle was also very tricky. The most serious thing was that it completely surpassed Ling Yu's expectations. This was not part of his plan. This turn of events put Ling Yu in an extremely disadvantageous position. 3 moves. Feng Yu revealed a confident smile. The flood dragon roared ferociously, and the saber light chopped down. At this moment, the Divine Firmament sect core disciples all slowly stood up with smiles on their faces. Anyone with eyes could tell that Ling Yu was finished. Even if he used his Great Desolate Aeon bloodline, Feng Yu still had his Great Desolate Aeon bloodline. At that time, Ling Yu would only be more severely injured and suffer an even more miserable defeat. The expressions of the Purple Flame sect disciples were different. After this saber strike, their martial uncle would not be able to recover within 2 months. At that time, the fortuitous encounters in the fiendish demon battlefield would not be fated with him. Hu Qi. Something strange happened. The disciples of the 2 sects in the greeting of swords' edges only saw a gust of strong wind. It seemed like a figure dashed forward. In the next moment, a figure suddenly appeared beside Ling Yu. Martial uncle. Ling Yu exclaimed in shock. Xiao Qin had actually come to this arena. Xiao Qin smiled faintly. As he looked at the saber light above his head, he entered deep thought. Then, he gently tapped with his sharp spirit finger. Hua! The terrifying lightning flood dragon entered Xiao Qin's body. Like a river entering the ocean, it was silent and unresponsive. The saber in Feng Yu's hand was sent flying. The entire world was silent. Everyone was dumbfounded. They rubbed their eyes, not daring to believe what they were seeing. Xiao Qin had already comprehended the thunder domain. Furthermore, he cultivated the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation, a lightning-attributed cultivator. If this saber strike had been an energy of another attribute, Xiao Qin would not have been able to receive it so easily. However, it was lightning. That was nothing. The 10,000 tribulation divine lightning, which was several times stronger than this, was hidden in Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness. Dang! Feng Yu's saber stabbed 3 centimeters into the arena's surface. Feng Yu's expression was incredibly unsightly, filled with disbelief. He asked sullenly, "Who are you? Don't you know the rules of the greeting of swords' edges?" Xiao Chen stopped Ling Yu, who was about to speak. He said indifferently, "Naturally, I know the rules of the greeting of swords' edges. No one is allowed to interfere in a duel, including the disciples and seniors of the sect, no matter how severe the casualties are." Feng Yu stepped forward and drew his saber. Electric light flickered on the saber. He said sternly, "Since you know, you still dare to break the rules. In that case, even if I kill you now, your Purple Flame sect seniors will not dare to say anything." Feng Yu was furious. Aside from the other party easily breaking the second transformation of the Divine Firmament 9 changes, Xiao Chen had also foiled his plan to cripple Ling Yu. It turns out that the people of the Purple Flame sect are all so ignorant of the rules. Ha! The sect is already in decline, about to fall back to a rank 3 sect at any moment. To think that they do not even follow the rules now. Where are the Purple Flame sect elders? When I return, I will definitely get my Divine Firmament sect elders to judge this. The Divine Firmament sect disciples mocked Feng Yu coldly, trying to boost their senior brother's reputation. The various core disciples of the Purple Flame sect felt confused, as they did not know Xiao Chen at all. "Indeed, I broke the rules. What do you want?" Xiao Chen did not care. After all, he was not a member of the Purple Flame sect. Why would he need to follow so many rules? Xiao Chen was not afraid of this little thunder saber. If the other party made a move, then his hands just happened to be itching recently. Xiao Chen also cultivated the Thunder Dao. He wanted to see who had a deeper comprehension of the Thunder Dao and who had a deeper comprehension of the Saber Dao. "Are you seeking death?" When Feng Yu saw Xiao Chen's indifferent expression, he became enraged. Seeing that the matter had blown up, Ling Yu felt somewhat apprehensive, afraid that Xiao Chen would get injured in the fight with Feng Yu. He quickly said, "Feng Yu, he is my master, Yi Zifeng's junior brother. He is not a member of our sect, so he can ignore some rules. In today's fight, consider it my loss. You don't have to honor your bet." Whoosh! Startled cries immediately rang out. No one expected Xiao Chen to have such a great background. Senior Yi Zifeng's junior brother. That can't be. How could Senior Yi Zifeng have a half-step Primal Core Realm junior brother? Could he be Pan Huang's disciple as well? However, Ling Yu would not joke about such a thing, right? All sorts of discussions rang out, all of them expressing confusion, doubt, and shock. A brilliant light flashed in Feng Yu's eyes. He said seriously, "Yi Zifeng's junior brother. Since when did Senior Yi Zifeng have a junior brother like you? Could it be that you are also Pan Huang's disciple?" What a joke. Right after Feng Yu spoke, his figure flashed, and he directly hacked at Xiao Chen with his saber. "No matter who you are, since you dare to break the rules and spoil my plans, you will have to pay the price." Xiao Chen narrowed his eyes, and the cycle heart silently bloomed in his sea of consciousness. The state of cycle spread throughout his entire body. Everyone's movements turned slow in his eyes. In the Great Thousand Realms, it was much harder to execute the state of cycle than in the Kunlun realm. It could be maintained for even shorter periods of time, not even an instant. However, when facing an opponent of Feng Yu's level, Xiao Chen needed to bring out the state of cycle if he wanted to win quickly after the other party drew his saber. Even if it took less than an instant, it would be sufficient. Cassier. A saber light arrived first despite being launched later. The lunar shadow saber was drawn. The gentle autumn water of the moonlight flickered on the saber, looking like ripples of water. The melodious sound of the saber being drawn sounded like spring water dripping from the mountains, pleasing and relaxing. This startled Feng Yu. He had not expected Xiao Chen's saber light to be so fast and so ruthless. The instant it appeared, it broke Feng Yu's saber technique. Whoosh! Feng Yu took 4 or 5 steps back, and his expression suddenly turned grave. You're drawing the saber, everyone used the saber. They all knew that the seemingly simple drawing the saber contained a lot of skill. Whether a bladesman's saber Dao cultivation was high or not, one could easily tell from drawing the saber. Xiao Chen's drawing the saber had already reached a certain level. Feng Yu could sense many things that others could not. In that instant, the other party's saber technique already surpassed Feng Yu's. Furthermore, Feng Yu's cultivation was higher than Feng Yu's, and Feng Yu had made the first move. However, Feng Yu was the one who retreated. Just looking at the facts, there was no need to say anything. See! See! A long saber wound appeared on Feng Yu's chest. Blood flowed out and dyed his clothes red. I still did not dodge it. How is this possible? Feng Yu's expression changed completely, greatly startled. As he looked at Xiao Chen, he could not understand. I clearly dodged it already. How could I still get injured? You don't understand. It's normal that you don't understand. Now that you understand, how can I deal a heavy blow to you? Xiao Chen retorted indifferently, you don't understand. In that case, go back and practice for a few more years. With your level, don't come back to the Purple Flame sect. You will only be humiliating yourself and embarrassing your master. It was like thunder roared in Feng Yu's mind. His eyes turned horrified. That's impossible. How could I embarrass my master? I started practicing the saber at 6 and only made my debut at 18. Chapter 1669. Xiao Chen's first use of the state of cycle in the Great Thousand Realms stunned the Divine Firmament sect's little thunder saber Feng Yu. Even now, he still could not understand how he had been struck by Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen was overconfident, believing that he could definitely enter the top 10 of the younger generation of the Grave Sea in the Saber Dao. Even if he was not in the top 3, he was definitely within the top 10. Moreover, this was only a conservative estimate. In his heart, he even felt that he was number 1. Before Xiao Chen appeared, the truth was more or less the same. None of the bladesmen of the same generation in the 3 blessed lands could defeat him. Those bladesmen who could defeat Xiao Chen were undoubtedly true inheritors of the various sections. They were already of a higher generation. Xiao Chen still had time to catch up. However, Xiao Chen was only a half-step primal core cultivator. He simply could not figure it out. Fellow Taoists from the Divine Firmament chapter, aren't you going to treat your senior brother's injuries? When Xiao Chen saw that whatever little thunder saber kept muttering to itself, he felt somewhat annoyed. With a glance, he gestured for the Divine Firmament sect disciples outside the pavilion to take Feng Yu away. The few of them immediately blushed. They had come to the Purple Flame sect many times, but this was the first time they were ordered like this. Senior brother, let's go. So. A few Divine Firmament sect core disciples flew to the arena in the cloud and helped Feng Yu up. Feng Yu woke up from his stupor and looked at Xiao Chen crazily. I had dodged it. Why was I still stabbed? He could not accept this result at all. This was even more humiliating than being defeated. How could he not understand it? Who was he? He was the proud disciple of Thunder Dao Xiang Tian. He was known as the disciple most likely to inherit his master's title. If Xiao Chen could not even understand the saber techniques of his peers, that would be a huge joke. Xiao Chen recalled some things and said indifferently, go back and practice for a few more years. I have practiced the saber for many years, and you have practiced the saber for many years. There is nothing hard to accept. The other party resembled Xiao Chen when he was young. They both cultivated the Thunder Dao and had the same talent for the saber. It was just that their experiences were different and their personalities were different. Perhaps one day, he would surpass her, but not now. Brother Feng Yu, we can go now. Although Ling Yu had lost, he was extremely happy to see Feng Yu's current appearance. Who told you to keep coming to the Purple Flame sect to cause trouble? Let's see if you still dare to come in the future. The Divine Firmament sect disciples felt embarrassed. They could not stay any longer, so they quickly left with Feng Yu. After the other party left, Ling Yu immediately asked, "Martial uncle, how did you do it?" "I did not understand that move either." "You are not a bladesman. There is no point in asking these questions." "That's true. It's not good." Ling Yu face-bombed and said, "I forgot to get those Divine Firmament sect disciples to remove the electric light from my senior brother's bodies." Xiao Chen said softly, "That's not a problem. Let me do it." Xiao Chen was still very confident in the Thunder Dao. So, he checked on the injured core disciples. Xiao Chen sent his veritable essence energy into the other party's body. Without any hesitation, he absorbed all the tyrannical lightning attributed veritable essence energy from the other party's body. Xiao Chen had already cultivated the Thunder Domain, which was an entire level higher than Feng Yu's Will of Thunder. This tyrannical lightning attributed veritable essence energy was nothing to him. That's great. The three core disciples, who had originally looked weak and worried, now revealed a hint of joy. This way, they could still enter the fiendish demon battlefield 2 months from now and seek their own fortuitous encounters. Many thanks. Are you really Senior Ye's junior brother? The rescued disciples asked out of curiosity after they expressed their thanks. Xiao Chen thought for a while before replying, "You can say that. I already dealt with the electric light in your bodies. You will be fine after a few days of rest." These people were greatly startled. They had not expected Yi Zifeng to have such a young junior brother. No matter what, it is all thanks to Martial Uncle this time. Otherwise, who knows how long this Feng Yu would continue to be arrogant. In the past few years, our Purple Flame sect has been in a sorry state because of him. Furthermore, those true inheritors could not make a move, so they could not do anything to him. Martial Uncle, you really did a good deed for the Purple Flame sect. This is the first time I saw Feng Yu suffer so much, feeling so sullen. However, the Thunder Saber Xiang Tian is extremely protective of his disciples. Martial Uncle, you have to be careful after injuring his disciples. Right. That Feng Yu has another senior brother who is a true inheritor. He is already an early-stage major primal core cultivator, and his talent is no weaker than Feng Yu's. Furthermore, he has cultivated longer and is even harder to deal with. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and did not think too much. He did not believe that the Thunder Saber Xiang Tian would really attack him. After this matter, Xiao Chen recalled that the opening of the fiendish demon battlefield was getting closer. He really had to make more preparations. Just by looking at the fight between the core disciples of the Purple Flame sect and the Divine Firmament sect, one could see how intense the competition in the fiendish demon battlefield was. Furthermore, this was just the tip of the iceberg. Every blessed land had dozens of sections. Xiao Chen did not fear the core disciples. However, even the true inheritors of rank 3 sects were a threat to him, not to mention the true inheritors of rank 4 sections. However, the various sects did not have many true inheritors. The requirements to become a true inheritor were extremely harsh. Take the Purple Flame sect, for example. Xiao Chen seemed to know that there were only 5 or 6 true inheritors. Since he was going to the fiendish demon battlefield, he did not want to be just a passerby. Xiao Chen needed to seek guidance from Yi Zifeng. Coincidentally, he had to ask about the questions he had 3 days ago as well. After chatting with the Purple Flame sect core disciples for a while, Xiao Chen took his leave. Ling Yu's eyes darted around, and he quickly followed. Hee hee. Martial uncle, when does the special training you mentioned start? Xiaoqin recalled that Ling Yu was talking about killing qi training. Let's start tomorrow. I happen to cultivate the saber Dao as well. After this special training, when you meet that Feng Yu in the future, your chances of victory should be much higher. There is still a bottle of life juice source here. Refine it as well. Try to break through to the late-stage minor primal core realm in 2 months. Ling Yu immediately went wild with joy. This was truly timely help. In the past few days, he had already personally experienced the benefits of the highest quality life juice source. At the summit of the mountain, where the immortal mist was the densest, was Yi Zifeng's closed-door cultivation place. This was the forbidden land of the Purple Flame sect disciples. Xiaoqin went up unobstructed and discovered that Yi Zifeng had already appeared long ago, apparently waiting for him. You should not have made a move. At the very least, you should have waited until you broke through to the primal core realm before making a move. Xiaoqin knew that he could not hide the matter of the greeting of swords' edges from Yi Zifeng. He only asked, why? When the Thunder Saber Xiang Tian was young, he lost to me once. He was not convinced and wanted to fight me. I have been avoiding him for the past few years. His disciple kept coming to seek trouble for Ling Yu. In reality, he was the one who incited it. Xiaoqin entered deep thought. Senior brother, are you saying that I ruined his plan? Yes, but that is just a small matter. I have been waiting for you for a long time already. Actually, I also have some questions that I want to ask you. Senior brother, may I ask? What exactly is your bloodline? This question stunned Xiaoqin. After hesitating for a while, he answered honestly, the dragon race's blue dragon bloodline. Yi Zifeng revealed an expression of understanding. Then, he muttered, no wonder your aura back then felt familiar but also hard to recall. The Azure Dragon bloodline. That makes sense. However, why are you still alive? I really cannot figure it out. Ah! This greatly startled Xiaoqin. He simply could not understand why Yi Zifeng said that. It is very strange, right? I find it strange as well. You are only a peak veritable personage, but you already opened a soul pool. If it were an ordinary person, their soul would have scattered long ago. However, you are still alive and well. Xiaoqin revealed a doubtful expression. Soul pool. What is that? That is the place where soul Dao cultivators store soul energy. It is the most mysterious place in the human body. It is hidden in the forehead, at the end of the sea of consciousness. Don't check it. With your cultivation, you will not be able to sense it. Xiaoqian's heart immediately thumped heavily. He immediately thought of the immortal pill that he swallowed before he transmigrated. Don't overthink. The world is vast, and there are all sorts of wonders. Even the blue dragon bloodline, which disappeared for tens of thousands of years, can reappear. What else is impossible? In any case, you will not understand. Yi Zifeng's words made Xiaoqin relax. There was indeed no need to dwell on this question. I want to enter the fiendish demon battlefield. Senior brother, please help me. It was better to return to reality and worry about things that were closely related to his strength. Chapter 1670. Fiendish Demon Battlefield. Yi Zifeng said softly, I know. Before you came, I already told the sect master about this. At that time, the Purple Flame sect will have a spot for you. However, Xiaoqin thought to himself, this senior brother is really thoughtful. Before I even said anything, he already took care of this matter in advance. However, what is it? However, don't overthink it. With your strength, you are not at the peak of the entire Black Cave Mountain. In the 3 blessed lands, the gap is even greater. You are not on the same level as the top 10 true inheritors. Yi Zifeng's words were already very tactful. If it were someone else, they would have been much more direct. With your strength, don't overthink it. Just go in and play. That was the general gist of it. When Xiao Chen heard that, he was stunned. However, this was the truth. After all, every sect had true inheritors. True inheritors were not like Ling Yu and Feng Yu, who had high talent but mediocre cultivation. Instead, true inheritors were at least major primal core cultivators. In the outside world, any true inheritor could rival a rank 3 sect elder like Elder Tang. The peak true inheritors might not be much weaker than the Iron Hand Yama. There was no helping it. They had high talent, abundant resources, strong bloodlines, and high cultivations. They were at the peak in every aspect. All in all, their combat prowess would naturally be terrifyingly high. If you want to gain something, you need to break through to the primal core realm. However, I don't think you can break through this bottleneck quickly. Personally, I do not recommend forcefully breaking through. There is no need to waste your future for a fiendish demon battlefield. Yi Zifeng's suggestion was very far-sighted. If one forcefully broke through, they would not be able to fully unleash the strong foundation that they laid in the veritable essence stage. Using short-term benefits in exchange for long-term benefits was indeed not very wise. After gaining Yi Zifeng's opinion, Xiao Chen's originally somewhat restless heart about the fiendish demon battlefield slowly calmed down. Compared to his senior brother, Xiao Chen's mentality is still somewhat lacking. Many thanks for senior brother's advice. Otherwise, I really would not know when I would be able to calm down, Xiao Chen said sincerely with a cupped fist salute. Yi Zifeng smiled warmly. How unfortunate. If you were born earlier, Master would definitely like you a lot. When I was your age, I couldn't see through it, There was a hint of guilt in his eyes. When he was young, he seemed to have done something impulsive. Xiao Chen didn't want to ask too much, so he changed the topic. Senior brother, is Master still alive? At the mention of Pan Huang, Yi Zifeng revealed a smile. Master opened his 9 acupoints many years ago, opening 9 divine veins in his body. His physical body is already immortal, reaching an undying body. If there are no accidents, he can live for a very, very long time, so long that he can't live any longer. But with Master's personality, it's hard to say. Xiao Chen had heard from the Jiao snake that Pan Huang naturally liked to take risks and was restless and calm. He liked to go to the most dangerous forbidden areas. The places he went to were definitely forbidden areas that could threaten his life. It was hard to say whether he would be able to survive until now. Yi Zifeng waved his hand, and a string of Buddhist beads and a bottle of medicinal pills floated towards Xiao Chen. This is... Xiao Chen said, feeling doubtful. Yi Zifeng said softly, previously, when I stood guard for you, I discovered that you already started to practice the Buddhist sect's profound grade saber technique, the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique. You even comprehended the saber's true meaning. With this saber technique, I don't need to give you the secret manual of the saber. When I visited the hidden spirit temple in the past, an esteemed monk who condensed a bodhisattva gave me this Buddhist bead. I believe it will be of some help to you. There is also a bottle of purple cloud pill, a medicinal pill for treating injuries. I refined it in my free time. Although we do not purposely go to the fiendish demon battlefield, we still have to snatch the fortuitous encounters that we should. After all, it is a remnant that a divine vein powerhouse left behind. If not for the fact that senior brother cannot enter, even I would be interested in it, much less those true inheritors. Xiao Chen rejoiced in his heart. This senior brother of his was really good. The most important thing was that Xiao Chen had heard from Ling Yu that Yi Zifeng rarely gave gifts. However, when he did, it would definitely be an important gift. Thank you, senior brother. After obtaining the bracelet and the medicinal pill, Xiao Chen left in joy. As Yi Zifeng watched Xiao Chen leave, he muttered, we both came from the Kunlun realm. Back then, Master might have been like junior brother now. However, he possesses the blue dragon bloodline. Don't make the same mistake I did back then. Yi Zifeng had only entered the Purple Flame sect for a few days, but he had already helped Xiao Qin a lot. First, he resolved the Black Lotus Church's pursuit. Next, he protected Xiao Qin, preventing his bloodline from being exposed. Now, Yi Zifeng gave Xiao Qin a precious bracelet and life-saving medicinal pills. This was completely unlike the senior brother that he had just met. Xiao Qin remembered all these favors in his heart. Xiao Qin returned to Ling Yu's courtyard. The first thing Xiao Qin did was take out the Buddhist beads and study them. The Buddhist beads were polished from the scarlet pearls, one of the 7 treasures of the Buddhist sections. The pearls were red and glossy, and there were a total of 12 of them. Each of them had Buddhist scriptures carved on them. The scarlet pearls were said to be born in the bellies of a rare fish beast that lived in a forbidden sea. That kind of fish beast was naturally intelligent and had lived for many epochs. They were very rare. The people of the Buddhist sects revered them as holy beasts. After they died and were cremated, they would produce pearls similar to the sariras of eminent monks, the scarlet pearls. According to the legends of the Buddhist sects, the ancestor of this fish beast formed a fate with the primitive Buddha before the primitive Buddha became a Buddha. The descendants of these fish beasts were born with a Buddhist nature and could stand shoulder to shoulder with eminent monks. Over the epochs, the number of such fish beasts had dwindled. Hence, every scarlet pearl was a priceless treasure that could be formed into a string of Buddhist beads. Furthermore, they had the support of eminent monks all year round. The value of their existence was immeasurable. Most of the time, these Buddhist beads polished from scarlet pearls were known as sariras. Xiao Qin had spent a lot of effort in the Book of the Epochs before he managed to find this information. After Xiao Qin learned of it, he was startled. Back then, the eminent monk that gave senior brother the Buddhist beads must have held an extremely high position in the hidden spirit temple. For senior brother to give it to Xiao Qin would not be able to repay this favor. It looked like senior brother was really worried about Xiao Qin clashing head-on with those true inheritors. Xiao Qin also did not want Xiao Qin to force a breakthrough in the heat of the moment, wasting the foundation that he laid earlier. Senior brother really put in a lot of thought. Without breaking through, Xiao Qin would have to fight with these true inheritors. The 3 moves of the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique were undoubtedly Xiao Qin's greatest trump cards. Breaking the mundane, resolving the mundane, and entering hell. As long as Xiao Qin refined one move, he would be able to fight with those true inheritors. Learning 2 moves would be sufficient for him to compete with them. Mastering all 3 moves would allow him to suppress them. Understanding his senior brother's intentions, Xiao Qin no longer hesitated. He held the Sarira Buddhist beads in his right hand and closed his eyes to comprehend them. Xiao Qin circulated breaking the mundane in his body as he gently moved the Buddhist beads with his thumb. Soon, the Buddhist beads gave off a faint light. A gentle Buddhist light radiated from Xiao Qin's palm, covering him in a layer of pure and holy light. Xiao Qin did not know anything about Buddhism. He only managed to comprehend the true meaning of breaking the mundane after seeing what happened to the Iron Hand Yama. By chance, Xiao Qin understood that since the Buddha heart existed, he was Buddha. Whether it was broken or not, it did not matter. Only then did he comprehend the true meaning of the saber. However, Xiao Qin had only just reached the threshold. He had not truly condensed the Buddha heart, so the swastika on his forehead could not appear. Now, with these Buddhist Sarira pearls, he would be like half an esteemed monk when he held them. Although Xiao Qin could not explain the Buddhist principles, he could understand them in his heart. Cultivating the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique would definitely yield twice the result with half the effort. Combined with Xiao Qin's high comprehension ability, it was like adding wings to a tiger. Many people could not comprehend the true meaning of Buddhist sect martial techniques because they did not understand the Buddhist Dharma. With these Saraira Buddhist beads, Xiao Chen would be very different. He would be able to sweep away the greatest obstacle to cultivating the Buddhist sect's cultivation techniques and martial techniques. Suddenly, Xiao Chen's various experiences flashed through his mind like a painting. As the painting unfolded in this gentle Buddhist light, it was like he experienced the mundane world all over again. This time, Xiao Chen's comprehension was even deeper than the previous time. The number of scenes that appeared was also several times greater. Countless scenes layered over each other, bringing out the pinnacle of the mundane world's troubles. Birth, old age, sickness and death, resentment and hatred, separation from love, unattainable. However, Xiao Chen's heart was already as clear as a mirror. With the Saraira Buddhist beads in hand, he could see everything clearly. Xiao Chen shouted, and the mundane world turned into flames, burning fiercely in the entire room. Breaking the precepts and leaving, achieving peace. Furthermore, using the mundane world as a furnace to temper my Buddha heart. As the fire burned, it looked very scary. Xiao Chen stood in the center of the fire, his eyes closed as he held the Saraira Buddhist beads. A Buddhist light shone on his palm, looking calm. The strand of golden Buddhist light on Xiao Chen's forehead grew increasingly resplendent as if it would come out at any moment. Chapter 1671. The Mundane World as a Furnace, Forging My Buddhist Heart. Amid the flames of the mundane world, Xiao Chen held the Buddhist Saraira pearls, releasing a gentle Buddhist light from his entire body. Xiao Chen used this fierce flame to continuously refine himself, seeking to condense a Buddhist heart. As the mundane world churned, Xiao Chen, who was like an old monk in meditation, appeared unmoving. In reality, he was reincarnated in the mundane world again and again. One moment, he was a merchant. The next moment, he was a commoner. The next moment, he was a general. The next moment, he was an elegant noble clan young master. Every incarnation ended in misery, experiencing all sorts of suffering. This cycle continued for a total of 7 days. Then, the resplendent golden light on Xiao Chen's forehead finally turned into a swastika and flew out. As the swastika spun on Xiao Chen's forehead, it gave off an intense and piercing golden Buddhist light. Xiao Chen suddenly opened his eyes. As he held the Buddhist Saraira pearls, he looked like a glaring guardian deity. An extremely tyrannical Buddhist might spread out. The flames that the mundane world turned into vanished. Now, only the solemn Buddhist might that belonged to him remained in the entire cultivation room. That Buddhist might was tyrannical and ferocious, containing a murderous aura. It did not tolerate any small tricks or impurities, exuding might without anger. With a thought, Xiao Chen's hand, which was fiddling with the Buddhist Saraira pearls, suddenly stopped. The swastika on his forehead returned. The Buddhist light in the entire cultivation room disappeared in an instant, leaving only silence. Only the lingering gentle Buddhist light on Xiao Chen's body proved that everything that happened earlier was real. Good. I finally condensed this Buddhist heart. Breaking the mundane can be considered to have reached a higher level. Xiao Chen revealed joy on his face. After 7 days of closed-door cultivation and the support of the Buddhist Saraira pearls, he gained some comprehension of Buddhist principles. In the illusions of the mundane world, Xiao Chen experienced all sorts of life, experiencing all the worries of the world. The short 7 days felt like 70 years. Xiao Chen finally managed to cultivate the Buddhist heart that only esteemed monks of the Buddhist path could. It was just like the skeleton dragon star venerate. When he executed breaking the mundane earlier, he had a swastika on his forehead. However, that was not a true Buddhist heart. It was just a fake Buddhist heart that the skeleton dragon star venerate imitated using his strong soul energy. He did not understand the true meaning of the saber technique or Buddhist principles, so he could not condense a Buddhist heart. He could only use his cultivation to force it. However, Xiao Chen truly had a Buddhist heart. Xiao Chen could already bring out 30% of breaking the mundane's might. Xiao Chen's cultivation was limited, so he could not bring it out. When Xiaochen reached the Cloud Sea realm, he would naturally be able to unleash the full might of breaking the mundane without any obstruction. This was unlike the skeleton dragon Star Venerate, who could barely bring out 30% of its might with his Cloud Sea cultivation. As he held the Buddhist prayer beads, he started to think. Right now, he had a total of 4 directions for his cultivation. The sabers. Chen needed to saber. Dao. The saber Chen of Saba Chin. The sabers of Sab's technique sabers of Sab's. Was. Demon Chin Tian Chin Xiao Now. Xiao breaking Chin, Chen. Monk. Chen, dragon heart. Xiao. And. Chen, the heaven. Xiaochen would spend some time comprehending resolving the mundane and entering hell after he broke through to the primal core realm. Next was the army-breaking saber technique. After all, breaking the mundane could only be used as a trump card. It exhausted too much energy and could not be used frequently. As for the army-breaking saber technique, it was a peak martial technique of the Divine Shield Army. After that, Xiaochen modified it, turning it into a saber technique with great offensive power. Breaking vast armies, breaking mountains and rivers, breaking stars, and breaking the world. These 4 great killing moves were incredibly mighty. If Xiaochen continued to cultivate them, there would be many more areas for him to explore. They were very suitable for ordinary battles. As for the final flawless saber technique, it was too weak back then in the Kunlun realm. Now, it looked like it was somewhat lacking in might. Xiaochen could only give up on it for now. In the future, when his saber Dao improved further, he would perfect it. The second direction was movement techniques. Xiaochen's current movement technique, the new fish dragon art, was something he had modified from watching ferocious beasts. He used their characteristics to change the angle of his body and raise his speed. At that time, it looked fine. However, now that he thought about it, it was riddled with flaws. Although Xiaochen was fast, he could not control it as he pleased. He felt like he lost control. In that kind of movement technique, his martial technique and mental cultivation method could not keep up, causing the power of his attacks to decrease. In the end, Xiaochen's horizons were too narrow. He had not seen many movement techniques. If he had an opportunity in the fiendish demon battlefield, he would have to find a movement technique to make up for this shortcoming. As for what Xiaochen needed to do now, he had to make full use of the new fish dragon art's nearly uncontrollable speed. The third direction was the physical body. He already had 4 cauldron strength now. However, he had yet to obtain a truly powerful physical body cultivation technique in the Great Thousand Realms. In the end, he did not know how to nourish, circulate, and control his energy. He was unable to bring out the true vital qi of his physical body. He estimated that his physical body could withstand 10 cauldron force without any problem. Unfortunately, without a cultivation technique, he could not cultivate so much strength. The last direction was the power of bloodline. This was the strongest but also the most helpless. He could find fortuitous encounters in the fiendish demon battlefield for movement techniques and physical body cultivation techniques. Alternatively, one could spend a large sum of money to obtain it in an auction. However, the cultivation of bloodline power was very difficult to obtain. As for some of the trump cards that Xiaochen was already familiar with, he did not need to practice them. Dermic World, the Ice Blood Lightning Dragon, and the Dragon Blood Soul Breaking Finger would all grow stronger as his cultivation increased. After thinking for a while, Xiaochen decided to stake it all on this. Before the fiendish demon battlefield opened, he would focus all his energy on practicing his saber techniques. In order to make his strong point stronger, Xiaochen would spend the remaining time on the army-breaking saber technique. After refining his Buddha nature for 7 days, Xiaochen vaguely gained new comprehensions for this army-breaking saber technique. He could infuse a trace of the Buddhist might of the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique's unparalleled ferocity and killing chi into the army-breaking saber technique. It's decided, then. I'll familiarize myself with breaking the mundane and continue to strengthen the might of the army-breaking saber technique. Xiaochen put away the Buddhist Saraira pearls and made up his mind. In the following time, aside from spending 2 hours guiding Ling Yu every day, Xiaochen followed his plan to practice his saber techniques. Ling Yu's strength improved rapidly. Now, he could spar with Xiaochen. The two could be considered to have gained something. Xiaochen used Ling Yu to practice his saber, finding his flaws and improving them. If Ling Yu wanted to defeat Feng Yu, sparring with a bladesman like Xiaochen was undoubtedly the best choice. In the blink of an eye, more than 1 month passed. Before they knew it, the two had made great improvements. By relying on the life juice source that Xiaochen gave Ling Yu successfully broke through to late-stage minor primal core realm. More importantly, under the tempering of Xiaochen's killing chi, Ling Yu's aura underwent a complete transformation. His entire temperament had undergone a complete transformation, and all the edges of his body had become sharper and sharper. The sharpness that Ling Yu unintentionally gave off was pressing and intimidating, giving off a shocking tyranny. As for Xiaochen, his army-breaking saber technique finally reached great perfection. With the addition of the ferocious Buddhist might to the 4 killing moves, one could no longer see any trace of the Divine Shield Army's Thousand Army Sword technique. It became Xiaochen's unique army-breaking saber technique. It even vaguely surpassed the Thousand Army Sword technique. As for breaking the mundane, Xiaochen could control it as he pleased. With a thought, the Buddhist mark on his forehead could appear. Martial uncle, with your current strength, when you use it at full power, you are already no weaker than the true inheritors of our Purple Flame sect. However, your cultivation. Ling Yu, who had seen Xiaochen's many trump cards and horrifying saber techniques, gave Xiaochen an extremely high evaluation. Xiaochen smiled and shook his head. There is no point in saying that. The difference in cultivation is still a difference. We cannot ignore it. Tell me, who are the strongest disciples in the 3 blessed grotto heavens? At the mention of this, Ling Yu felt excited. He nodded and said, the strongest disciple of our Black Cave Mountain is the Divine Firmament Sect's Shangguan Lei. He already reached early-stage major primal core realm long ago, and his talent in the Thunder Dao is exceptionally terrifying. Martial uncle, you have to pay attention to him. He is also the Thunder Saber Xiang Tian's disciple and Feng Yu's senior brother. However, he is different from Feng Yu. Aside from the Thunder Dao, his comprehension of the Wind Dao is similarly startling. He is known as the Wind Thunder Berserk Saber. Xiaochen nodded to indicate that he understood. Just the cultivation of such a person would inspire fear in others. Furthermore, Shangguan Lei cultivated 2 different types of energy at the same time. He could not be underestimated. The strongest disciple of the Heavenly Shaking Mountain is the Confucian Institution's Wang Yueming, a member of the Confucian school. He cultivates righteous qi and follows the Tao of the ancient sages. His sword techniques are grand and majestic, giving off an overwhelming righteous qi. As for the Potala Mountain, they do not pay much attention to the rankings. However, everyone knows that the strongest disciple of the Potala Mountain is the profound light temple Xin Yuan. Xin Yuan's cultivation is very high. I heard that he even cultivated the iron Dharma body. The strength of his physical body is startling and incredibly strong. Chapter 1672. The Divine Firmament Sect's Shangguan Lei, the Confucian Institution's Wang Yueming, and the profound light temple Xin Yuan. Xiaochen silently memorized the names of these 3 people. They were the 3 strongest true inheritors of the Blessed Enclave. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Xiaochen would not fight them head-on. Xiao. Just then, Xiaochen and Ling Yu simultaneously felt a powerful aura descend upon this courtyard. Someone is coming. What a familiar aura. It should be one of our sect's heir disciples. Ling Yu said as he looked at Xiao Qin. Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat and he nodded thoughtfully. Let's go out and take a look. The two of them walked out of the courtyard and saw a purple-robed young man standing under a small tree in front of the door. Judging from his age, he was probably older than Xiao Qin, but not by much. As he stood there, there was a gentle warmth radiating in all directions. Flowers, trees, insects, birds, and beasts all revealed a lazy look, like a warm ray of sunlight in winter. What a powerful flame domain. He could control it as he pleased. It was just a very small detail, but Xiao Qin felt that this purple-clothed youth was not to be underestimated. It's Hua Yunfeng, our sect's top true inheritor. Ling Yu did not dare to be slow. He stepped forward and cupped his hands. Greetings, Senior Brother Hua. Although he was older than the other party in terms of seniority, he was still young and inexperienced. His strength was also inferior to the other party, so he still had to call him Senior Brother. Hua Yunfeng chuckled and said, Greetings, little Martial Uncle. Is Senior Brother Hua here to look for Martial Uncle Xiao Qin? Ling Yu asked based on his intuition. Normally, this Senior Brother Hua was elusive and had never taken the initiative to seek him out. Hua Yunfeng nodded. Then, he glanced at Xiao Qin thoughtfully, revealing a confused expression. Xiao Qin said indifferently, Brother Hua, if you have something to say, just say it. The fiendish demon battlefield is about to open. Normally, the competition between the various sects of our Black Cave Mountain is intense. However, at such a time, the various blessed lands would do their best to organize themselves and advance and retreat together. At the very least, when the people from the blessed enclave meet, they can take care of each other. That will be helpful to everyone. Xiao Qin listened carefully and felt that it made sense. However, what does that have to do with me? Xiao Qin retorted confidently. What did this have to do with him? They, the true inheritors, had formed an alliance. How could they think highly of him? Furthermore, Xiao Qin was not considered a member of the Purple Flame sect. He only relied on his backer to obtain a spot, so he was very free. Hua Yunfeng smiled and said, That's right. What does it have to do with you? I can't figure it out either. But the organizer, Sheng Wanlei, called you out by name and told me that I must invite you along. Sheng Wanlei. The expressions of Xiao Qin and Ling Yu changed at the same time. Ling Yu whispered to Hua Yunfeng about the greeting of swords' edges. After Hua Yunfeng heard that, he revealed a contemplative expression. Then, he said softly, No wonder. In that case, you don't have to go. I'll help you. If this Sheng Wanlei wants you to go, nothing good will come out of it. It is better not to go. Xiao Qin thought to himself, Hua Yunfeng is really direct. However, if I reject Sheng Wanlei like this, won't that incite even greater jealousy? In the end, Xiao Qin voiced the doubts in his heart for Hua Yunfeng's consideration. Hua Yunfeng analyzed that Sheng Wanlei has a very good relationship with Feng Yu. To Feng Yu, Sheng Wanlei is both a senior brother and half a master. When Feng Yu was young, Sheng Wanlei taught him when he practiced the saber. Now that you embarrassed him so much, Sheng Wanlei will definitely remember it. I am also very clear on Sheng Wanlei's character. He will definitely take revenge for the smallest grievance. When he is not angry, it is like a sudden clap of thunder. Right now, he should not be angry. If we don't go, we might really anger him, making things even more troublesome. Xiao Qin said indifferently, Let's go, then. Hua Yunfeng revealed a grateful expression. If Xiao Qin really chose not to go, he would be stuck in a difficult position. Make your preparations. We will depart tomorrow and head for the Divine Firmament Sect's thunder-controlling peak. At that time, all the true inheritors of the Black Cave Mountain will be there. No matter what, I will do my best to resolve this conflict. Hua Yunfeng showed some helplessness. Clearly, he felt somewhat depressed that he had to put in so much effort to resolve this matter. Before coming, Hua Yunfeng had not expected something like this to happen between Xiao Qin and Sheng Wanlei. However, no matter what, Xiao Qin felt grateful to the other party. At the very least, this Hua Yunfeng was a magnanimous person. He showed everything on his face, not beating around the bush and dealing with things hypocritically. After Hua Yunfeng left, Lingyu asked in a fluster, somewhat distracted, "Martial uncle, what should we do?" The strongest true inheritor of the Black Cave Mountain wanted to seek trouble for Xiao Qin. Who could feel at ease? More importantly, Xiao Qin was the cause of this trouble. Xiao Qin looked at the sky with a somewhat complicated expression. After a while, he said to Lingyu, "Lingyu, go out tonight. Let martial uncle be alone for a while." "Martial uncle, don't take things too hard," Lingyu said somewhat worriedly. Xiao Qin felt speechless in his heart. He smiled bitterly and said, "I've experienced several things that were even more difficult and dangerous than this. How can I take things too hard because of this?" After Lingyu left, Xiao Qin sat alone in the courtyard in silence. Ao Jiao flew out of the immortal spirit ring with little yellow feather. Then, she looked at Xiao Qin somewhat worriedly. However, she was not too worried. Seeing Ao Jiao appear, Xiao Qin was slightly stunned. After not seeing her for a long time, Ao Jiao now looked increasingly more human. There was practically no trace of her being an item spirit. In reality, Ao Jiao could no longer be considered an item spirit. Her connection to the lunar shadow saber was so weak that it was negligible. Suddenly, Xiao Qin discovered something strange. He smiled in pleasant surprise and said, "Ao Jiao, you grew taller." "Really?" Ao Jiao exclaimed in shock. She had not noticed this before. Xiao Qin smiled and said, "Come over and compete with me." A look of embarrassment flashed on Ao Jiao's face as she walked over to Xiao Qin's side. Indeed, she had grown significantly taller. Previously, she had been as tall as Xiao Qin's shoulders. Now, she was as tall as Xiao Qin's chin. Xiao Qin sighed. He felt that time passed really fast. He thought back to when he first met Ao Jiao. Her ferocious appearance was still vivid in his mind. Without her companionship in the Sky Dome realm and the Kunlun realm, Xiao Qin would have died countless times already. "Xiao Qin, what are you thinking about?" Ao Jiao asked curiously as she stepped back and looked at Xiao Qin. Lingyu knew that Xiao Qin was definitely not afraid. The Kunlun realm had faced many big scenes and many difficult situations, but Xiao Qin had never feared them. From that inexperienced youth in Mo City to surpassing Lingyu, then the Thunder King. Now, he surpassed the Kunlun realm and entered the Great Thousand Realms. Xiao Qin had long since become capable of holding his own. He remained calm in the face of danger and dealt with them calmly. Xiao Qin took out the lunar shadow saber. Without drawing it, he just looked at Lingyu and said, "I'm thinking about how to face tomorrow's situation. Unfortunately, there is too little information. I can't think of anything." It was already too late to search for information about Sheng Wanlei. There was no point in thinking too much. "So?" Ao Jiao asked. "So, I'll just stop thinking." Clang! Right after Lingyu spoke, Xiao Qin instantly drew the lunar shadow saber. The streamlined white blade was about half Xiao Qin's height. Not including the hilt, it was already 1 meter long. When the sunlight reflected off it, it gave off a glow like that of autumn water, rippling faintly. "Ao Jiao, do you think this saber is sharp enough?" Xiao Qin asked softly as he looked at the flickering blade. Ao Jiao did not know what he meant. After thinking for a while, she said, "The lunar shadow saber is a peak divine weapon in the Kunlun realm. However, in the Great Thousand Realms, it is only a treasure tool. Even among treasure tools, it is not at the peak. Furthermore, there are even stronger Dao tools above treasure tools. After a pause, Ao Jiao had no choice but to speak the truth. The weapons that the true inheritors of rank 4 sects use are all peak treasure tools. The lunar shadow saber, it is no longer sharp enough. Xiao Qin said sullenly, if a bladesman's saber is not sharp enough, how can he intimidate the weak? There was a faint sorrow on Xiao Qian's face. His white robes were clean, and his tall and straight figure appeared somewhat frail. While Xiao Qin was referring to the lunar shadow saber, he was actually referring to himself. If Xiao Qin were strong and unparalleled, the divine firmament sect's Sheng Wanlei would not dare to call him out and humiliate him without any fear. After tomorrow's battle, I will seal the lunar shadow saber. Xiao Qin said softly. Sealing the lunar shadow saber did not mean that he would retire. Instead, he would seal all his past glory and start anew in this great 1,000 realms. Sealing the saber to show his ambitions. His ambitions were not high, but to continuously surpass himself. Chapter 1673. Sealing the saber. Ao Jiao was startled, feeling somewhat surprised. However, this was within reason. She did not feel too disappointed in her heart. Being able to accompany Xiao Qin to the end of the Sky Dome realm and the Kunlun realm meant that she had completed her mission long ago. After coming to this great 1,000 realms, there were many things that were unfamiliar to her. She felt somewhat out of place. Actually, the lunar shadow saber was no longer suitable for Xiao Qin. However, because of his feelings and reluctance, Xiao Qin kept using it until now. As an item spirit, Ao Jiao had a master like Sang Mu in her previous life. Now, she had a master like Xiao Qin. To Ao Jiao, this was already the greatest fortune. With such a life, what was there to be dissatisfied with? Xiao Qin closed his eyes and gently tapped the saber with his right hand. The saber trembled, and a buzzing sound came from the air. Ao Jiao paled as she took 2 steps back. In that instant, Xiao Qin had severed the final connection between Ao Jiao and the lunar shadow saber. Master, feeling a strange pain in her heart, Ao Jiao held her hand over her chest and took a few steps back. Xiao Qin turned around and placed Ao Jiao in his left arm. Then, he stabbed the lunar shadow saber into the ground. Ao Jiao's body felt somewhat weak. However, her pale face blushed slightly. She smiled and said, if I don't call you that in the future, I probably won't have the chance to call you master again. Xiao Qin sat down and pulled Ao Jiao into his embrace. He revealed a gentle smile as he looked to the front. You know that I have never treated you as an item spirit. Along the way, I have experienced many obstacles, many trials and tribulations. If not for your company, how could I have survived until today? Xiao Qin lowered his right hand, which held the saber, and grabbed Ao Jiao's smooth left hand tightly. Ao Jiao felt a gentle warmth coming from Xiao Qian's palm. She looked at Xiao Qian's face, and coincidentally, Xiao Qian's gaze landed on her at the same time. Their eyes met. There was no need to say many words. As the gentle breeze blew, Xiao Qian's thoughts drifted. He could not help but think of the scene of Ao Jiao hugging him during the recasting of the lunar shadow in Mo City. That day, the spring breeze had stirred the young man's heart, and the seed of ambiguity had already been planted. It was also on that day that Xiao Qin became Lunar Shadow's owner. In front of the Thunder King Sang Mu, he swore that he would not let Ao Jiao shed tears. Fortunately, Xiao Qin remembered that it was to save Ao Jiao. When he was in prison and faced the enemy alone, Ao Jiao cried because her heart ached for him. If he could do it all over again, Xiao Qin would still choose to imprison Ao Jiao, putting her in danger. He still remembered the most dangerous 7th layer of the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation. The heart tribulation was very difficult. Between the real and the fake, he was trapped by a heart demon. Ao Jiao risked her life to save him, enduring the final lightning tribulation alone. He slept alone, wishing that he would never wake up from that dream, never opening his eyes for 10,000 years. The relationship between the two was no longer just that of a master and an item spirit. GGA. GGA. Just at this moment, a few strange sounds that spoiled the mood rang out. Little Yellow Feather stood on a tree branch in the courtyard, its back facing the two. It looked up at the sky with an expression that said, "I don't know anything, I can't see anything." Ao Jiao giggled, but she was not willing to get up. "It feels good to be in your embrace. Do you know? I thought a lot earlier. I thought about my previous life and this life. I thought about all the battles I fought for you. If there is a next life, I would really be willing to be the blade in your hand again." However, Xiaochen did not say anything, not saying anything. If there was a next life, he would definitely change his choice. Ao Jiao spoke softly, and Xiaochen listened quietly. Most of the time, it was Xiaochen speaking, and Ao Jiao listening. However, today, it was the other way around. This was because Xiaochen knew that their parting might be coming soon. If Xiaochen still did not listen, there would be no more chances. Little Yellow Feather's occasional cries accompanied Xiaochen's, and he just listened quietly. Night fell, and the waning moon hung high in the sky. The bleak and cold moonlight filled the courtyard. However, when the moonlight landed on the two, it did not feel cold at all. Instead, they hugged each other even tighter. At some point in time, Ao Jiao stopped speaking, and Xiaochen looked over. Under the bleak and cold moonlight, Ao Jiao's exquisite face looked exceptionally gentle. Her red lips were tender, and there was a faint affection in her eyes. Amid the affection, there was also a trace of anticipation. Xiaochen lowered his head and paused for a moment. Then, he no longer hesitated and kissed those tender red lips. At this moment, an ambiguous flame ignited with this kiss. Little Yellow Feather, who was on a tree branch, turned around and entered deep thought. Then, it flapped its wings ferociously. A flame surged out, and as the wind blew, it burned the two's clothes clean. Under Little Yellow Feather's deliberate control, the flame did not harm the two at all. However, this only made the ambiguous flame even more intense. Little Yellow Feather nodded in satisfaction. Then, it flapped its wings and soared into the air, not lingering any longer. After a while, the courtyard was filled with the alluring scenery of spring. The two vented the suppressed feelings in their hearts. Early the next morning, when the first rays of sunlight shone down, Xiaochen opened his eyes with some difficulty. Ao Jiao, who was beside him, was no longer there. When he looked around, the entire courtyard was empty. There was only a sharp blade flickering with a cold light stuck in the ground. Xiaochen put on his clothes and slowly walked over. Then, he pulled the saber out of the ground. As he looked at the autumn water-like luster on the saber's edge, he remained silent for a long time. "Martial uncle, why is there another woman in your courtyard? Furthermore, there is a strange yellow-feathered bird with a bad temper." At some point, Lingyu had walked in, asking with a confused expression. Disappointment appeared on Xiaochen's face as he asked softly, "What happened after that?" "Master told me to send them off. When they left the heavenly shaking mountain, that girl told me to pass on a message to Martial Uncle." "What message?" "She told Martial Uncle not to worry about her. She would help Little Yellow Feather search for its race and unlock some of its final memories. Also, as expected, with Little Yellow Feather taking care of her, Xiaochen did not worry about Ao Jiao's future. He continued, "What else?" "She said that if Martial Uncle finds another saber, don't forget your original intention and change its name to Moon Seeking." When Xiaochen heard that, he felt stunned. His expression turned somewhat stiff and unsightly. "Don't forget your original intention. Moon Seeking. Which moon?" Ao Jiao knew, and so did Xiao Qin. Where is she now? How long has she been gone? After a while, the calm on Xiao Chen's face vanished as he asked impatiently. She has been gone for a long time already, almost 4 hours. She entered the Transrealm Transportation Formation long ago, but I do not know where she went. For a moment, Xiao Chen felt disappointed and frustrated, not saying anything for a long time. Martial uncle, are you all right? Ling Yu asked somewhat worriedly. Later, Martial uncle still had to go to the Divine Firmament Sect's thunder-controlling peak. He did not know how that Shangguan Lei would make things difficult for Martial uncle. Given Martial uncle's current state, the situation was not good. Xiao Chen forced a smile and said, I'm fine. I just need some peace and quiet. Ling Yu left helplessly. Before he left, he shook his head slightly, wondering what Martial uncle experienced last night. At the stone table, Xiao Chen took out a cup of wine and started drinking alone in silence. After this battle, the lunar shadow saber would be sealed, along with the glory of the past. However, many memories would remain in Xiao Chen's heart, something that he would never forget. Here's a toast to you. Xiao Chen took out the wine and raised his cup to the lunar shadow saber stabbed into the ground. The saber trembled as though replying to Xiao Chen, I'll offer you a toast as well. One man and one saber started drinking. The man was drunk, and so was the saber. In the courtyard, the lunar shadow saber buzzed as it moved in the air, dancing in the air. Scenes of the past appeared in the surroundings. Those were scenes of the past Xiao Chen dancing with the saber. From the Sky Dome realm to the Kunlun realm, and finally, to the battle with Chu Chaoyun. When the scenes ended, Xiao Chen put down his wine cup and stood up. Then, he stretched out his hand and grasped the lunar shadow saber tightly. The saber was like an arm, connected by blood and mind. Looking at the limpid saber, Xiao Chen smiled in satisfaction. Then, he sheathed the saber and walked out of the courtyard. Hua Yunfeng had been waiting for a long time with the 6 true inheritors of the Purple Flame sect. I've kept everyone waiting, Xiao Chen said with a cup-fist salute. Hua Yunfeng and the other true inheritors knew that Shangguan Lei would make things difficult for Xiao Chen soon. They felt some sympathy for Xiao Chen's misfortune and did not feel upset about waiting. High in the starry heavens, Ao Jiao sat on Little Yellow Feather as they flew to the great realm where the Golden Crow race was. The bliss from last night still lingered on her pretty face. Sealing the saber to show her determination was Xiao Chen's new life. How could it not be Ao Jiao's new life as well? Chapter 1674. Hua Yunfeng looked at Xiao Chen and said sullenly, Don't overthink. I will do my best to help you deal with it as long as it is within my ability. Xiao Chen nodded and said nothing. There were many fortuitous encounters in the fiendish demon battlefield, competing with the other 2 blessed lands. Hua Yunfeng had to work together with Shangguan Lei. At the very least, he could not create an opponent like Shangguan Lei for himself, lest it lead to unnecessary conflicts. Of course, Shangguan Lei did not dare to be too presumptuous. He also needed Hua Yunfeng's help to deal with the other 2 blessed grotto heavens. Between the 2, there was only a relationship of using each other. After this point, they would definitely return to their original state. If not for the fact that the fiendish demon battlefield was about to open, no matter what, Hua Yunfeng would have helped Xiao Chen endure it. No matter what, at the very least, Xiao Chen represented the Purple Flame sect. Unfortunately, it just so happened that Xiao Chen could not fall out with Shangguan Lei. From Xiao Chen's point of view, he had no choice but to go. Otherwise, if the other party targeted them in the fiendish demon battlefield, it would be even more problematic. It would be better to deal with it in advance. Unless Xiao Chen was willing to give up on this fortuitous encounter in the fiendish demon battlefield, he would not be able to do so. However, he really couldn't give up. If Xiao Chen could not even clear this stage, he would go to Ancestor Dragon City in the future. So what if they faced those geniuses and outstanding talents who were even stronger than Shang Wanlei? They might as well not go. Xiaochen didn't think too much about it. He just took it as stepping into the boundless world. Hua Yunfeng raised his head to the sky and roared. After a while, a large eagle flew over from a distant mountain peak. The wingspan was at least 100 jang. 5 or 6 people standing on it was nothing at all. The eagle brought everyone to Black Cave Mountain's Divine Firmament Sect's thunder-controlling peak. The two sects were not far from each other, and the eagle was extremely fast. It didn't take long before they saw a mountain shrouded in thunderclouds. Purple lightning struck down continuously, illuminating the surroundings. Before Xiaochen even got close, he could already feel the dense lightning-attributed spiritual energy. He had to admit that this mountain peak of the Divine Firmament sect was truly blessed by the heavens. If a lightning-attributed cultivator cultivated in this peak, he would definitely improve at a godly speed, far surpassing others. It was somewhat similar to the Thunder Emperor Valley in the Sky Dome realm when Xiaochen was in the Sky Dome realm. However, the layout was different. Suddenly, the 10,000 tribulation divine lightning in Xiaochen's sea of consciousness leaped about, as if half of it wanted to escape. Xiaochen quickly suppressed it. If the 10,000 tribulation divine lightning accidentally jumped out, he would be the first to bear the brunt of it and be blasted into meat paste. Even now, Xiaochen's divine lightning, I could only use the power of the 10,000 tribulation divine lightning a little. As they got closer and closer, the lightning falling from the sky became clearer and clearer. The bolts of lightning were like terrifying ancient dragons that flickered in the sky, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws, causing everyone to feel a wave of fear. Lightning had always been the most overbearing manifestation of the wrath of the heavenly Tao. Ordinary people would feel fearful of it. This was especially true for evil demons, yin spirits, and other such existences. It was a devastating blow. Thunder-controlling peak, I wonder what the story behind this name is. I heard that the lightning on this thunder-controlling peak was left behind by a sovereign personage many years ago after he failed his tribulation. After the Divine Firmament sect occupied this peak, there were people who extracted this tribulation lightning for their own use. Hence, the name Thunder-Controlling Peak. A senior brother at the side explained to Xiaochen when he saw that this was his first time here. Xiaochen revealed an expression of understanding. No wonder the 10,000 tribulation divine lightning in his sea of consciousness stirred, eager to give it a try. It turned out to be a bolt of tribulation lightning. However, Xiaochen had experienced many lightning tribulations, and the 10,000 tribulation divine lightning did not show any signs of abnormality. It looked like the lightning tribulation of this sovereign personage was indeed extraordinary. Could it be that there is no end to it? Xiaochen asked casually. Logically speaking, if one continuously extracted it for a long time, it would run out sooner or later. The Divine Firmament sect was a sect where everyone, from the sect master to the outer sect disciples, cultivated the Thunder Tao. At the very least, not for now. The core source of the lightning did not decrease by much. Furthermore, the Divine Firmament sect laid a lightning guiding formation, replenishing the lightning-attributed energy for a long time. Xiaochen entered deep thought. This Divine Firmament sect is really ambitious. The lightning guiding formation drains an astronomical amount of resources. They are trying to become a rank 5 sect. This is a fact that everyone knows. Unfortunately, my Purple Flame sect is unable to obtain such a good peak. If we can obtain a Purple Flame divine peak, everyone can cultivate our sect's Purple Flame art. We might even be able to catch up to the Divine Firmament sect. Xiaochen did not say anything. It looked like the Divine Firmament sect was indeed strong. Even the Purple Flame sect's true inheritors acknowledged their inferiority. After about 7 minutes and a round of inspection, Hua Yunfeng's group finally arrived at the summit of Thunder-Controlling Peak. The summit was flattened and turned into a huge platform. A purple plaza was in the center. There were many stone pillars erected in the plaza, and at the top of each stone pillar, there were thunder flames burning, illuminating the entire plaza with brilliant lights. The special aura formed by the thunder flames formed a lightning dome flickering with electricity in the sky above the plaza. It looked like a cage descending, looking very strange. The location of this gathering was this thunder flame plaza. After the group arrived, they discovered that the true inheritors of the other sects of the Black Cave Mountain had already arrived. The Divine Firmament sect's true inheritors sat in the middle of the tall platform. The other sects took their assigned seats. Xiaoqin casually looked around. None of the true inheritors here were below the major primal core realm. Indeed, it was as Xiaoqin expected. Those who could become true inheritors of this blessed land would definitely have high cultivations. Among this group of true inheritors, Xiaoqin stood out. Many people looked at him with doubtful expressions. They found it strange that the Purple Flame sect brought a half-step primal core disciple. What is this? Don't they know that this is a gathering of true inheritors to discuss the alliance? How can they let someone with such low cultivation enter? This is too ridiculous. However, the Purple Flame sect was a rank 4 sect, after all. Everyone was very clear on Hua Yunfeng's strength. Hua Yunfeng was an expert second only to Sheng Wanlei. Even in the 3 blessed lands, he could rank within the top 10. Although everyone felt doubtful, no one dared to voice it. Brother Hua, I have been waiting for you for a long time. A purple-clad man with a squarish face and sharp eyes from the Divine Firmament sect's side stood up and spoke to Hua Yunfeng. If Xiaoqin guessed right, this person was Sheng Wanlei. I came late. Brother Shengwan, please forgive me. It's fine. I understand. Some honored guests definitely have to put on airs. Sheng Wanlei smiled faintly and stepped forward. Let me introduce everyone. This is young Master Xiaoqin. He is Senior Yi Zifeng's junior brother. It was really difficult for him to come this time. The crowd immediately set the place abuzz with some disbelief. Such a young man with such low cultivation was actually Yi Zifeng's junior brother. Who was Yi Zifeng? He was one of the 10 great bladesmen of the Grave Sea. He had already reached peak star venerate many years ago. More importantly, Yi Zifeng was Pan Huang's disciple. This was something that the entire Grave Sea knew. Hua Yunfeng showed a somewhat embarrassed expression. Unexpectedly, Sheng Wanlei announced Xiaoqian's identity the moment he arrived. Clearly, Sheng Wanlei had an ulterior motive, harboring malicious intent. Senior Yi Zifeng is a senior that I respect a lot. He is also the opponent that my master respects the most. However, how did he produce a junior brother like you? You ignored the rules and attacked my junior brother, nearly causing him to fall into a demonic heart. Indeed, Sheng Wanlei's face sank, and he changed the topic, shouting directly. Sheng Wanlei's shout contained the rage of thunder and the power of the world, causing 100 bolts of lightning in the sky above thunder controlling peak to descend at the same time. Whoosh! With Sheng Wanlei's furious shout, the light of the entire platform instantly turned gloomy. Even the 100 bolts of lightning could not illuminate the platform. Everyone's heart sank. Everyone felt a strange pressure. Only now did they understand why Sheng Wanlei had sent Xiaoqin here. As everyone looked at Xiaoqin, they could not help showing a sympathetic gaze. This Sheng Wanlei was famous for seeking revenge for the smallest grievance. Anyone who offended him would not have a good ending. Sheng Wanlei's furious shout made the 5 Purple Flame sect true inheritors feel somewhat uncomfortable. However, Xiaoqin did not react at all. His expression remained the same, not changing at all. Before Hua Yunfeng could say anything, Xiaoqin stepped forward and looked at the other party. Sheng Wanlei, Wind Thunder Berserk Saber Sheng Wanlei. Let me ask you, too. How did the Thunder Saber Xiang Tian produce a disciple like you? Shameless, arrogant, and conceited. Shangguanlei's shout also contained the thunder Dao. Right after he spoke, he drove 100 bolts of lightning in the sky. However, these 100 bolts of lightning were even more berserk and resplendent than the one Shangguanlei drove. Under Shangguanlei's deliberate control, the dim light in the Thunder Flame Plaza suddenly brightened up, restoring its original brightness to its original state.